classical dance, Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi, and that way she brings out the hidden gems, the forgotten literature onto the forum. May I request Dr. Ananda Shankar Jain to come onto the dais, please. I request the curator of the session, Shefali Vaidya, to set the session and inaugurate the first session of the day 2. Over to you, ladies.
Hello. Yeah. Ellarukkum vanakkam, namaskara. Chennai Lit Festin நான்காவது பதிப்பை தொகுத்து வழங்குவதை எனக்கு கிடைத்த பெருமை கௌரவமாக கருதுகிறேன். பாரதவின் மிகச்சிறந்த ஆக்க சிந்தனையாளர்களை பேச அழைத்து நிகழ்ச்சிகளை இன்டராக்டிவ் ஆகவும் சுவாரஸ்யமாகவும் அமைக்க முயற்சி செய்துள்ளேன். எனினும் ஆன்மீக பூமியான் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஸ்ரீராமர் நடந்த பாதையை பதிவேடுக்கும் இந்த பேஜ் என் இதயத்திற்கு மிகவும் அருகில் உள்ளது. இன்று இந்தியாவிற்கு குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டிற்கு ஸ்ரீராமருக்கும் ராமாயணத்திற்கும் எந்த சம்பந்தமும் இல்லை என்ற எண்ணத்தை உருவாக்க தமிழ்நாடு அரசியலில் பிரச்சாரம் செய்யப்படுகிறது. ஆனால் இதைவிட உண்மை மாறாக வேறு இருக்க முடியாது. இந்த நாட்டின் இலக்கியம், கலை, இசை, நடனம் மற்றும் பாரம்பரியத்தில் ஸ்ரீராமர் பிணைந்துள்ளார். கூகுள் மேப்பில் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ராம் என்று டைப் செய்தால் ராமேஸ்வரம், ராமநாதபுரம், ராமாஞ்சரி, ராமநாயக்கன் கண்டிகை, ராமசுவாமிப்பட்டி போன்ற பல ஊர்கள் பெரிய வரும். ஸ்ரீராமர் தமிழ்நாட்டின் நிலையில் மட்டுமல் இந்த நாட்டின் வரலாறிலும் தொடர்பு கொண்டுள்ளார். Okay, I will stop torturing you with my Tamil. That wasn't bad, no? All thanks to my friends, Divakar and Deepa, who are here. So Sri Rama exists not just in the geography of Tamil Nadu, but also in the history of this land. Chola king Parantaka I was called Sangrama Raghava because of his conquest of Sri Lanka. His son Aditya I had the title Kodandarama. An inscription praising the expedition of Rajaraja Chola compares it with that of Sri Rama's travels. Yesterday we all heard Governor Ravi talk about how Silpadikaram has references to the Ramayana. Everyone here must have heard of the Kamba Ramayana. Kambar wrote the Ramavataram, which is popularly known as Kamba Ramayanam, the Tamil epic comprising of 11,000 stanzas. We all know that Kambar was a great Tamil scholar and his epic was based on Valmiki Ramayana, but Kambar modified it to suit the prevailing local sensibilities. The Alvars, devotees of Lord Ram and all his avatars, the saints, have written pasurams in praise of Lord Rama, which are a part and parcel of everyday rituals in all Vaishnavite temples in Tamil Nadu. Kulasekara Alvar, a Chera king, has composed a lullaby which is so melodious it will put even Udayanidhi's talent to sleep. I find it very ironic that the men who started this hate campaign, the one man who started this hate campaign against Sri Rama and saying that Sri Rama has got nothing to do with Tamil Nadu, himself was named Ramasamy. And today, one of the biggest haters of Sri Rama and Sanatana Dharma runs a newspaper called The Hindu, ironic, and is also named after Sri Rama. It's all Sri Rama's Leela, what can I say? I can bet you, if any of you in this audience, if you just think in your immediate family, your dad, your tata, your kollu tata, your uncle, your cousin, you will find somebody named Sri Rama. Please think back. And if you have anybody called Sri Rama in your family, raise your hand. See? See? So Sri Rama exists in this land, in its music, in its dance, in its literature, in its very breath. And that is the idea behind this session. to talk about the footprints of Sri Rama in Tamil Nadu. And this session is the nucleus of this entire Lit Fest. Everything else came around it because we are talking about Ramaraja, like the governor talked about yesterday. I won't take a lot of your time. Romba Nandri for listening to me so patiently. And now over to Chitra, who will give a talk about Sri Rama temples in Tamil Nadu.
Namaskaram. At the outset, I would like to tell you how delighted and honored I am to be at this Lit Fest. My thanks to Mr. Shefali Vaidya for inviting me here this morning. Lovely to be here with all of you. The topic is Rama temples of Tamil Nadu. This is a very, very vast subject because there are Rama temples in ever so many villages and towns and cities of Tamil Nadu. I have taken a few, some of which are famous and you may know about, many of which are little known, hidden. These are gems, hidden in small villages and towns, and hardly anybody knows and therefore goes to them. I'm starting with this slide, and you may wonder why I am talking about the Ranganatha Swami temple in Sri Rangam, while the topic given to me is Rama temples of Tamil Nadu. So according to the Sthala Puranam of the Ranganatha Swami temple in Sri Rangam, when Rama had the Pattabhisheka in Ayodhya, after returning triumphantly from Lanka, he gave away many things to people who had helped him. To Hanuman, Sita gave a beautiful pearl necklace, and to Vibhishana, who had helped him so selflessly, Rama gave him his Kula Dhanam. His Kula Dhanam, literally the wealth of his family, the Ikshvaku Vamsham, was the deity that they had been worshipping, and that was Ranganatha. So the image of Ranganatha inside the Ranga Vimanam was given to Vibhishana. You all know the story, who wanted to fly back to Lanka and consecrate that image there. But he stopped by in the island of Sri Rangam, and Ranganatha, having fallen in love with that emerald green island, decided to stay there, and for the sake of Vibhishana, faced south so that he could give him darshan, and this is a south-facing temple. This is the Sri Ranga Vimanam, under which Ranganatha is enshrined, and a huge, huge temple, 21 gopurams, 7 prakarams, more than 65 sannadhis, this big. And not many people know that there are 3 Rama sanctums inside this temple. 3 separate Rama sanctums are there. So I'm not going to dwell on this. I'm going to go to the stand-alone Rama temples in Tamil Nadu. But what I would like to say is, in many, many Vishnu temples, this temple is huge, and therefore you have 3 sannadhis for Rama. But even in smaller Vishnu temples, there will generally be a small sanctum for Rama, or at least an image that is in worship. A very favorite god of this part of India, was part of Bharat. Shefali ji just now mentioned the Kamba Ramayana. It's so famous here in Tamil Nadu. It's a transcreation of the Valmiki Ramayanam. And here inside the Ranganatha Swami temple, immediately in front of the Ranganayaki Tayar, goddess Ranganayaki sanctum, you have this 4-pillared mandapam. Not many people notice it because we have mandapams are plenty in this temple. People walk through it, walk by it, see through it, look at it but don't see it, don't understand. This is the Kambar Arangetra Mandapam. This is where the Arangetram of the Kamba Ramayanam actually took place, in front of Tayar, goddess Ranganayaki. And there was this painting there, it's not there now, but the Sthala Puranam of this temple has been painted so beautifully about 300-350 years ago, in the little prakaram, narrow prakaram around the main sanctum of Ranganatha Swami, access to which is generally not allowed. But you can see here, near the feet of Ranganatha is Vibhishana, yearning for a look at Ranganatha and Rama's friend. And when you go into the Sesharayar Mantapam or the 100-pillared Mantapam of this temple, you can see ever so many sculptures of the Ramayana. Many sculptures are there. Just for a second, we are going to Bhadrachalam. I am fully aware it's not in Tamil Nadu, but I'm just showing it to you because you all know that this is the Chaturbuja Rama aspect of this deity. In 99.9% of the temples, you will see him only with two hands because he, Atmanam Manusham Manye Ramam Dasharatatmajam, he was a man born on earth with all the divine powers. He was seen as a man. So where do we have Rama with Shankha Chakra? Hardly ever. And Bhadrachalam, as we all know, is very famous for that. That's the Bhadrachalam Rama over there. But fairly close to Chennai, less than 2.5 hours away, near Chengalpet, there are two small villages. One is called Ponpadirkudam and the other is called Ponvilainda Kalatur. They are adjacent next to each other. And in Ponvilainda Kalatur, in Ponpadirkudam, you have a Chaturbuja Rama temple. I am showing you only the image of the Utsavamurti over here. Fine image. You can even see the cuticles of his nails. Such a beautiful vigraham is this of Rama, Lakshmana and Sita and Hanuman, of course. And with bow and arrow, with Shankha Chakra. Very rare. There it is in the Ponvilainda Kalatur, Ponpadirkudam temple. And the Moolavar, the main stone image, of which I don't have a photograph, is also of Chaturbuja Rama, which is even more rare. So we have, like in Bhadrachalam, a Chaturbuja Rama temple hidden away. Excuse me, I would not like you to take any photographs of the images. I have borrowed these from various other people and the copyright is theirs. It's a request. Thank you. So this is Chaturbuja Rama, easily accessible from Chennai. Many people don't know about it, so they don't go there. So that is, and then in PV Kadatur, that is Ponvilainda Kadatur, this is Ponpadirkudam, that's the temple you have over here. Tiny shrine set in the midst of emerald green agricultural land. Beautiful. And then in the village of, it's called PV Kadatur, Ponvilainda Kadatur, you have two temples. I don't have enough photographs, unfortunately, but here there is one Ramaswamy temple where Rama is seen in the Pattabhisheka kolam, as they call it, as Pattabhirama. He has Sita on his lap with Lakshmana and Hanuman, the Moola Vigraham itself. And that is also a very rare shrine. Incidentally, I forgot to mention, in Ponpadirkudam, the Vimanam of the temple, that is, in Vishnu temples generally, the Vimanam, the Garbhagraham, in which the god is enshrined, goes by a separate name. Like we have the Ranga Vimanam or the Pranavakara Vimanam in Sri Rangam, you have the Ananda Vimanam in Thirumala, you have the Punyakoti Vimanam in the Varadaraja Perumal temple, Kanchi. These are very famous. I forgot to mention that in the Ponpadirkudam, Chaturbuja Rama temple, the Vimanam is called Pushpaka Vimanam. The Pushpaka Vimanam in which Rama flew back to Ayodhya. So the Vimanam itself is called Pushpaka Vimanam. Anyway, so in PV Kadatur, you have this one temple where he is enshrined as Pattabhirama itself. And in the other temple, the photo of which you are seeing over here, this is the Darbashayana Rama temple. Again, I was not allowed to take photographs of the deities in worship. So you just have to take my word picture for this. There, the main image of Rama is lying down, not on Adisesha, not directly on the ground, Sthalam, but on the Dharba. You all know of the famous Darbashayana temple in Dhanushkoti, Land's End. This is almost a replica over here, so close from Chennai, where we are. And we also know the story how Rama wanted to cross the sea, the ocean, to reach Lanka, and Samudra Raja would not give way, so he lay down on a mat, on a bed of Dharba. that is well known. So in this temple, what happened was, the Utsava Murti of Rama, Darbashayana Rama, was found in a well nearby. And they took it out and they found that on the pedestal it was written Sri Darbashayana Rama. So they consecrated him, and that's how this temple came to be built. And the main Vigraham, the Moola Vigraham of Rama, as I said, is lying down on Darba grass. Hanuman is there in Anjali Hasta near his feet. Lakshmana stands, ever vigilant Lakshmana stands with his bow and arrow. And the very interesting feature is, there is an image of Samudra Raja, the Lord of the ocean, at the feet of Rama, looking at him like this, because Rama was in quite an angry mood because Samudra Raja would not give way. So again, this is a very, very unique temple, not a very large temple. Now this picture that I'm showing you on the, can you make it full screen please? What I'm showing you on here, over here, is not the Gopuram of this temple. It's not the entrance. This is the Vimanam, or what is there above the main sanctum. This looks like a Gopuram, but it's actually a Vimanam. Next, please. So here we are going to another small place near Chennai. Next picture. We are going to a place called Unamanjeri. I don't know how many of you in Chennai have actually heard about this village, which is very close to Vandalur. Vandalur famous for its zoo. So if you proceed from Chennai to Vandalur, shortly after Vandalur, if you turn to your left, there's a road that goes to Kedambakam. And if you take a right there at a certain junction, till I visited this temple pre-pandemic, I don't know how it is now, but if you take the right after that main road, it's like going from 21st century into the 16th century. You know, you get transported back in time, and then you land up in this little temple. I know there has been a lot of renovation, and it was reconsecrated, so it doesn't look like exactly like this anymore. Next, please. So this is a small temple, most likely of the Vijayanagara times, maybe a little pre-Vijayanagar also. Previous slide. Here. And what you see in front, the tall one, is actually a Deepa Stambam, not a Dwaja Stambam. It's made of one piece of stone, where a fire could be lit at night, a lamp could be lit to illuminate the surroundings in pre-electricity days. And there is a Garuda sanctum, and straight ahead you have Rama. That is the first slide that I showed you. Go back 2 slides, please. This is the Rama who is enshrined in the main sanctum. Next 2 slides. Yes, this one. Next one. This is the main Vimanam of this temple. Next. It's a very, very small shrine. Next, please. And next. Next. So now, also to tell you how we treat our temples in this part of the world, this is a very, very important symbol. This is a boar with a sword in front, with Surya and Chandra on top. This is the logo of the great Vijayanagara Empire, just to show that these people had in all likelihood built this temple, or given a lot of donation to this temple, or reconsecrated it, repaired it, etc. But it was in this foul condition when I visited it, and I was so shocked and upset. You don't paint it like this. Next, please. But then it had been cleaned, thankfully. Some good things also happened. Beautifully cleaned, and this is how it should look, and it looks now. Next. So this is the Vijayanagara connection, far, far away Vijayanagara's connection with this temple. Next, please. And this is the small Pushkarini, the pond behind. Next. But it doesn't look like this anymore. It's been spruced up. Next. So I'm bringing you to a copper plate inscription. Next slide. This one. Keep it here. So this is a copper plate inscription of the Vijayanagara times of the 16th century CE. The Vijayanagara Empire, which started in the 14th century, 1336 to be precise, on the banks of river Tungabhadra in present-day Hampi. It was called Vijayanagara, and it was called Vidyanagara in honor of Swami Vidyaranya, who was instrumental in the setting up of this empire. By 1371, they had conquered almost the whole of Tamil Nadu. And the Vijayanagara contribution to Tamil Nadu is enormous, really, really enormous, as is the contribution of their feudatories, the Nayaks, in various parts of Tamil Nadu. So this copper plate inscription, it's called the Unamanjeri copper plate inscription. Unamanjeri is the Unamanjeri of today, near Vandalur, where this was discovered. It was actually, in this inscription, it's called Uhinai. That was the name during the Vijayanagara times. And this inscription, which is fully in Sanskritam, tells us that Achyutaraya, the half-brother and successor of Krishnadevaraya, was sitting in his capital on the banks of the river Tungabhadra and giving an order, which was later issued on this set of copper plate inscriptions to scholars in Uhinai. Where is Unamanjeri? Where is Hampi? And issuing an order to 48 great scholars in the village of Uhinai, giving them the grant of this village to pursue their scholarly activities. And a part of that donation would go to this Rama temple, and a part of that donation would go to a Shiva temple in this village. Very thrilling that something just outside Chennai had received a great grant from the Vijayanagara king Achyutaraya in the 16th century. So all that is inscribed. These copper plate inscriptions are very heavy, and they are also like notebooks. So you flip page after page or metal sheet after metal sheet, and you keep reading. And you can see that ring over there. And then next slide, please. You can see this. This is the logo of the Vijayanagara Empire, which you also saw on the wall of this temple. So clearly the Vijayanagara contribution to Uhinai, today's Unamanjeri, and the Rama temple have been well recorded in this inscription and in that emblem that you saw on the wall of this temple. Next, please. Now we go to Madurantakam. This is, of course, a very well-known Rama temple. This about maybe 2.5 hours from Chennai. Now this name Madurantakam, we really don't realize. The full name is Madurantaka Chaturvedi Mangalam. Chaturvedi Mangalam is a village which was inhabited by scholars of the 4 Vedas, and it was generally a tract of land or an entire village or several villages clubbed together as a village and given to scholars by the king. It was a Brahmadeyam, a land granted by the king to scholars of the Vedas and the allied subjects. So Madurantakam is very well known for its huge area or a huge tank, lake, artificially created lake in the Pallava times. And this Perumal here is called Karunakara Perumal. Rama is very, very well known over here. Sita here has a lovely name. She is called Janakavalli. It's a very rare name for Sita. You call her Janaki, yes, but Janakavalli is the name over here. And although I think almost all of you over here, most of you being from Tamil Nadu, would know the story, it bears repetition. The British collector of that place, of Chengalpet district, once went to the temple and he saw a heap of stones over there. And asking the locals why all these stones were kept over there, he was told that it is in order to build a sannadhi, a sanctum for Janakavalli, but they had run out of money. And he said that if your Rama protects this village from the floods that come out of the brimming of this tank, this Madurantakam eri, he himself would build the shrine for Janakavalli. And it so happened that year there was a huge rainfall, the monsoon, and the bund and the level of the water was rising. And this man, this British collector, Lionel Place, was going around when he actually had a vision of Rama and Lakshmana protecting the tank from overflowing. Immediately he gave orders for the Janakavalli Sannadhi to be built, and even now you have an inscription with his name over there. So this is the well-known story of the Madurantakam Erikatha Rama temple. Next please. Erikatha, for those who don't know Tamil, is one who protected the lake. So this is Rama from the Erikatha Rama temple. There is another very important episode about this temple that not many people know, not exactly connected with Rama, but connected with Ramanujacharya, the great Sri Vaishnava preceptor. It is said that Yamunacharya, one of the great acharyas of Sri Vaishnavism, had selected in his mind Ramanuja to be his successor in the pontifical seat in Sri Rangam. But he died before appointing Ramanujacharya. So his student Periyanambi came to meet Ramanujacharya, and they both met in the Madurantakam temple, and the Pancha Samskaram, the initiation of Ramanujacharya, took place inside the precincts of the Madurantakam Erikatha Rama temple. It's also marked by a certain spot, Ramanujacharya, and this is the Erikatha Rama temple. This is the Vimanam, Janakavalli sanctum. So very, very, very famous temple. Upkeep could be much better, of course. All the Utsavams take place. Before I forget, I want to tell you, in all the Rama temples across Tamil Nadu, the most important festival would be the Brahmotsavam, or the annual festival, as it is in all temples. Here the Brahmotsavam will usually start from Ramanavami in the month of Chittirai, that is Rama's birthday. Now we go to Kumbakonam, which is the Ramaswamy temple, very famous temple in the heart of Kumbakonam. We are not going to use the word ancient for this temple. It's not ancient. We know when it was built. It was in the 16th century in the reign of a Nayak king called Raghunatha Nayaka. Very quickly, who were these Nayaks? They were the feudatories or the governors of the Vijayanagara emperors in Tamil Nadu. You had the Nayaks of Tanjavur, Nayaks of Madurai, Nayaks of Senji, Nayaks of Vellore, etc. So the Tanjavur Nayak lineage started with Raghunatha Nayaka's grandfather, Sevapa Nayaka, then you have Achyutappa Nayaka, then you have Raghunatha Nayaka, and then his son Vijayaraghava Nayaka. To all the temples in their jurisdiction, these Nayak kings have done great service, building Gopurams, building Mantapams, building Prakarams, etc., etc., etc. But this Ramaswamy temple is a standalone Nayak period temple over here. And it is said that this image of Rama enshrined in this temple was found in a place called Dharasuram, now very famous for the UNESCO World Heritage Shiva temple, found in Dharasuram. It was brought here, consecrated, and this temple was built. In the main sanctum, and again, of course, I don't have a picture of the Moolavar, the main deity, to show you. Rama is in the Pattabhisheka attitude on a pillar. The Nayak carvings are very, very well known. Actually, can I see it too well from here? This one, I'm going to ask the audience a question. Can you identify this sculpture? Sorry? It's not Lakshmi Narsumma. There's some person sitting and there's another person holding his... Sugriva's? Sugriva is correct, but what is happening here? Pattabhisheka of? This is the Sugriva Pattabhishekam. It's a very, very rare sculpture, and that the Sugriva's Pattabhishekam was performed by Lakshmana. So that is Lakshmana standing there doing the Pattabhishekam for Sugriva. A very rare sculpture which you can hardly see elsewhere. Now, I also have to tell you the flip side of all these things. I want you to look at the base of this pillar and how over the years, due to a lot of insensitivity, the ground level has been raised and raised and raised, and these sculptures at the base are now mired in concrete, basically. That's what has happened. So you have Rama here with Lakshmana. Everywhere, it's standing Rama, seated Rama, Pattabhisheka Rama, Rama with devotees. All of that is over here. It is in this mantapa, which is again, as I said, typically Nayaka, and with the horse pillars right in front. These are all the very beautiful. Look at this sculpture over here, Rama with Sita and some people in the Pattabhisheka mode. Look at this sculpture of Trivikrama over here, one of the most outstanding sculptures of Trivikrama ever seen. Here, I'm showing you this particular sculpture among scores of sculptures over there because of this, this particular sculpture. This has a very distinct Ramayana connection. that sculpture of someone beating a drum, and high above the head of Trivikrama over there is Jambavan. So you all know Jambavan was the bear that helped Rama along with the monkey army. Now Jambavan in the Valmiki Ramayana tells his monkey friends, you know, I was there when the Trivikrama Avatara was there. So Jambavan is a Chiranjeevi. He was there well before Rama's time, and he was there in the Krishna Avatara also. His daughter married Krishna. So he says, when Vamana became Trivikrama, became that world figure, that universal, the cosmic figure, I went round and round and round, flying around him, doing pradakshina, beating on my drum, Beri. So there you have a very clear Ramayana connection with the Trivikrama here. And many sculptures. This lady is half gone, okay, like this. I need to tell you this as well. Good forum. And this, what do you do?
So are these temples under ASI, state archaeology?
No. It's under HRNC. State, not state archaeology. No, state. Okay. So all these are the lovely sculptures to Rama. This is what we do. All right. Anyway, never mind. These are all this is Sita on one side, Rama on the other, Lakshmana on the other, in one pillar. All right. And the top has been repainted. This also I need to tell you. 5 minutes. I'm done. As you do a pradakshina around here, there were the most beautiful Nayak, the 350-year-old paintings illustrating each and every episode from the Ramayana in those subtle, vegetable, muted, organic colors with the captions written in Telugu, because the Nayak rulers were Telugu. And one fine morning we whitewashed all of that, and then we got a billboard painter to do all this. All right, having told you that story, I'm going to the next temple. It's in a place called Nandambakam, which is close to the World Trade Center. It was called Brindaranya Kshetram, and it was called Nandavanam, from where the word Nandambakam came. My final slide, in all of 2-3 minutes, is a place. Chennai Trade Center. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Chennai Trade Center. This is a place called Nedungunam. It is about 60 kilometers from Kanchipuram. This is the Yoga Rama temple. This is how Rama is in the main sanctum. He does not hold weapons, simply because, you see, there is a hill nearby. It is called Dirghachala. And on that hill, it is said, according to the Sthala Puranam of this temple, there was a rishi, Shukabrahmam, the son of Vyasa, sage Vyasa, who performed penance and wanted to see Rama. So Rama stopped here on his way back from Lanka, en route to Ayodhya. He didn't come with weapons, and he is in the yogic pose, with one hand, left hand hanging down, resting on his left knee, and the right hand in Chin Mudra like this, with Sita next to him, Lakshmana on his right in Anjali Hasta, but having a bow and arrow. Hanuman, like in the Ramaswamy temple, sits facing Rama, but with a palm leaf manuscript in his hand, reading out the scriptures. You may all have heard of this very famous verse, Vaidehi Sahitam Suradhrumatale Haime Mahamantape Madhye Pushpakamasane Manimaye Virasane Sustitam Agrevachayati Prabhanjanusute Tattvam Munibhyaparam Vyakyantam Bharatadivif Parimrutam Ramam Bhaje Shyamalam. It suits this Rama very perfectly. In fact, I had shown this picture yesterday, and then when I came home, my mother, a Ramayana scholar, said, why didn't you quote that verse? It would have fitted in so perfectly. So I have to thank her in this audience for telling me about it. So anyway, 2 Gopurams, I'm just done. Very Vijayanagara temple. Lovely sculptures are here. And I'm going through this fast. What I need to show you, I just go through these, probably a Vijayanagara king who contributed to the building of this temple, conical crown and all. Look at this mantapam, so Vijayanagara, and look at the ceiling. Right on top you have that beautiful lotus flower, and on that lotus flower, though I really haven't taken a good photograph, is a parrot pecking at it. you know. So the lotus flower is hanging down. There's a parrot there hanging literally upside down, pecking at the petals of the lotus flower. Now on one of the pillars here, you have this sculpture, and if you look at it very can you enlarge this please just a little? There you can see a miniature of Rama in the main sanctum. This is Rama. Unfortunately, hand is damaged, left hand is hanging down, Sita is next to him. If his right hand hadn't been vandalized the way it is, it would have been in this chin mudra like that. Next please. So this is how Rama is in the main Sannadhi, and they have had a replica of like that carved on the pillar, maybe for those who couldn't go into the main sanctum. So I conclude with this. There are the 5 very important Rama temples in Thiruvarur district. Excuse me, next slide. I'll just show you this, and then I just keep going. There's a place called Oragadam where you also have a Rama temple. Not the Oragadam where you have the SEZ. Next. Keep going fast. This is the Oragadam temple. Keep going. I want this slide. See, these are the Pancha Rama temples in the Thiruvarur area, of which next one, Vaduvur is the most famous. Never have you seen a Rama that beautiful. You can't take your eyes off him. Probably, I speak for myself. The most beautiful Rama. Next. And Sita. These are all from the net and other places. And the Abhishekam of Rama is here. Thank you all very, very much.
Namaskaram. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chitraji, for that wonderful exposition of the Sri Rama temples in Tamil Nadu. It took me to another temple which we saw just recently for all of you who are outside, who are in Tamil Nadu and who come from Karnataka. There's a beautiful temple in Hiremangalur where my mother-in-law's grandfather used to be the Kovil priest almost 70, 80 years ago, and we chanced upon it very, very, very interestingly. And that temple is about when Parasaran met Rama, and then he finally, understands that Rama is Sri Narayana, and he asks for the Kalyana Kolam. He says, "Can I see you in the Kalyana Kolam because I didn't come to the wedding?" And there you have Rama with Sita on his right, and it's a very beautiful temple. So yeah, I need the lights. And can we bring the air conditioning down? It's almost like we are in Eskimo land. Yavat sthayanti girayo saritasya mahitale tavat ramayana kata lokeshu pracharishyati. We all know that. As long as the mountains stand and the rivers flow, until then, Rama's story will be said and heard. Sri Rama and his story, the Ramayana, is a story that transcends space and time, an epitome of love, service, sacrifice. Sri Rama and the Ramayana continues to inspire seers, artists and scholars across eons and centuries. His story has been written, interpreted and commented upon by sages with insightful intuition, by poets and musicians through creative imagination, by erudite scholars with deep analysis and insight, and by the bhakta with utmost reverence and devotion. Telling and retelling the Ramayana has not tired the storyteller or the listener or the viewer. My own understanding of the Ramayana is that it is concerned with human experience. The characters are as human as one can imagine, and yet rise to great heights of divinity. A saga of human heroism and human magnanimity in spite of all the accoutrements of human characteristics and character. Valmiki presents Rama as an apogee of humanity, who becomes divine in the reader's mind because of his divine actions. As Chitraji said earlier, Atmanam Manusham Manye Ramam Dasharatatmajam. He himself says that I am born human in the Valmiki Ramayana. The Ramayana continues to influence us in myriad ways even today. A living story that informs the very collective conscious and unconscious of not just this land, but Asia and the world itself. The tradition of telling the Ramayana goes back to the lifetime of Sri Rama himself. Rama's sons, Lava and Kusha, sang and danced his story in the presence of him. Let me take you out of the Ramayana for a minute and bring you into the world of dance. Brahma, the creator, many of you who are dance background people will know the story, but for the others I will beg the repetition. It is said that Brahma, the creator, once found mankind steeped in the material and decided that he needed to bring them back into the fold of dharma. And hence he takes the essence of the 4 Vedas and creates the 5th Veda, the Natya Veda, hands it over to Bharata and his many hundred disciples, codifying it in the book called the Natya Shastra with Nritta, pure dance, and Nritya with dance and Abhinaya, and Natya, the storytelling aspect, encompassing everything that is about dance. Bharata and his disciples presented the very first dance drama, the Sagara Manthana, at Indra's Dvajarohana ceremony in the court of Indra. And thus began that idea of carrying forth our narratives, our stories, our itihasa, our dharma, our philosophies through the prism of the performative art forms. Stories from the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Puranas thus became the eternal, perennial content for dancers. From the time of that very first program of the Sagara Manthana by Bharata, the storytelling narratives reached every corner of this land through dance, both classical and folk, and allied theatre traditions. Dance dramas, musical harikatas, burrakatas, kathakars, dancers, musicians continue to tell the stories of their beloved gods. The sculptures on the temples, some of them which Chitraji so beautifully explained, became the iconographic leitmotif for the dancers to draw upon and continues to come alive through our many splendored arts, be it performative or visual. People's participation, like in the Ram Leelas or the Yakshaganas, had local politics and local issues all nicely melded into that primordial Pauranic Ramayana lore and continues to do so. From Lava and Kusha, who sang the story of Rama to Sri Rama himself, till today and beyond, his story will continue to be that leitmotif of Bharat's performing arts. What a hoary and glorious tradition. From then till today, Rama's story continues to be interpreted, sometimes changing shape and structure, form and even content, bringing fresh insights to every version and interpretation, bringing us closer to our own understanding of our human nature aspiring to be godhood. Becoming veritably that kalpavriksha, Ramayana is really that kalpavriksha, that life-giving tree that bestows this nation with great blessings and insights. Various writers and poets have interpreted the Adikavya with their own political, social, local, and personal slants and understanding, as mentioned by Shefaliji. The term Ramayana, the ayana, the trajectory of Rama, starts with the Valmiki and goes on to so many other interpretations. The Kamba Ramayanam, Ranganatha Ramayanam, Bhaskara Ramayanam, Molla Ramayanam, Adhyatma Ramayanam in Telugu, Pampa Ramayanam in Kannada, and so on. I mean, there's too many to even list. Modern writers also talk about Kuvempu, Ramayana Kalpavriksham, as I mentioned, by Vishwanath Satyanarayana, and so many more. How can we forget the Ramayana television serial that all of us have continued to be hooked to, however many times we have seen it? S.R. Naidu mentioned once that, I quote, "The Ramayana occupies an outstanding position because great men of letters have lavished upon the story their poetic genius." And that poetry is what, that textual tradition is what we as dancers draw upon. My earliest introduction to Rama's story, was as a young child, learning the shloka Ramaya Ramabhadraya Ramachandraya Vedase, which my mother taught me as a young child to tell at any moment of fear and nightmares that I would have. My telling of the story of Rama, again, began in a small role as Kusha in Lavakusha when I was about 5 years old, in my early guru Pakir Swami Pillai's Ramayana, Sampurna Ramayana. My 6 years of studying at Kalakshetra, here, few kilometers from here, brought me in touching distance with the Ramayana. On my return from Kalakshetra, time and again, I returned to the Ramayana. Bhavayami Raghuramam of Swati Tirunal, Tyagaraja Ramayanam, where I looked at Rama through the vision of Tyagaraja, and Sri Rama Nama Menta Ruchira. A beautiful story. When she mentioned Bhadrachalam, it reminded me of that story where a temple was built, and again, the main person who wanted to build that temple was persecuted, and he was jailed in the Golconda dungeons for 12 long years. So Rama has been an integral part of my dance journey. Rama and the Ramayana takes prime place in the many stories and the Puranic narratives depicted in dance. Along with stories of Krishna, Shiva, Devi, and the dramatic episodes from the Mahabharata, the narrative spine of Indian classical dance continues to draw from these wide-ranging texts, and their Ramayana holds center stage. The textual traditions from across the different genres of writing, through the iconographic representation, and through the prism of the tradition of dance that one follows, Ramayana keeps coming alive and again and again and again, continuing to be retold and retold by dancers across the board. For example, in a solo dance format, say Bharatanatyam, which we are in that country now, a Ramayana Shabdam would introduce a child to experience and tell a story through Abhinaya. In Kuchipudi, next door, we also have a Mandodari Shabdam, a Shabdam which talks about how a Manduka, the frog, becomes Mandodari and goes on to marry Ravana. So it needn't necessarily be just Rama, but every aspect of the Ramayana finds reference in and finds place in the performing arts. In Bharatanatyam, it could be a Varnam, a central episode, a central piece, where the whole Ramayana comes alive in a Varnam format. Or we could go to the expressive aspects of art, where when you look at Kamba Ramayanam, and we are here in Tamil Nadu, who cannot express, or even if you're a non-dancer, you would, Yaro, Ivar Yaro, Yenna Pero. Sorry, my music is not so great. But so this Arunachala Kavirayar song, or Annalum Nokinan, Avalum Nokinal, immediately you can see the imagery of the poetry coming alive, and you would yourself, even if you're a non-dancer, you would say, Annalum Nokinan, Avalum Nokinan. It comes alive immediately. Or, of course, if you go a little further out, if I'm not able to do too much Tamil in Telugu land, I would take Sri Ramachandra Kripalu Bhajamana, the psychological, the philosophical, and the bhakti. You can see every layer come alive. The Ramayana Itihasa lends itself to dramatic dance theatre by the sheer breadth and depth of the variety of stories and characters that can be portrayed, challenging the dancer and the choreographer to continuously think out of the box. As I said earlier, a few kilometers from here, by the seashore, a lady who would have been 120 years on 29th of February 2024, my guru, Rukmini Devi Arundale, birthed Kalakshetra in 1936 as a unique center to nurture the finest of Indian arts. That institution, as it stands now in Chennai, in a beautiful campus on the shores, and if you have time today evening, you must go across to a beautiful performance being presented there. The dance productions from 1936 onwards, the dance productions started from 1947, have almost more than 50 to 60 major productions, and the lodestar among it is the 6-part Ramayana that Rukmini Devi Arundale composed. The first one was in 1954. She took the whole Valmiki Ramayana and created 6 productions of almost 3 hours each. The first one was Sita Swayamvaram in 1954, Rama Vanagamanam in 60, Paduka Pattabhishekam in 60, Shabari Moksham in 1965, Chudamani Pradhanam in 68, and Mahapattabhishekam in 1970. And since then, till today, the kind of crowds that go to see these productions, though everyone knows every song and every step almost, is mind-blowing. Because that is what, it was a visual representation of Valmiki come alive. Rajaji, the first Governor General of independent India, after watching Kalakshetra's Ramayanam, had this to say, I quote, "If I had not been shown such a production, but had only been informed about its existence in our country, I would have disbelieved it. I have beheld the unbelievable. Many temples have been built for Rama, and now our Rukmini Devi and Vasudevachari is Mysore Vasudevacharya, who composed the music for almost 4 of the productions, have built another temple in our country, and there cannot be a better temple. A living, visible, active, performing temple for Sri Rama." Rukmini Devi Arundale, my guru, herself had this to say while choreographing the 6-part Ramayana series. She says, "The Ramayana is easily the most well-loved of Indian epics. Rama and Sita belong to every Indian. We feel proud of these divine figures whose divinity lies in their extreme humanity. Rama taught by living like a man, not a god, but a god-like man." So Rama, when you say Ramayana in Tamil Nadu, what else other than the fact of this magnum opus temples that Rukmini Devi created? And of course, all of us as dancers of different genres, of different age groups, of different styles, follow this pathway of bringing to life that eternal itihasa, that eternal story, that eternal Ramayana through the performative spaces and arts. The Bhakti movement across the country from the 12th to 18th century spawned poets and musicians singing in praise of their favorite Bhagavan. The Trinity, the many Bhakti poets, Shefali also mentioned some, and of course, Tyagaraja, whom we cannot forget. And Tyagaraja, his essence of his music is Bhakti. So any musician today who lives as a performing musician and sings Tyagaraja better have Bhakti first. Ramayana epitomizes the Navavida Bhakti. Shravanam of Hanuman. He's happy to just listen to him. Kirtanam of Valmiki. Smaranam, she's always thinking of him, Sita. Padasevanam, Bharata. Archanam, Shabari, she was, and this is brought to life in Tyagaraja's Ente Ninne Varnintunu Shabari. And when you talk of Padasevanam of Bharata, where he places the Padukas, it brings a smile to Tyagaraja's and a doubt. He says, Sandehamu Tirpavaya. He says, is your feet greater or your Padukas greater? Vandanam of Vibhishana, Dasyam of Lakshmana, Sakhyam of Sugriva, and Atma Nivedanam of Jatayu. Why I'm sharing this is all these become interesting layering that we as dancers pick up. The storylines, what is it that you would ascribe to that character? Or for that matter, the Navarasas. The Navarasas of Natya Shastra, Shringara, Hasya, Karuna, Raudravira, Bhayanaka, Bhibhatsa, Adbhuta, Shantascha, Rasa, Purvai, Rudakrita. So if you would take it into the Ramayana, it would be this beautiful shlokam that we would go with. Shringaram Kshitiranjini Viharane, Viram Dhanurbanjane, Karunyam Balavitsute, Adbhutam Sindho Giri, and it goes on. I mean, so the literary sources on the Ramayana are veritably, for us dancers, the Akshaya Patra. For musicians and dancers, who continue to bring alive our beloved Rama and the Ramayana from the time of Lava and Kusha, that unbroken skein of thread that continues the artistic spine, skeleton, image, body, face, and everything else that Indian dance is all about. And today, on that note, what I would like to show, because I've been talking about dance, so it's time for me to show some dance. I'd request you to play the video. You might want to turn off the lights. Here, what I've done is I've put together a few videos that have been accessible to me, some of which I have with me, and they bring the Ramayana to you. Volume. This is Swati Tirunal in Bharatanatyam format. This is Valmiki Ramayanam. You can go. Where we look at Nataki Vadam. Again, Bharatanatyam. Puram Jeshtamedakumarhasi. That's Padma Subramaniam, Kamba Ramayanam and Tulasi for Sita Kalyanam.
ठकी नयन रघुपति छवि देखी पलकनी परिहरी मीठी अधिक स्नेह देह भूरी सगध ससी जन चितव चकोरी लोचन मधुरामहि पुराणी दीने पलक कपाट सयानी।
उठाहु राम
Lucy in Odyssey, Sonal Mansingh, where Vishwamitra tells, pick up the boat Rama.
परितापा उठाहु राम भंजाहु भव चापा मेटहु तात जनक परितापा
रीम रीम पनी
Kalyanam of Rama and Sita.
रीम रीस रि रि म प म प नि प प नि प प नि स नि स रि रि म प म प नि प प नि प प नि स नि स रि म रि स नि स रि स स नि प स रि स रि म इयं सीता मम सुता सह धर्मचरितवा प्रतीत चैनं भद्रन्ति पाणिं गृहणीष्व पाणिना सीता कल्याण वैभोग में
Manthara and Kaikeyi from Rama Vanagamanam of Kalakshetra. Rukmini Devi again Bharatanatyam. Valmiki.
कैकेयास्तु सघोषिता उत्तिष्ठमूढे किं शेषे। कैकेयी त्वब्रवीत् कुब्जा कश्चित् क्षेमं न मन्थरे विषण्णवदनां हित्वा लक्ष्ये वृष दुःखिता।
Jump forward to Shurpanaka, again Kalakshetra, Shabari Moksham, a description of Shurpanaka from Valmiki. Dance drama format. I want you to notice the visual, the way it's been imagined. This is Mohini Attam, a modern poet, Madhusudan Nair, from Neena Prasad's this one. You bring it's a normal small song where the whole Ramayana comes in. I've just taken the excerpt of the deer.
തുണയ്ക്കായി ലക്ഷ്മണനും പോയകന്നല്ലോ മാനിനെ പിടിക്കാൻ രാമ പിന്തുടർന്നു ചെല്ലും നേരം തുണയ്ക്കായി ലക്ഷ്മണനും പോയകന്നല്ലോ. മാരീജവിലാപം
Mohiniyattam,
കേട്ടു
same poet.
രാമരോദനമെന്നോർത്തു സോദരനോടന്വേഷിക്കാൻ ഉറച്ച നേരം ലക്ഷ്മണൻ അലസനായി നിൽപ്പതു കണ്ടു. ഞാനന്നെത്ര നീചവചനങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞു പോയി.
ముదమున ముదమున దశ కంఠుండు ముదమున ముదమున దశ కంఠుండు కోమల లలన సమ్మోహితుడు కోమల లలన సమ్మోహితుడు సరసన జేరి మండోపడి మండో సరసన జేరి మండోద సరసన జేరి మండోదరితో సరసన జేరి మండోదరితో చేరెను లంకాపురికి చేరెను లంకాపురికి చేరెను లంకాపురికి దళనమూరు దశకం హరిధీరం జ్వలనపూత జనకసూర సహితమిహ సాకేతం జ్వలనమూరు జనకసూర సహితమిహ సాకేతం విలసిత పట్టాభిషేకం విలసిత
Thank you. This was a brief. I tried my brief to put some good videos together. We are running. Thank you very much.
That was a beautiful session. All of us are now in Rama Bhakti Samrajyam. And you walked us through these temples, and we were easily taken to the altars of Sri Ramachandramurti. Thank you so much, Dr. Chitra Madhav and Dr. Ananda. I now request Sri Askar Ponni to honor the guests. Askar Ponni, may I request you to come on to the dais. In the temples of the Pandyas, if you see, there would be multiple mantapas. The mantapa next to the Dvajastamba are called Krishnan Koradu, Krishna Mantapa. And the temple in the front of the mantapa is called Rama Mantapa. My father is a Ramayana scholar, so once I asked him, why did you push Rama out of the temple and you keep Krishna inside the temple? He said, when we talk about Krishna Vaibhava, there'll be a bunch of listener to listen, and when we talk about Rama, the entire street will sit and listen always. That's why the outside mantapas are called Rama. So this was presenting to you how this land respects and reveres Sri Ramachandramurti and the Ramayana. May I now request Sri Nandakumar, the jury member of Samachar Manyata Association for Research and Training, that's SMART, the sponsor of this event, to say a few words.
Good morning and namaste. I'll take a couple of minutes to talk about SMART, which I represent, and SMART is one of the sponsors of the event for the last 2 days. There were a couple of sessions yesterday where there was a lot of talk about media, and a major part of the Indian media, as we all know, indulges in willful misinformation, trained incapacity, they undergo training for this, and well-funded malevolent mischief. All of us have been watching it rather helplessly. So a few years ago, we formed SMART, which is an acronym for Samachar Manyata Association for Research and Training. It's a coalition of nationalistic media organizations. It's a platform for nationalistic media organizations to enhance the reach, improve financial viability, and influence the narrative, which is still in the strong control of the left. As on date, we have 270 members. These include web portals, YouTubers, authors, knowledge providers and influencers, and television channels who have a cumulative monthly reach of over 100 million across India and in over 15 languages. We give extensive grants for translation purposes. We do grants for upcoming YouTubers if we find the stories authentic and supporting our causes. And over a period of time, we have been able to reach 100 plus million that we are talking about. SMART provides research grants, equipment grant, amplification support, technical training, subject matter training, and various other forms of support to its members. SMART has recently introduced city chapters, and we already have 8 chapters in India so far, and more are in the making. SMART is happy to join hands with Indo Samudaya Foundation in playing a minor role in sponsoring the 2-day festival. Thank you.
We request the members of the audience to remain seated as the Governor of Kerala would be coming here in few minutes. The instructions are the same. Please put your mobile on silent mode. And please do not get up to take any pictures or videograph. And please do not do any live streaming while the Governor is inside the hall. And please do not rush in or barge in or try to handshake or give any gifts or pleasantries to the Governor. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request you to raise for the Governor of Kerala. Honorable Governor of Kerala. Along with him, the organizers of Chennai Lit Fest, Sri Praful Ketkar and Sri Bharat Gopu. I request Ms. Pavitra Srinivasan to enter the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विदाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
I now request Sri Bharat Gopu to deliver the welcome address.
Morning, everyone. Audible? We all gather here for the Chennai Lit Fest 4th edition, and this time's theme is Ram. Sri Ram to some, Parasaran to some, Paramatma to some, and for some he's just an elder brother, a family member. And yesterday we had the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, and today we have the Honorable Governor of Kerala, who has taken time out from his extremely busy schedule for this event. The idea behind the event was also to felicitate Mr. K. Parasaran for his human service to the entire Ayodhya Ram Janmabhoomi struggle, which has gone on for 500 plus years. I have had the honor of meeting Mr. Parasaran a lot many times in the last 2 years, and we have had a lot of private conversations which I will not be able to share, but one thing I take as a lesson from his talks is he doesn't consider himself worthy of anything. For him, it was Ram's decision that he should be his lawyer. And because it was Ram's decision, he made sure that Mr. Parasaran had enough bona fides to fight his case. Now, that is humility at its best. I really fail to muster words for, saying anything about it. Honorable Governor of Kerala, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khanji, we are so pleased, humbled, and I honestly stand here at a loss of words to express my gratitude and my sincere sense of blessing that you are here. We had planned to confer an award on Mr. Sri K. Parasaran, which was written by Prafulji, okayed by Arif Khanji, and Parasaranji just smiled at me when I told him about it. And I will be always grateful to Srimati Shefali Vaidya for curating this event, because when I messaged her, in fact, it was she who called me back saying that I would love to do it. And the award, I would want her to read it out, simply because I think it is her right to do it, and her love and affection for the dignitaries here is unparalleled. Please, Shefali ji, please.
Namaskaram. It's a great honor for me to read this citation for someone whose legal career has been outstanding. Sri Rama Ratna. We, the citizens of Bharat, confer upon Sri K. Parasaran, revered as the Pitamaha of Bharatiya law, the title of Sri Rama Ratnam, in recognition of his long-standing service for the Hindu side and for being instrumental in resolving the Rama Janmabhoomi reclamation dispute. Sri Parasaran has had a long and illustrious legal career full of contributions to law and justice of Bharat, including as former Attorney General of India. We, the people of Bharat, express our eternal gratitude towards Sri Parasaran. Dhanyavad. I also have the good fortune to read Sri Parasaran's response to this, as he couldn't make it today. Okay, enough? Okay. Yeah. It has been brought to my notice that a literature festival titled Indoors Chennai Litfest 24 is being organized at Chennai, in which I have been shown as a confirmed panelist on 25th February. I came to know of this event. I will not be participating, but I'm grateful for the honor, and I request you to kindly inform all concerned. Thank you.
May I now request Sri Bharat Gopu and Praful Ketkar to honor the Honorable Governor of Kerala. It is indeed my pleasure and honor to introduce Sri Arif Muhammad Khan, the Honorable Governor of Kerala. He has an illustrious career, and he had his education as a graduate of honors from Aligarh University, his LLB from Lucknow University, and he was a student leader and later on went on to become the General Secretary of the Student Union. He was elected to the Legislative Assembly in 1977 at the young age of 26 from Siana constituency. He was elected for the 8th, 9th, 12th Lok Sabha and he held the position of the Union Cabinet Minister under various portfolios, mentioning a few: Energy and Civil Aviation between 89 and 90, Deputy Minister of Information and Broadcasting in between 82-83, Agriculture 83-84, Energy, Industry and Company Affairs, Home Affairs, to mention a few. He's an audacious reader. His lectures are very, very popular among students and youngsters. He has been a member of multiple international delegations, and he assumed the office as the Governor of Kerala on 6th September 2019. May I now request the Honorable Governor of Kerala to address the gathering, sir.
Shri Pirful Ketkarji, who is a very dear friend and editor of the organizer, Shri Bharat Kopuji. In Kerala we say Sahodari Sahodaran Mare. Here it is ladies and gentlemen. Elavarkum ente vandanam. Let me. I am absolutely delighted to participate in this Lit Fest organized by Indo-East Samudaya Foundation. And I would like to compliment them for organizing this event on the theme of Ram Rajya and to honor senior Supreme Court lawyer and former Attorney General, the highly respected legal luminary Padma Vibhushan Shri K. Parasaran ji, who eminently deserves the title Sri Rama Ratnam. As a think tank, Indo-East Samudaya Foundation has been engaging various organizations to address important issues and propose solutions, especially in the backdrop of the Amrit Kal, which, if I use the words of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, means to dedicate the next 25 years of our lives for the nation's development. We should work towards the development of the entire humanity. In the context of the Grand Ram Temple at Ayodhya, discussions on the Indian cultural renaissance have gained greater relevance. We all know that Shri K. Parasaran ji, who successfully argued in the Ayodhya land dispute case, he was named as a trustee in the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust. The honor conferred on him today is recognition of his dedication to the sacred cause and his professional excellence. I recall Parasaranji's statement that the arguments that he made in the Ram Mandir case in the Supreme Court came from his heart and from his love and devotion for Lord Rama. His emotions came to fore when he said, "I do it for Lord Ram only." Such was his devotion to Lord Ram and to the cause. In fact, many have opined that Parasaranji's courtroom orations were often a profound exposition of the Sanatan ideals and values. No wonder former Chief Justice of Madras High Court, Justice Sanjay Krishna Kaul, referred to him as the Pitameh of the Indian bar. For his contribution to the law, upholding his dharma as a jurist. Honors like Padma Bhushan and Padma Vibhushan and nomination to Rajya Sabha in 2012 did not in any way diminish his commitment to law. His knowledge of the Indian Constitution and ancient dharma is widely acknowledged and hailed. Excellence has been a way of life with Parasaranji, and this was recognized by acknowledged by almost every administration since 1970s. When you look at his record, his dedication, his excellence, then a verse of Srimad Bhagavad Gita comes to one's mind. Yad yad vibhuti mat sattavam Srimad urjitam eva va tattad eva avagaccha tvam mama tejom shasambhavam. Whenever you see any being extraordinarily brilliant, extraordinarily rich in attributes, extraordinarily powerful, then know that all that brilliance comes from a small part of my splendor. This is what Lord had told Arjun in the battlefield of Kurukshetra. A most sought after lawyer, Shri Parasaranji's faith in ethical conduct was exemplary. Once, when the central government ignored his opinion about the plan to demolish a newspaper's building, he offered to resign if he was asked to defend the government in that case in Supreme Court. The government, despite his public statement, kept him in office and even promoted him as Attorney General of India within 2 months. The NDA government had awarded him the Padma Bhushan. The award of Padma Vibhushan and nomination to Rajya Sabha came from the next UPA government. This shows the profound respect which this erudite lawyer commanded, cutting across party lines. I have heard that he cherished his friendship with late Shri Fali S. Nariman, again a very famous lawyer, noted jurist. And it was Shri Fali Nariman who had persuaded him to shift to New Delhi at a time when when Parasaranji was having a thriving practice in Chennai. But in Kaveri river water dispute, they appeared on opposite sides. And both argued so ferociously that the members of the tribunal felt that the two friends would not see each other eye to eye. And they made it known. Responding to the comment from the tribunal, Narimanji, in his usual humorous style, said, "My lords, this case has brought us even closer. Now we see eyeball to eyeball." Parasaranji himself very often laced his arguments with a touch of humor. While arguing a case, Parasaranji was narrating a story about a guru teaching a student about mithya, the myth, Maya. So, in the story, he was explaining this to the student, and then a tiger appears and Guru runs for his life. The confused student asks the Guru, "If it is all mithya, Guruji, why are you running away?" To which the Guru remarked, "My running is also a mithya." It was at this moment that Narimanji stepped into the courtroom. Parasaranji looked at him and said, "Talk about a tiger," and tiger enters the hall. Today, as we honor Parasaranji with the title Sri Rama Ratnam, we are reminded of the commitment and devotion of a karma yogi. The Indian tradition attaches great significance to the qualities of devotion and dedication, particularly in the case of one who is living what we, in modern language, we will say practical life. In our traditional language, we will say girhast ashram or householder, the life of a householder. And our tradition says how you have to live the life of a householder, girhast ashram. Brahma nishto girhasta syat tattva jnana parayana yad yad karma pirkirvita tad brahmani samarpayet. The householder shall have his life established in Brahma, the supreme truth, shall pursue the deeper truth, deeper meaning of all things, and in all activities, whatever one does in life, shall dedicate all his activities to the eternal being. As if you are, whatever actions you are performing in the presence of the supreme truth or eternal being. Padma Vibhushan Parasaranji is one who attained highest levels of excellence in executing his work. as a devotion to the Supreme Being. I compliment the Indoi Samudaya Foundation for their decision, and I am indeed grateful to the foundation for the honor they have done me by asking me to give award to this extraordinarily erudite and inspiring personality. Now I would like to make few remarks about the theme of the literary festival, that is Ram Rajyam. Sri Ram Rajyam or Dharma Rajyam is synonym of the kingdom of God on the earth with all its aspects. Rama Rajyam symbolizes the ideal society free of crime and war and endowed with all auspicious attributes like peace, prosperity, equality, and complete well-being of the people of the state. Here, I would like to depart from what I have come prepared with, that the unique feature of Indian civilization and culture is that it has not been defined by variable and alienable characteristics like race or how you give expression to your faith or what language you speak. The Indian civilization is defined by inalienable and invariable Atma, which is common inheritance of all mankind, which is all inclusive. If you use any other parameter, then all people do not speak the same language. All people do not have the same color of the skin. All people do not give expression to their faith. God is one. But the pathways to, people adopt different pathways to Ruchinam, Vaichitriya, Dirju Kutil, Nanapajyasham, Nirnam Eko, Gamyastomsi, Paisa Marnaviv. These famous lines were quoted by Swami Vivekananda in the Parliament of Religions, that we Indians, we start our day with the prayer that as various water bodies, rivers, springs, rivulets, they originate from their own sources, but take crooked and straight paths, ultimately merge into the sea. So, Lord, we human beings, depending on our disposition, we take different paths, but ultimately our destination is to merge into you. So that is the unique, in fact, the unique feature of Indian civilization is that it has humanized the divinity and divinized the humanity. So this is what Ram Rajya is all about. It represents the ideal society which is, as I said earlier, is basically free from sense of fear. In the first chapter of Valmiki Ramayana, Narad Rishi uses an elegant phrase, Ramo Rajyam Upasitva. Ramo Rajyam Upasitva, which comprehensively describes only 3 words, but they describe how the king, how Lord Rama as king conducted himself in running the affairs of the state. This is a profound statement which covers everything about the Ram Raj. From these words, it can be easily understood that Sri Ram did not take his kingdom or kingdom as his personal domain or the people of Ayodhya as his subjects. Instead, the kingdom and the people were like deity to him. The word uses upasita, upasita. So the kingdom of Ayodhya and the people of Ayodhya, they were like God to him. They were like deity to him. He took care of his people like a father takes care of his children. He was happy in the happiness of his people, and the grief of any one of them grieved him most. To him, his personal likes or dislikes were of no consequence. Look at the spirit of dedication and firmness of resolve which he had. The Valmiki Ramayana says that on one occasion he declared, Sneham, Dayam, Cha Saukhyam, Cha Yadiva Janki Mapi, Aradhanaye Lokasye, Munchato Nasti Me Vetha. Those whom I love, those who deserve my empathy and compassion, and even Janki, who is my soulmate, who is more dear to me than my own life, I shall not hesitate even for a moment, and I shall not be grieved if I have to renounce all these people, so as to, and the words used are aradhanaye lokasye. He does not use the word to serve the people of Ayodhya. He says, in order to worship the people of Ayodhya, to him service was worship. Everything which is dear to my heart, even somebody who is more dear to me than my own life, I shall not hesitate to renounce them so that I can worship the people of Ayodhya in a manner which I want to do. Look at the choice of words. I have already said that he does not say to serve the people of Ayodhya. Aradhanai, not sevai. Aradhanai lokasya. Basically, we can say on the basis, there's a beautiful dialogue in Valmiki Ramayana. When in forest, this happened between Ma Sita and Sri Rama. Sita says, she wonders, and she says to Bhagwan Ram, why the flowers produce sweet fragrance and nectar? Is it for providing food to the bees, or for the purpose of pollination in order to preserve their species? The law of nature is reciprocity. That is, if you wish to receive something, then you are required to give something. There is nothing like charity. In this bargain, there is neither exploitation, nor selfishness, nor selflessness. To this, Sri Ram replies, I look at things differently. This is a dialogue between the two from Valmiki Ramayana. He says, I look at things differently. In jungle, this is important, in jungle, forest, trees depend for their food on the elements of earth, and some animals consume other animals who eat vegetation. I see them both as the provision and the consumers. Those who consume fear that soon they will not get their fill, And those who are consumed, they fear becoming victims of the predators. I see. Beautiful. The parallel which he is going to draw is simply wonderful. He's talking about jungle. Jungle is opposite of civilization. In jungle, there is Matsya Nyaya. In civilized society, there is Sanskriti. We are bound by law. So he says, in jungle, I see all around an environment of fear. On the other hand, an ideal dharmic samaj or civil society must be free from all kind of fear, abhay. Because the dharma prescribes to build a society that is free from all kinds of fear. And this is not only that Bhagwan Ram is saying so, in Shatpat Brahmin it has been said that a dharmic samaj is one where there is absence of Matsya Nyaya. Absence of Matsya Nyaya means where weak has no reason to fear the strong. In the jungle, the strong, the powerful devour the weak. In a dharmic samaj, in a civilized society, it is the strong who take upon themselves the responsibility that the weak shall live and survive, thrive with dignity. It is our responsibility. This is the hallmark of a civilized society. Srimad Bhagavad Gita also says, Yasman nodvi jate loko, lokan nodvi jate chaya, harsho marsh bhayo deger mukto, ya sa cha me priya. I love one. God is saying that I love one who does not scare anybody and who is not scared of anybody and who does not become angry easily nor becomes too happy, is not excitable. So this is what Indian tradition really stresses upon. Now, I'll take few minutes to describe why Sri Ram, we do not know the exact date, but whatever attributes he has, his story continues to inspire the present generation of Indians as it inspired the earlier generations. Why is that? Maharshi Vashisht describes him as Ramo Vigrahavan Dharma. He was the embodiment of Dharma. He is called Maryada Purushottam, one who respects and never crosses the bounds of law, rules, and morality. His hands are meant for charity. This is what these are not my words. This is what has been said by various composers of the Ramayana. His hands are meant for charity, feet for pilgrimage, arms for victory, speech for truth, and his conflict means death of the enemy. Lord Rama is described as Purvbhashi Priyam Vada, which means that he entertained others with sweet talk and humility. He himself will go forward. He will not wait for anybody to come to him. He would rather go to anybody and say sweet words to him in a very humble manner. At the same time, if someone said something bad about him or hurtful about him, then he would keep mum and would not retort. Uchya manopi purusham notaram pirti padyate. This phrase again is from Valmiki Ramayana. That if somebody said something hurtful, he would not respond. He will just keep mum. He does not want to pay in the same coin and hurt that person who had tried to hurt his feelings. Similarly, he would not only publicly appreciate any good done to him, but a small act of goodness, he will magnify it and tell about it again and again. Parguna parmanun parvati kirtiya nityam. Any good thing, small, people generally, there's a proverb, you are making a mount out of a molehill. So, of a small act of goodness, he will magnify it and announce it again and again. On the other hand, he would never remember all the good that he did to others. Na smarati apakaranam. Here, what is the real secret behind these attributes, behind this charit? So, there is a story in Valmiki Ramayana that when they had finally decided, this was announced that he will go to the forest, and night, the evening before morning they have to depart. In the evening, they are preparing themselves, the clothes of bark and whatever is to be done, they are preparing themselves. At that time, the younger brother Lakshman, he loses his cool and becomes very angry and blames father Dashrath for all the problems the family has gone through. And he uses words which a son is not supposed to use about his father. Sri Ram listens to him patiently and then tells him, after he has finished, he does not interrupt him. He does not say to him, why you are speaking this language. He listens to him. And when he is finally silent, then Bhagwan Ram tells him, Daho miti ya buddhir vidya sa pirkirtate naham dehaschi datmed buddhi vidyate bhannete. He says, Lakshman, the cause of your anger is that no more, at least for 14 years, since you have decided to go with me, therefore for 14 years you will be deprived of the comforts of the royal palace. And in the forest, you will have to suffer many difficulties, many privations. You will be denied, so many things will be denied to you, you are used to. Therefore you are angry. But you are not realizing that it is the body which goes through this experience. If you think you are your body, then you are victim of avidya. You are not your body. You are Atma. Chaitanya Atma. And Atma, as they say, as it has been said in Bhagavad Gita, na jayate miryate va kadachi nayam bhutva bhavita va na bhuya ajo nitya shashvatoyam purano Nahanyate nahanyamane sharire. It is, there is not even death for Atma. So where is the question of suffering for Atma? So you have to make a distinction between the two. Who you are. Are you this body which is undergoing change every moment? Or are you Atma which is not subject to change, which is eternal? Which does not take birth, which does not die. I look at the whole thing from this angle, that basically, not just ideals, values, mindset, ethos, traditions, everything is basically rooted in this concept. Even as I said earlier, that our civilization and culture, Dr. Birjendranath Seal, who was a contemporary, a classmate of Swami Vivekananda, he has used a beautiful term. India is ever aging, but never old. And the experts believe, they are of the opinion, that the secret of the continuity of Indian civilization is in this belief of everything defined by Atma. It is so inclusive in the nature. Then I think I should also, I know I am speaking in Chennai, but I will translate that. It is in Hindi, so I will translate that how to realize Ram. Goswami Tulsidas ji says that the life of Rama is infinite. I am starting with the translation, because I know I am speaking here. The life of Rama is infinite. It is difficult to comprehend him, but he can be known through the medium of love and devotion. Nana bhati Ram avatara, Ramayan satkoti apara, Rama hi keval prem pyara. The only thing dear to him is prem. There is no other route to him except through love and devotion. And finally, I would say that we must always remember that associated with the concept of Atma is the concept of karma. And there is a beautiful story from Anand Ramayana with which I shall conclude, and I hope that will help us to understand our own culture. Bhagwan Ram comes back after 14 years. Ram Raj, Sri Ram Rajyam is established in Ayodhya. Everything is fine, and suddenly one day in the court, a dog appears. And he complains to the king that he has been hurt, physically hurt, for no reason, for no fault of his, by somebody. Inquiry is ordered, report comes, and the king tells the court tells the dog in the court in presence of everybody that your complaint is right. I would like you to suggest what punishment should be given to this man who has hurt you without any reason. So this man who had hurt the dog, he was the Mahant of a temple. So the dog tells Bhagwan Ram that make him the chief Mahant of the temple. Then, like you have laughed, everybody in the court laughed. And they asked the dog that, have you come here to get him punished or to get him rewarded for what he has done? He said that my karmas of the earlier birth, there is so much merit that I am conscious of what I had done in earlier births. But some major sin I had committed. Because of that, I was born as a dog. You are human beings, but you not have that param chetana and you are not aware of your past lives. I am aware of my past life. I was chief priest of a temple, and when you become chief, you feel there is no accountability, and when you feel there is no accountability, you are likely to commit stupid things. I don't want him to suffer a small punishment here. I want him to suffer the same punishment which I am undergoing through. Our cultural legacy, I tell you, is simply astounding. We are to be blamed. Honestly, if we convey what our culture stands for. Prime Minister said from the ramparts of the Red Fort, to better understand our cultural legacy and feel proud of it. We can feel proud of it only if we understand it. And if we understand it better and try to live those values, then we can show once you recognize that, as I said earlier, that Atma is the common inheritance of all mankind. Once we internalize that lesson, can we be disrespectful to anybody? Can we step on the feet of the other person? We say with great pride, India never conquered any country. Tried to conquer any country. Sir, our culture does not allow us to conquer anybody. Our culture says accept and respect everybody as one is. We do not believe in conversion. We believe in traveling from lower truth to higher truth. It's an evolution. It's a process of self-improvement. I have taken so much of your time and you have listened to me patiently. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Valle nanni jai hind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are actually speechless and spellbound. The way you walked us through the various Ramayana literature, and you also gave us the insights from Sri K. Parasaran, the Padma awardee, his courtroom conversations and how he fought the legal battle. The way you described the Atma, the concept, the Brahman, and the way you told us the life of the Grihasastha, the Dharma one has to follow, are all very, very valuable lessons for us to take home. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Srimati Pavitra Srinivasan to render the national anthem? May I request the members of the audience? May I request the members of the audience to raise, please?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल दितरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Request the members of the audience to remain seated. In 2 minutes, we can all leave the hall for a short tea break, and I would request you to come back by 12 for the next session. Please remain seated for 2 more minutes. Request the members of the audience to stay inside the hall. The governor has not left the place. Please wait for the next instruction. Please stay inside the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to come and take your seats inside the hall. We are all geared for the next session. We've also given instructions to increase the temperature or reduce the chillness. So, nambi varlam, dhairiyama vaango. We'll wait for 2 more minutes for others to come and join us. Taking home the points that they are discussing here. As the first 2 sessions have been about Rama, while we are waiting for the speakers, let me tell you some places how they like to associate with Ramayana. There are many villages in Tamil Nadu that like to associate themselves with Ramayana somehow or other. That is the fond love for Rama in this land. There are many places that has historical relevance. Some might not even have historical relevance, but still they like to associate with Ramayana. They will say Rama came here. Rama walked through this place. Rama and Sita came here. There is one such place in the southernmost part of Tamil Nadu, which is called Darisanam Kopu. Many of us might be familiar if someone has tried to take any Ayurvedic treatment. That place is known for the Ayurvedic treatment. This place is named after Rama's one action, that this is a place where he picked up his arrows and kept them in a file, or the arrows that he used went and fell in a file. Kopu in Tamil means file. Tari Saram Kopu is what is today called as Darisanam Kopu. Raman Tharitha Sarangal Kopaha Vilindha Idam. So those arrows went and fell. That too, the selected arrows, Therindedutha Sarangal. So that fell in fire. Why did Rama take his arrows? He took the selected arrows to defeat Thadaka. So close to that, we could also see Thadaka lying as a huge mountain. And this is how every little place, if we see, so this is the place from which he shot, this is where his arrows fell, and this is where Thadaka fell. So they kind of associate themselves with Ramayana. There is yet another place in many of the trucks plying in the city of Chennai, you could see Kurangani Amman Tunai. Kurangu Ani, there is a monkeys were wearing something. What were they wearing? When Sita was carried away by Ravana, she was dropping her ornaments. Wherever she spotted people, she was throwing it. And there are these monkeys that picked up those pearl jewelry and they tried to wear it. Kurangu Ani, monkeys wore it, so that place is called Kurangu Ani. And the very important main pearl, which is always the jewel of a jewelry, that fell in a place and that became the presiding deity of the place, and that deity is called Muttu Malai Amman. Sita's jewelry's main jewel fell and that is called Muttu Malai Amman. There is a small mountain which is filled with herbs, again in the southern portion near Nagarkoil. And people even today very religiously take the herbs from that place to cure from illness. And it is believed that that piece of the mountain is a fallen piece from the Sanjeevi Parvata that was taken away by Hanuman. So when he was flying, the small portion of it fell, and it is called Marundu Var Malai. So the Marundu Var, it means it is still alive, a living place, and people religiously worship that place and take home the herbs to heal from all the illness. Such is that, we can go on and on about many such places where people associate with them. And if we take the storyline also, we believe that Rama came until the place that we call today as Kuttalam, the Podigai Malai, the Podigai mountain, the Western Ghats ends there, to see the sage Agastya and take his blessing. So they decided during their exile in the forest, they will also meet all the hermits and the sages in the forest. And one of their expeditions was to walk until this place to meet Agastya in the Podigai Malai. And that is the rich culture of Tamil Nadu, that every small little town loves to associate themselves with Rama, Ramayana, and Ramavatara. Can we request the speakers to come? We are ready to go ahead, and we are between the lunch. two more speakers. Please come. Wait. Where is Abhinav? Yeah, please bring it. Until then. Please. Yeah. Okay. I had a small little confusion about who are going to be in the panel. Right. Now we have a beautiful panel where we have writers who represent different genres who are going to talk to us about or going to take us through a discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Sri Venkatesh Rangan, a historical non-fiction writer who has written books and presented a lot of research papers. The First Republic and the Age of Pie and Prose are his top sellers, and he has also recently written a book titled Bharat's Military Conquest in the Foreign Land. So here we have, ladies and gentlemen, Sri Venkatesh Rangan. And with us today we have Anant Merathia, who's a practicing commercial dispute solving lawyer who practices in India and Singapore. And his book, Defaulter's Paradise, Last at Delhi, is very popular amongst the readers. And we welcome you here to our Satas, Sri Anant Merathia. And with us yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we saw the launch of the book, The Barber. The author of the book, Sri Abbas Kumar Madharia. I'm very sorry. Abbas is fine. Abbas is easier for me to go ahead with. Thank you. Is an architect and author. And he basically started writing fiction and then moved on to writing history. He was inclined towards the leftist thought and then moved towards the right. Am I right? Yeah. So left to right is always right. And history wing. So fiction to history is another transition that he has seen. And one of his books titled Modi Again is his first entry to documenting history. And with them in conversation is our own Mr. Surendran. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now listen to the panelists.
Thank you. So I'll be moderating this, and this is going to be kind of an interesting panel. We have somebody who's written on history, somebody who's written on corporate law, somebody who's written on history, somebody who's written on corporate law, and fiction turned non-fiction history writer. And so we have three genres here, and we are trying to get all of these together and try to see what's really common between all three and what really makes a book work. The job of writing a book, what makes it work. So we would like to start by asking each of the authors, why did you write whatever you wrote? I mean, so first probably we'll go with Mr. Venkatesh Rangan, who's written a book. Do you have a copy, sir? That's okay. His book is about the expeditions and the military activities of Indian kings of the past all over the world, all over Asia, both Southeast Asia. We've all heard of the Cholan expeditions and the Pallavan expeditions to the southeast. He has also extensively researched and written about expeditions further west of what is now today's India. And that is very interesting. And why this particular subject? And this is your third book. So why this particular subject? How did you pick up on this?
Namaskaram, everyone. So just to answer why, right? And for this, please humor me. I'll start off by asking you a question. Okay, so I'm going to make a statement, and I want to genuinely ask you, before you heard my introduction, what do you think about it? Okay? So across history, we have been constantly invaded, okay, by different invaders, but our Bharatiya Hindu rulers never attacked the invaders' countries. So I'll repeat. For example, Arabs attacked from Iraq, Arabia, etc. to Bharat, but our Bharatiya Hindu kings never attacked in Iraq, in Arabia, in Samarkand, in Turkestan, wherever. How many of you think that this is, genuinely believe that this is a correct statement? Correct statement. In the panel, that's what we know, right? Now, just think of this. There are no less than 75 inscriptions, texts, numismatic evidences, archaeological excavations, okay, explicit mentions, I'm not talking about interpretations, explicit mention in a dozen languages across 15 countries, which talk about our military expeditions, military victories, not just in Southeast Asia, okay, explicitly in countries as far as Israel, Palestine, being politically correct, Arabia, Syria, Iraq, etc. There are no less than 21 expeditions by 14 different dynasties. Okay, and I'll give you a very small example. One of the most powerful empire in Islamic history is supposed to be the Abbasid Caliphate. They ruled from North Africa right up till the borders of China. They smashed virtually every opposition which came under their, which stood against them. The Eastern Roman Empire, the Tang Empire, there was a Battle of Talas, they defeated them, etc. The one empire, the one kingdom or the one country which fought them in multiple battlefronts in their own territory, in Basra, which is in Iraq, in Fars in Iran, in Zulfar, in Dibba, was a Bharatiya Hindu empire called the Pratihara Empire by Nagabhat II. The Pratihara Nagabhat II. And how do we know this? Why am I telling this? It's not a WhatsApp kind of thing. There are 3 inscriptions from 3 different countries, inscriptions records. There is a Sira in Iraq by Munir ibn Rayyan. Okay? All of them are in the same date. Munir ibn Rayyan. There is an annal called Tufail al-Ayan from Oman. There is a Sanskrit inscription in Bharat called the Gopadri Prashasti. What is the common point? All of them are the same year. All of them talk of the same contemporaries, same kings, etc. What is the common point? The common point, I'll start with a Sanskrit. It says, just like Prabhu Sri Ram, the Vanaras built a bridge across the ocean and Prabhu Sri Ram went across the ocean to defeat Adharma in Lanka. So, under Ikshvaku Kulam Unnatam, Sucharitra Swanam Ankitam, Pratihara Raja Kuladipaka, Aparanta Samudradipati, Pratihara Nagabhatta Swanam Ankitam. So this Pratihara Nagabhatta with his son Ramabhadra crossed the oceans, Aparanta Samudra, and again fought and defeated the Lanka or Adharma which was in the Lanka. The same years, Munir ibn Rayyan in Iraq, in Basra, says we have been attacked by the Kufr of Al-Hind, Bahariya Al-Hind, by the sea. They have attacked us, and in a battle, 50 fatalities have been recorded by the Abbasids reserve guard, which was in Basra. In the same year, the Tufail al-Ayan talks about multiple raids in Zulfar and Dibba. They were so effective that the entire fleet of Ghassan was grounded for at least a decade, and they couldn't supply their positions in Sindh. Now, this is just one small example. To give you another example, there is a letter in Arabic in year 12, okay, written by the Caliph, the first Caliphate, the Rashidun Caliphate, which wiped out the Persian Empire. The entire ancient Persian civilization was wiped out by this Caliphate. In the year 12, the Caliph writes a letter to his general Khalid bin Walid, who is forward deployed in a place called Al-Fa in Iraq. And he writes that, be careful because at this moment, it is being, that garrison is being attacked by the Bedouins or the Arabs by land and by the Al-Hindis from the sea, the Bahariya Al-Hind. So that there's no ambiguity, a letter in year 16 by Muhammad ibn Zabir, or rather record by Muhammad ibn Zabir Tabari says, Shahanu Shahi al-Hind, or the king of Hind, is the person who is launching these attacks. And we know in another record that this was none other than Furumisha or Parmeshwara or Satyashriya Pulakeshi Parmeshwara, the great Chalukya ruler of Bharatvarsha, who had attacked. So, just to come back to this issue, why is it we don't know about all these things? You know, that is the thing. Why is it we feel strange when we actually, hear about all these things, right? The reason is because we subconsciously, irrespective of ideological proclivities, irrespective we are left, right, center, we have a stereotype of a Hindu ruler. What is the stereotype? A Hindu ruler will always be regional. When you hear about Cholas, when you hear about Cheras, what comes to your mind first? When you hear about Marathas, okay, first I'm in Tamil Nadu. When you hear of Marathas, what is the first thing which comes to your mind? Maharashtra. When a person outside Tamil Nadu hears about Cholas, what is the first thing which comes to your mind? Tamil Nadu. So, the first stereotype is Hindus are always regional. They've been warring among each other. Second stereotype is our Hindu kings have always been defensive. We have always been attacked. Our whole kind of country, our whole kind of country was our world. So when I started thinking about this, I realized that there was a difference between what our Itihasa tells us and what the common narratives tells us. What does our Itihasa tell us? Our Itihasa tells us that from the very inception of time, Prithu, who gave the name Prithvi, conquered all the 7 Dvipas. Jambu Dvipa is the smallest of the 7 Dvipas. And even within Jambu Dvipa, the southern part of Jambu Dvipa is Bharatvarsha. Now, irrespective of whether you map these continents to modern continents, the fact remains that there was a thought that even this from Himalayas to the sea, it's a small place of a large world, and that large world has been a part of the conquest of great Chakravartins. Kshitija Vijayati Sucharitrair Divyam Jayati Vikramaditya. Who is a Vikramaditya? A Vikramaditya is a person who not only spreads Sucharitra. All cultural expansion is good, civilizational expansion is good, but the prerequisite for that is Kshitija Vijayati. The whole world, Kshitij, should have a control. And when I say control, it's not a conquest type of control, but an order which is based on your Shatra Dharma. And only a person who's able to do that is a Vikramaditya. So when I found this, I would say, dichotomy which is there, okay? And the more I researched, the more one more basic myth we have. I'm sorry if I just take 30 more seconds of your time. For example, if I ask you, name me one ancient ruler who politically unified the whole of Bharat, from the Himalayas to the sea. Please name me one, any. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Okay. So see, we are in Tamil Nadu. Now, you will not believe it, you can check this. Multiple Sangam poets or multiple Sangam acharyas, multiple Sangam texts tell us that the northern boundary of the great kings, Karikala Cholan, Shingatuvan Chiran, Nedunjayan, the northern boundary was not Krishna River, was not Vindhyas, it was the Himalayas. Okay? So the Sangam age was a Vaidika age. The Sangam kings were Chakravartis of Bharatvarsha. Similarly, the Rashtrakutas, Govinda III, campaigned from the Himalayas to the Rameshwara Setupandu. In the Palas, Devapala also from the Vakhan corridor, Kamboja, to the Rameshwara Setupandu. So there are no less than 41 different rulers across Bharat. It's often said that we were politically disunited but culturally united. That's not true. Our cultural unity was very much based on political unity. The great Kuru Samrajyam, Yudhishthira, the Pandava Samrajyam, was not a cultural union. It was a political union also. And majorly a political union. Rajasuya and Ashwamedha Yagna, they were not just yagnas. There was a show of military force. There was a military deployment. There was a political unity. It may have been an acceptance of the Chakravartiship. So, given the fact that there was such a dichotomy between what Itihasa teaches us, or what we are grown up with, and the common perceptions, that's when I started researching on this. And I found this very relevant to a modern geopolitical context also, because what Bharat aspires to be, it's very important that this aspiration needs to have a very strong Shastra Dharma build up into it. And that's the reason I came. I'm sorry for taking so much time.
That was a lot of information. I'm feeling much smarter already. The next author on stage is Mr. Anant Merathia, who's a corporate lawyer, and his book is a book called Defaulter's Paradise Lost, which is about the insolvency and bankruptcy code. And Mr. Merathia yesterday, he said, I don't want you getting up on stage and asking me, ignorant questions. So he gave me the book. I read the book and I'm going to now ask even more ignorant questions. So, Mr. Merathia, how did it come to be that you wrote this book?
Okay, firstly, thank you so much, sir. Thanks for this thing of at least making an effort to go through the book or reading the book. Thank you so much for that. First thing I think I should tell you that I'm the odd one out over here. For sure, I'm the odd one out. Neither am I speaking about too much of history, or for that matter, I will speak only on a subject that I work and practice day in, day out, and what significant work that has happened, which has had an impact on the business, legal, I would say economic ecosystem of the country. So to begin with, why a book on a particular specialized legal subject? I won't even get into the what law it is. Of course, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, people may know this through these popular cases which got resolved, the non-performing assets and so on and so forth. The general perception of a law book, to, if I may use, not even the common man, but a common man who understands business and commerce or business and economy, even that person wouldn't ever pick up a law book and read, because the general perception, it'll be very heavy, it'll be very verbose, it'll be a lot of sections and this and that, it'll be quite heavy to read. So I thought it's important that there should be books written which gives access to the citizens, to the common man, to understand what these laws are. There are a lot of new laws coming in, evolving laws, and ultimately, why does a law come in, and what is, who does it impact? It impacts actually the people of the country, the citizens, the stakeholders. If the stakeholders are not aware, and they are pretty much depending either only on professionals or some, I would say, information which is available online. So I thought to begin with, there should be an endeavor to start writing on while legal subjects, but then simplify it to the extent possible for the common reader who can at least understand, safeguard his or her interests, business interests, company interests, to the extent possible, know what are the nuances to some extent that they need to know, so that they are not completely caught unaware, because this is a, especially if you see the last 10 years, it's a very evolving legal regime. To give you a context, this is one of the significant laws, and of course we will discuss more in the subsequent discussions, but GST, for example, a huge game changer. Then people are not even aware that there were significant amendments to the Arbitration Act which made it time-bound, where a fee schedule was set in for the arbitrators, making it more cost-effective. The Mediation Act has been brought in last year, where the idea is to reduce the pendency of litigations in the courts. See, we can go on cribbing all our life. There are 2 lakh crore cases pending, 3 lakh crore cases pending. 3 lakh crore is the present number, primarily in the district courts, then high courts, and of course Supreme Court, about 60,000 cases. But there is also work happening parallelly to try and see how these cases can be minimized, how a foundation can be put together. For example, there is this Jan Vishwas bill, which decriminalizes a lot of relatively minor offenses, makes your ease of doing business a little better. So people need to know what these are, so that they're still not stuck in the old mindset that, yeah, doing business in India is very difficult. The ease of doing business ranking in India 2015 to 19 itself, there was a significant jump from about 163 to 102nd position, so on and so forth. So yeah, my primary reason, if I would say, of course, there's a lot more I can cover in terms of new laws which have, from the business sector, the business and economic sector, which have been brought in, the manner in which during the most, I would say, unexpected COVID situation, a lot of companies were given loans, were given financial support by the government. These are things that people should know. And as much as you can criticize, criticizing is the most easiest thing. But when you talk with certain amount of data as to how a certain law has performed, that makes it more, I would say, contextual, gives the person the right even if you want to criticize, do a constructive criticism how you can make things better in that particular law. So if I were to put it in one line, what was the objective of writing this book? To make a particular subject, and there will be more going forward in the series, to give access to the common man in a simplified language of a legal subject, which would in some point or at some point or the other have an impact on their lives. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next author is Abhasji, who has written this book, Babur the Chessboard King, on the life of Babur. And this covers the early part of Babur's career as a king and a conqueror. Now, much has been written. I mean, in fact, Babur himself has chronicled his own life in the Baburnama, and there are contemporary histories and histories written in the Persian language in subsequent years, and even histories written in the modern today's world in English and so on. Why another book on Babur? That's a very interesting,
First of all, I must thank Chennai Lit Fest for having me here. And Jai Sri Ram to all of you. And Namaste. So, why this book? And how I got into write something that to a subject which many people may not even like to read about. That was the initial feedback which I was given from the publishers too. But of course, the book was launched yesterday, and when you look at the cover, you don't deem to feel that there was any conspiracy that it's matching the tag of the thing, because the moment you peel it, it was just the color palette. And yeah, and it's a gorgeous one. This book is destined to cater not to left wing, not to right wing. As I said initially, it will cater to the history wing. And having grown in a family where history somewhere certainly came as a pedigree, because my father is a historian, and I grew up listening the anecdotes of history, and mostly medieval, because my father happens to be the professor of medieval Indian history. So the tales of the great Mughals, whom I don't call Mughals anymore because they were not, they never called themselves Mughals, was always embedded in the mind. And while I was growing up, I come from a very small town called Hazaribagh, and Hazaribagh has always been known to be charged up for the religious zeal, and when the Ram Navami comes, so comes the CRPF officers, because they have to be on the duty, and as I mean to say that the riots were a very regular phenomenon. And I was 4 when this incidence of Babri had happened, 1992. And till next 2 years or 3 years, always it will, the moment the anniversary will come up, the news would be there that Babri, and people often related to Babri with Babur, though he happens to be a different character. So while growing up, this name was always in the mind. And as you go further up, the NCERT books are all there to glorify the Mughal courts, and certainly Akbar the Great, which itself is a very ironical name, because Akbar itself means great, the great, Mahan the Great, but that apart. So, of course, the NCERT books were loaded with a lot of literature around these people. Of course, I won't say that Vijayanagar Empire was not spoken of, but it was not spoken of in the tone and tenor as it was supposed to be like. And again, what it did, the NCERT books creates an amazing rift of north-south divide. Of course, Aryan invasion theory was there, but what was there most of the times, that history which is always Delhi-centric, and of course the Mughal Empire is very much glorified. But what people failed to tell about the Vijayanagar Empire was this, that the ancestor of Babur, who was Shah Rukh, the son of Taimur, he had sent his ambassador called Abdul Razak to the city of Vijayanagar, because till then that part of the world thought that we are the wealthiest people of the lot. And of course the anecdotes which is coming in the European world also say that somehow the empire of Samarkand is very rich and very wealthy. But somehow he heard that there's a land called Vijayanagar, and let's go and explore. He sent his people, Abdul Razak, to Vijayanagar, and what he saw, the accounts, what he's written is something very amazing, where he's saying that the biggest bazaar, what we have in our capital, is not even close to the size of the palace in which the king of the Vijayanagar lives. It talks about the stories of the gems being sold on the street and so many things. The gold is just flowing, etc., etc. So this was never recorded in the NCERT books. So what it necessarily did is that when it was about glory, glory was always about a certain reason that is up there in the north and around the Delhi and especially around the Mughal Sultanate. But the time went ahead and I became a communist. Of course, architecture had a lot to do with it because the way we are taught, and Ujjwala Chakradev ma'am spoke a bit about how architecture is taught and how it is. It certainly talks a lot about the Roman architecture. It talks a lot about the Mughal architecture too, in the name of syncretism, that how we merged the Indian idea, and even Kashi is told to be one of them. I don't know which architect can build the way that thoda sa Islamic, it's just impossible. But yeah, architecture school gave me a lot of ideas about the postmodernism and modernism, which led me to lean into with communism because I was prone to read literature. And then there was an incident which made me come into the so-called right wing, because I don't believe in right and left, because it's a very French concept, somehow can't fit in our narrative. But then as the time went ahead, the Mughals started becoming very much relevant in the TB debates. You will feel that perhaps, I don't know whether Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj or Aurangzeb were again to get into the elections, but they were very relevant. So a curious guy in the 20s who is just growing up, it became pertinent to really understand that what is behind these tales. We heard the narrative from Javed Akhtar and the likes of them that Mughals made India richer. So the question is that whether they made India richer or they just let it remain the way it was, because the source which they were quoting was Angus Madison. And when I went back to the source, I found that in 1500 AD, our GDP share was 25%, which India today is very boldly putting across, 25% GDP in the Mughal era. You know, Mughals gave you so much. But I went back at 1000 AD in the Angus Madison. I found it's 28%. I went back to 180, I found it's 32%. And I found that our GDP share went below China for the first time in the reign of the great Akbar. Before that, our GDP share was always a bit elevated. GDP per capita, it means that how much average money each and everyone owns. GDP per capita growth was negative only in one phase. That was 1500 to 1820. Even in the British era, it never went negative, GDP per capita growth. And then I thought it happens to be something which can be made into lecture, then the PPTs. And then I thought that when I have already got the PPTs, then why not look into the way that where I can get out of this useless social media fights and make it more pertinent through the book. So the idea grew, and I thought that maybe 6 books on the Mughal emperors. And then now I see that it can't end before 9, because Akbar may be 2 or 3 volumes. So this Babur may be, thank you. So this book, Babur, is just life of Babur for 13 years, and a lot more is gonna come in the sequel, which will talk about his part into what he does in India, maximum. And that will be of utmost interest to a lot of people, sure. But it's very important to understand that why Babur was the way he was, right? What was his childhood conditions and so many more things. So, and I did this book after reading the original manuscript. I did learn Persian. I accessed the original Baburnama, illustrated Baburnama manuscript, which is kept in the National Museum, which was commissioned by Akbar. He translated the Turkic manuscript which Babur had written into the Persian. It was done by Abul Fazl. So it's a very first-hand account from that point of view, going back to the primary source which Jadunath Sarkar said, but unfortunately historians till the time now don't go back to the primary. So in the name of primary source, you use the translation. And I found the contradiction in the translation too. Anis Beveridge and earlier the Thacker had done it, and so many times they have some contradiction. So we can't rely on translations. Like Africa of 1920s was also read as India. So there are multiple such instances. So we need to go back to the original sources. And that's how the journey has begun. I don't know where it will end, but it's the start. Let's see. Thank you.
See, going through all three of these books, one thing that struck me was, how did they find this out? This is stuff, I didn't know that, we didn't know that, but there's a lot of information, even though you may read by yourself in an unstructured, self-taught manner, there is a lot of information that is to be gleaned by very disciplined primary research for the respective book. And that brings me to my next question, which we'll probably again start with Venkatesh ji, about, can you describe the process of the research? How did you go to the primary source? And just walk us through that process.
Sure. I think, so for example, for my book, right, the third book, that is Bharat's Military Conquest, it involves a lot of countries, right? So the best way to do it is, so the way I did it is, I looked at different dynasties, okay? Looked at contemporarily what are dynasties in other parts of the world, okay? So then when you pinpoint that, you look at references, start from the the different inscriptions which are there, let's say in the Pratiharas or the Cholas, etc. Start if they mention of any such, okay, oh, I'm sorry. So you just start with any inscription which talks about any expedition or a military operation across the seas in other parts of the world. And just correlating that with that particular empire and, basically that. So let's assume if it's a Pratiharas, it's the Arabs, right? So you look at different parts of the then Abbasid Caliphate. So it could be, let's say, parts of northern Oman. It could be the, because at that point of time, Baghdad was the center of stick, so it will be Iraq. So that's how it kind of started. So you have to go dynasty by dynasty, king by king, and correlate it with the relevant
with respect to the book on the legal subject, of course, always the primary source are the judgments itself, the legal judgments that are available. But what we did was, this was, of course, a long drawn process, took about 3.5 years. I would give the credit to my team, my colleagues who are working with me on this, 3 of them, put in a lot of hard work. A lot of people generally think it's during the COVID that, you tend to write a book, and that's the time people have used, which is fine. But in this case, this was an exception where in 2019, we started working on this. COVID, we actually gave it a break because at that point in time, our priorities were different to ensure everyone's safe, so on and so forth. With respect to the research methodology, what did we have to research upon? Of course, a lot of it comes from on-ground practical experience that we see in the courts. So that put together with a lot of legal judgments, case laws, and the good thing about this particular law that we've written about, the Insolvency Code, is that official data is available on a quarterly basis by the government itself. So you get to rely on, again, first-hand primary data, and a lot of times we correlate that with certain judgments to see if that is what the judgment says. If there's something spoken about personal guarantors, is the judgment also saying the same thing what, let's say, a particular report says? And that read with some other maybe parliamentary debates and discussions, but it was primarily, I would say, legal judgments that we relied upon. And where we had the tough time, or where we found it difficult, is to get data of the 80s and the 90s, because see, we start in this book starting from something called the, in the 80s there was something called the BIFR, Board of Financial Reconstruction, which was brought in to rehabilitate sick companies in a bad shape. We all know what happened. People used to just get a registration done over there. There's a moratorium completely. Nobody can go behind you. No banker can go behind you. So a lot of, I would say, misuse of good intent legislations, followed by, of course, on and off. There were always these challenges where in our country there was a financial discipline that was lacking. The culture had kind of moved to a point where once you take a bank loan of beyond, let's say, X amount, 500 or 1,000 crores, that level of a loan, you kind of become the, if I may say, the Javai of the bank. The bank kind of treats you very cautiously, carefully, because they know they can't go behind you beyond a point. And if they kill you itself, then how will they recover the money? So of course, and the second problem was our legal system wasn't strong enough to get the banks the right recoveries. So we had some difficulty in getting the data during that period because it wasn't so much well maintained. So there we had to actually go judgment by judgment, orders, collate. But yeah, apart from that, again into the 90s, similar situations, the winding up cases that were going on in various high courts. So we went through this whole regime starting from the 80s, 90s, and then, of course, the larger economic challenges that the country faced, where it was a fragile five economy and the NPA, people wouldn't believe that our NPA status was about 8 to 9 lakh crores. And we had about 11% NPA situation, gross NPA situation, way back in 2013, which as 31st March 2023 is somewhere about 3%, 3.9%, which is a huge, huge game changer, huge game changer. So just imagine a bank giving a loan, knows that after, for the 100 rupees that I've given to a person, I will get back only 89 rupees. And today, the bank is assured that you get 96 rupees. That's important. And number two, when the bank loses 11 rupees on a 100 rupee loan, who bears the brunt of it? We as citizens, because the interest rates go up and our EMIs towards our bank loans, all of those go up. So these were practical things which were not all put together in one place. So I thought, okay, it'll be a good idea to start with the background, I would say converge economics, business situations, where the country stood, and what led to some, I would say, some call it a harsh law, some call it a very difficult law, but certain important decisions had to be taken, and what led to that. So that was my journey on this.
So, yeah, this book entirely is based on the primary source, which I have mentioned in the introductory part itself. So journey to get the primary source was quite tricky, because the way we understand primary source is also very interesting. Because most of the people believe at times, in historiography at least, that when you have got hold of a translation, hey, you have got a primary source, but that's not true. Yeah. So when I began to look into the life of Babur, everyone told me that N.S. Beveridge Sujan's translation is the most authentic one. And before that, also certain translations were done, which was based on the Persian manuscript. The N.S. Beveridge Sujan's manuscript translation was based on the Chagatai Turkic, in which Babur had written the Baburnama. Then there are certain instances, well, I will quote one of them. When you read Beveridge's translation, she's mentioning about, and there are two Beveridge. Many people think husband and wife, they tend to think that both are same. The husband had done the translation of Gulbadan Begum's Humayunama. So in the translation, you will read when Babur is taking the title of Ghazi, it's written pagans, in bracket, infidel. The term what you come across in the Persian manuscript is kafir directly. So pagan is a certain group of people. So in the translation you see, I don't know whether it was agenda or what, but you can certainly see that a mistranslation or the misrepresentation for a certain cause. And there are many such instances, and you can do it. When the confusion arose, the whole idea was that I need to go back to what Jadunath Sarkar had said in 1953 while he was retiring, and he said to his pupils and to the pupils of pupils that, you know, this is a glorious time for India because now we have access to the manuscripts in the languages of the authority. As in, if certain text is written in the Persian language, you can go back to it because the archives are there and everything. But unfortunately, after that, it never happened. It's not happening even now. So I took up a journey to learn the Persian enough so that I can read the manuscript if I cannot converse in Persian. And I got the access of the manuscript. I made the notes, as in while you're translating, you will keep on making the notes, how the story is flowing. After making the notes, I further concised it into a story flow. And then I wrote the book. That's how the outcome has come. Wherever I saw that I am unable to translate, it's getting a bit tough. So I used N.S. Beveridge's translation to place it, that this quote is coming from there. But apart from that, there were a lot of secondary sources which were also used, secondary and tertiary. Like the case which I'm building for the economic plunder or the disasters what happened during this Timurid rule. It is coming from the book of Cambridge Economic History of India, edited by Tapan Roy Chaudhary and Irfan Habib. They have done fabulous work tabulating the Mughal economy. Then I also used the work of Shireen Mushfi. Then, of course, Angus Maddison was used because Angus Maddison is what is quoted, though economists will tell you that perhaps that's not a very appropriate way to deal with the GDP calculation. But if you're using it to base a case that in the period of the great Mughals, you had a great economy where 25% GDP share existed, then why can't I use and tell that, boss, when they came in, the GDP was even more than that. And it further got down when Akbar was ruling, and so on and on. So those sources have been taken into account, and at the same time, to even there's a certain period where Banis Bivris Sujan has also failed to write about it because certain fragments of the manuscript, the folios were missing. So for that, I've used the works of Farishta to build the case that what exactly would have happened. So it's a mix and matches, but largely the narrative of Babur is based on entire primary source, and I call it absolutely primary because I did make a notes out of the Persian manuscript by translating, and that's how the journey has been for this very book.
I'll probably ask a few questions specific to each of the books, just to prove that I actually did read the books that you guys gave me. So, Venkateshji, the sense that I got from the the expeditions, especially to West Asia, was that there is no real theme of expansionism, or there is no real theme of a motive, or is there a common thread which connects all these expeditions together? Could you give us a sense of why did they actually go and take on these expeditions, especially in West Asia, which is not known to most of us?
Sure. Just to also add, before I come to the specific question, is that my book also talks about expeditions in mainland China. I'm using, actually it should be called China, because I'm excluding Yunnan, Tibet, East Turkestan, etc. from it. But largely coming back to your kind of question, right? See, none of the expeditions are launched to establish a supremacy. Supremacy in the sense of saying that my race is better, or my religion is better, or my culture is better, etc. Right? So what were the most common ways, especially in West Asia? Counterattacks. So if suppose the Arabs had a position in Sindh and they were supplied from different ports in the Persian Gulf, the attack in the Persian Gulf was to cut the supply lines out. Okay, that was one. B, protecting our diaspora. So the attack on Al-Faw, by the Chalukya Navy, was to protect a Indian merchant community there. You'll be very interested to know that every single Arabic text of that period calls this part of Iraq as Arde-Hind, land of India. The reason was there was a very large Bharatiya Hindu merchant community settled out there. And they were under threat because of the rise of the Rashidun Caliphate. So if you look at the history of Islam, when they actually rose, that was the initial frontier battleground between the Sasanian Empire and the Caliphate. So to protect them, this was kind of taken in. Counterattacks, Parmara Lakshmadev campaigned across the Oxus. Vangshu Kanthasthalam, his camp was based in the Vangshu, just surrounding Termez. Now Termez was the main religious center of the Central Asian Turks. So Muhammad Ghazni, all Ghaznimids, etc. Remember, Muhammad Ghazni had attacked Somnath, right? Parmara Lakshmadev comes around the turn of the 12th century, right? So this is basically a kind of a counterattack. It's also psychologically kind of telling him. So counterattacks, protecting your diaspora. Then the Chola expeditions. Chola expeditions, if you look at Kadaram Kundam, Rajendra Chola, there are many other kings from Tamil Nadu actually campaigned in Southeast Asia. Pallavas are there. There are 3 Chola emperors, etc. But specifically speaking of Kadaram Kundan, Rajendra Chola, that expedition was twofold. One part of the Chinese Song court had blocked market access to the Ainu River or the Tamil merchants based on lobbying of the Shailendras, who were then ruling over the Indonesia, Malayan Peninsula, and were a very important power at that point of time, right? So this was a clear-cut, what they call today the sea control operation, or not a sea denial operation, a sea control operation They established military bases, and in fact, we have a Chinese text, very interesting Chinese text, where a Chinese emperor begs the different kingdoms of Southeast Asia, please send your ships, we are not able to send our ships. So the Cholas had established such a strong naval control across the ASEAN region that not a single ship dared leave the shores either of Indonesia, Malaysia, or of China to trade for at least 3 years after the 1025 sea expedition. So that was A, to protect the economic interests, and B, also that because the Shailendra emperor at that point of time, as per Arabic source, he challenged the Prabhava Shakti. So as per Arthashastra, there are 3 kind of Shaktis for any Chakravarti: Mantra Shakti, Utsaha Shakti, Prabhava Shakti. Prabhava Shakti is your power of royal majesty, what you project, what you call today's power projection. So the Shailendra king there was a rumor among the Arabs, and Suleiman tells this, that he said out of all the Indies, the greatest king is the Shailendra king. So it was a direct attack on the Chakravarti. Remember, he was Gangai Kondan at that point of time. He had campaigned up to Ganga. He was positioning himself as a Chakravarti of pan Bharat nature. So here was a Shailendra king who was blocking access of your traders, who was establishing a monopoly. He started he started telling those people that you have to transship here. You have to, only trade with these traders, which are the Malayan traders. So to protect our economic interest and for the Prabhava Shakti, to establish the fact that you cannot psychologically torment us, by this nature. So there are these multiple regions. And a final reason was wherever there were uninhabited lands. So I've spoken about Dharma Vivardhan Kunal's campaign in East Turkestan or Xinjiang, right? Please try and understand the Silk Route, which is so famously talked, and today the modern Chinese Republic is promoting this in their Belt and Road initiative. That Silk Route would not have been possible without Bharatiya military conquest. And why do I say this? The entire Tarim Basin, which is a Xinjiang today, was an inhospitable, uninhabited land. If you see excavations before Dharma Vivardhan Kunal's expedition, that date, they were in a Neolithic stage of sedentary, migratory kind of, it's called the Kurgan culture. They used to have the funerary mounds, the Kurgans out there. This first city stage which started in Tarim, where Vaidika, Sanatana, Tibetan sources state of 150 years, they used to worship Pishiman De, Vaishravana, Dev Kuber. That Tirthasthana was done by actually Dharma Vivardhan Kunal. So because of Indian expeditions, civilization came in there, though it may sound very pompous, but the fact remains that agriculture was introduced when Fokoki, the Chinese text, says that all kinds of crops were grown only after the, let's say, the expedition from Yen2. So I think these multiple reasons, A, where there were uninhabited lands, I think I quoted a Sanskrit shloka earlier, to kind of spread the Sanatan conception of, let's say, of an empire of a higher consciousness, and that includes welfare. B, protect the economic interest. C, our diaspora. D, counterattacks, either in form of cutting the supply lines of the enemy. Preemptive attacks also, Chandragupta Vikramaditya's attack in Sasanian Persia. Preemptive attacks, or for that matter of, let's say, making a psychological attack on the enemy's key target areas. So a lot of them. Sure.
It's all Bharat all across. So he referred to the Shailendras, and it would be very interesting for all of you to know that the Shailendras are none other than the Sailadova dynasty from Kalinga, who were not in good terms with the Bhaumakaras and the initial Gangas or the imperial Gangas, and they moved out to the Southeast Asian lands, Indonesia, Java, Borneo, and assumed the title of Shailendras. And they were the earliest inhabitants of Southeast Asia, and they were the principal monarchy to set up the entire infrastructure. So that is what I'm trying to say. It's Akhanda Bharat all across. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an insight. Anandji, going through your book, typically legal works or even a detailed write-up about any legal affair, usually there is a lot of reference to specific case law, and there are specific judgments, and reading through it, just trying to make sense of it takes a lot of effort in terms of referencing, cross-referencing, and so on. But in your work, what you have done is you have made the kind of write up a little more of a flow like in terms of a narrative. So that led me wondering what really is the target audience of your book. Is it practicing lawyers, or is it the SMEs, or is it the general public who needs to be more aware?
Thank you, sir. So to answer that question straight away, and then I'll get the thought process behind that. See, the target audience, or if I may say people who can read this book, it need not in fact be only practicing lawyers. It can be practicing lawyers who don't specialize in this area of law to begin with. And I will then go on to possibly the other professionals, chartered accountants, company secretaries, and so on and so forth. And SMEs, you very rightly mentioned, because MSMEs are the ones who are the backbone of our Indian economy, and they're the ones who tend to get hit the most before even realizing what's hitting them. The bankers, law students, and for that matter, I would say any person who, as I said, this book is for any stakeholder in the system. Stakeholder could be somebody who is a CFO, a senior employee, who could be a vendor to a company, a creditor, so any of these. Primarily, I would say business promoters who tend to do quite a few, I would say, and I have this strong views on this whole concept of personal guarantors, where they tend to give guarantees of family members left, right, center who have nothing to do with the business, and when things go down south, and then the family members have to suffer because of that. So it has a piece of, I would say, relevance for each of these stakeholders. That's number one. And yes, since you were mentioning that, there's a certain script that we have put together. So the reason for that was just to give a context of why and what happened. See, basically after the LPG reforms, which is your 1991 liberalization, privatization, and all of globalization reforms, which also, as I understand, was a need of the hour. It was not something which the government very happily did. It was a need of the hour. India was in a bad financial state. Post which there was a lot of money coming in from abroad. Businesses started booming. Debt expansion started happening. In the 2000s, a lot of businesses started expanding left, right, center. There were heavy valuations. There were, I would say, overvaluations being done. And this was in early 2000s where actually a lot of lending happened without proper, I would say, checks and balances being put into the system. And that is where we started falling into the trap, where lending was happening based on projections, reports, valuations, which were not authentic. We all know that there were challenges in the system around then. 2008 crisis, some businesses genuinely got impacted. Some used that crisis for actually ensuring that they cover up some things which may not otherwise be known as ethical, like siphoning off of money and businesses from the businesses. And also sometimes a lot of illogical expansion plans which went haywire. The challenge and the worst part, all this was still to some extent acceptable. What was very unfortunate is 2010-11, we knew that we are heading towards a crisis, and it was something called the evergreening of loans that kept happening. 31st March, everybody wants to be seen as clean. The bank's balance sheet should be clean, so should be the business. Therefore, just to service the interest, the bank will give a small additional loan just to ensure that it doesn't show as a non-performing asset. So this evergreening started in 2009-10. There's official RBI documentation that's available. You can go to the RBI website, look up of what are evergreening norms and so on and so forth. So this 2000, I would say 9-10 to 2014 was the most dangerous period. And if we had continued doing this, which is basically putting the dirt under the carpet and just continue evergreening, I think we would have been in shambles today, very different from where we actually stand. The fifth largest economy, and where the world is looking towards us, and there is investments coming in. Today we have a choice. There are countries who are willing to invest into India. I'm not saying that we are being pricey, but then we can today, to some extent, have a say in our FDI policies. When we speak, the world listens. So, see, law enforcement, the whole legal system has a direct connection with both businesses in-house, that is inside the country, and also the way the global businesses look at you. So, it was a tough step that had to be taken, wherein a law came in. And the interesting part on this law, which not many people know, see, it's the most common narrative is, I won't take the names, but the famous 2 or 3 names who took huge bank loans and ran away from the country, so on and so forth, and that keeps happening. But this one law actually has helped, without getting into the details of how many companies and all of that, just at about 900 companies undergoing certain resolutions, revivals, 3.25 lakh crore plus has been brought into the system where sick companies have been acquired at this cost, which means the creditors, the bankers have got about 3 lakh crore plus into the system. And what is most, I would say, satisfying, while I do have some criticisms also in terms of the only focus towards recovery and not actually revival of the business, that's a different subject, possibly in one of the subsequent questions if we have the time. But what's interesting is the mindset of businesses is changing. Just with about 27,000 odd cases that were filed under the insolvency code, even prior to admitting the company into insolvency, about 9.7 lakh crores has been officially paid back to the creditors, which means today the businessman, today the entrepreneur, the promoter is thinking of financial discipline, is worried that the company may go out of my hands. So actually, if you take that almost 10 lakh crore figure, 9.7 lakh crores, and all of this I'm quoting from is official government data called the IBBI Insolvency Board. So 9.7 lakh crores plus 3.3 lakh crores, which is about straight away about 13 lakh crores. Plus, of course, more in terms of, and this is recorded data. A lot of times when settlements happen, the numbers are not recorded in the orders, so there could be a lakh or 2 crore more. The point being that there have been two significant shifts. One, a reasonable amount of money has come into the system back, which has really helped the banks. Today, our banking system, which was otherwise running into losses, is for the first time in the last 2-3 years, they've started showing profits. And you can see that with the share prices of the public sector banks. There's also an IIM Ahmedabad report which says that a lot of these companies which underwent the resolution process, today, after 3 years of the resolution process, these companies are doing quite well on different parameters, and one which gives me a lot of satisfaction, or two of them, is they're spending 50% more on employees, which is a lot better. And actually their capital, the assets, the quality of assets are getting a lot better. So that's an independent academic report, again available in public domain. So it seems to have worked. Yes, there's always be criticism. There will be need to bring in some changes. As I say, possibly time for looking at this particular law version 2. For, because the law came in at a particular point in time when we were very fragile. Today we are in a better position. Now from here, how can we get better? So yeah, that would be my response to that.
Thank you. Abhasji, the title of the book itself is The Chessboard King. And one theme that kind of emerges is the way this guy keeps moving around and his, kind of rivalry between him and another chieftain. So could you just, kind of expand upon that?
Yeah. The title of the book is Babar the Chessboard King. And the title, which is, this title actually was given by Farishta to Babar because of the journey what Babar was always having. His life started with a lot of shambles because his father died at the age of 11. When Babar was just 11, he lost his father. And he had got the responsibility to take the lead and rule the country. But his uncles, both from the maternal and the paternal side, didn't let him have a great life. Far ahead, also the other enemy, who is a Shaibani Khan, who happens to be somebody who had once defected from the army of Babar's uncle, who is Ahmad Mirza. So he always wanted to take back the prestige, whatever he had. And he somewhere was always an enemy to both the Mongols and the Timurids. So what emerges very interestingly during my research is they never recognize themselves to be as Mughals or Mongols, because Mughal is a corrupted word for the Mongols. The empire which Babar established was also known as Timurid Gurkhania. It was never called Mughal Empire. These are the Europeans who use this connotation because they recognize people not by culture but by the races. So for them, because their root goes back to Genghis Khan. In fact, before Genghis Khan, there's a guy called Tunamai Khan. So Tunamai Khan is on the top. Then you have got from him in the 5th generation, you have got Genghis Khan. In the 10th generation, into the different league, you have got Taimur. And the lineage of Taimur, we get Babar. And whoever comes in the lineage of Genghis Khan are still the Mongols. And they took the title of the Khan, whoever leads. And the empire which was established by Timur was also known as Gurkhania Empire. Gurkhania because Gurkhanian is the term for son-in-law, because he had married into the house of Genghis Khan, given that he wanted the power, and that time to be the Khan was something very prestigious. And the Khans were not as nomadic as they would go to become in the near future. But before that, the Khan were very sophisticated people. They were greatest of the civilizations, as in the Mongols. And you will be surprised to know that the guru of Voltaire, the Dr. Locke, said that if the colonial world has to learn from somebody, it has to be Genghis Khan, because Genghis Khan was highly secular, though he killed everyone without knowing that, without really taking a call that which religion you belong to. He killed all. And there was a period when Genghis Khan also had got this title of the defender of religion, because he had saved certain Muslims. A common conception which people have is Genghis Khan was a great enemy of the Muslims, but he actually saved the Muslims too. It further gives a credential to his secular attribute. And in the lineage of Genghis Khan, there is a guy called Jochi, who is the eldest son of Genghis Khan. And from the Jochi's lineage, we get this guy Shaibani Khan as well. He is also coming from that lineage. And he was a warlord who was serving in the army of Ahmad, who happens to be uncle of Babur. And in one battle in which the maternal uncle of Babur, who is Mahmud, and Ahmad from this side, they crossed the sword because they want to take back the Tashkent. Tashkent was one taken by the maternal grandfather of Babur, who is Yunus Khan. So he took the advantage of the brawl between these two brothers, the Babur's uncle, and he took Tashkent. And in that battle, that is called Battle of Chirkik, it is 1488. That's when Shaibani Khan defects with 3,000 Uzbeks. And then later on, he forms his own Shaibanite empire as well. And he always has this thing to disturb the Timurids. So wherever Babur will go, he will follow. So, and Babur will run off from there. So he will be coming to Samarkand, then you will see that Babur is moving towards Andijan. That's the reason why he moves towards Andijan, and then further he comes down to Kabul, because he thought that now I will not be disturbed by Shaibani Khan at all. And his first expedition towards Hindustan, he made 5 attempts to enter into Hindustan. And the 5th one, he became successful. And the first 4 one were unsuccessful. And in the first 3 instances, it's because of Shaibani Khan's fear that Babur is trying to come further east, that, now he's also coming to Kabul. And he was really a person who always had the horrors in the dreams of Babur, because Babur could never take him. And he always feared that he will take back whatever I'm gaining. And because of this hip-hop journey of Babur from here to here, there, who plays the chess, they will know that the king is the one who gets killed, then the whole game is over. The checkmate and the game is over. Yet, the king is not that powerful that he can just go from this house to that. He cannot make a larger leap. So Babur's life was more or less like that, and that's the reason why he was given the title the chessboard king, and I took the liberty to place it here.
Thank you. We are fairly close to lunch, so I'd like to open it up to audience questions. Since we are fairly close to lunch, I'd request you to please keep your questions, just 2 questions, to the point, topical, please.
Just as Justice Kishan Kaul has asked for a Truth and Reconciliation Commission related to the Pandits, based on what Anand said about 2009 to 14, this evergreening business, can there be a movement, pressure brought on the government to dig deep in, because this is economic murder of the system, banking system? Is that possible?
Well, if the Honorable Apex Court of the country intervenes, everything is possible. It is. Yes, it's something which should be, the reason for that why I being a part of, I'm a lawyer, so I would not want to wanting to be commenting on an institution, but yes, if something like that happens, what we will be doing is setting the context right for the next 25, 50 years, because in 2047, we want to say India at right there on the top. You can't afford the similar blunder happening again in these next 2 to 3 very crucial decades. So yes, to that extent, and if some of the people who are found at fault, no, absolutely no sympathy for them. They need to be put to task so that you set the benchmark that you can't mess around with the country at the cost of the common man. So yeah, I agree with you.
My question is for Abhas, and this has to do with the publishing process of the book rather than the contents of the book itself. So because there was one book by a very famous academic that came out, and it said that most of India is in the northern hemisphere, and that book passed legal and editorial scrutiny not once but twice over. Now with your book, given that it's on a somewhat sensitive, controversial and other topic, can you reveal anything about the editorial process and what kind of standards you had to match or meet that were expected in a book like this?
What was very interesting that the copy editor of Oh My God was very well aware about the subject, and he happened to know it really well. And as you were saying that it just passed on, though it's very infactual, the point which was stated in the book. But I went through a lot of scrutiny, and in fact, this point as well about the use of the term kafir, which I took directly from the Persian manuscript, that was questioned because the translated version talks otherwise. Though I am picking the most authentic one, what is exactly written in the Persian, but because the translated version are easily available and people feel that they have the access to the primary source, though they are not. So those kind of challenges were there. Apart from that, I had to support my case for the Taj Mahal with a lot of evidences. When I say Taj, then maybe the people are thinking that I'm gonna go in the terrain of Tejo Mahal. I'm not going there because I don't know the primary source. I will not talk about it. So it was about when Taj was commissioned. I use the term commission because people have sentiment if you say that it was that. So I always say that Taj was commissioned irrespective of whether it was existing a structure or not. Sum of money of rupees 41.8 million, or say 4.18 crore rupiah, which is a silver coin, was used to build it. And that was the period when famine had hit the Deccan, the Malwa, and the Surat. And between around 1630s, and that's where this structure, the Taj, is also commissioned. And in that famine, around 7.4 million people lost their lives. And we have got the account from the eyewitness accounts there. Peter Mundi has visited the place and he's speaking about it. Lahori, who is the biographer for Shah Jahan, he's also talking about it. And what I came to know that this famine was also manufactured by Shah Jahan, right? So, we take the names to Churchill that you murdered around 3.5 million people, and this guy did it 7.4 million. And the amount of population was much lesser. The proportionality that was, so for that, I had, because I was writing in the introduction part, that was not the main narrative of my book. I was just basing a case that why this book is needed. I had to bring forth the primary sources again for this. I had to dig into Lahori, that what he's talking about it. The secondary sources wouldn't have helped. But yeah, I have seen the books from the same publishing houses at times with certain names, which I'm quite critical of, and you can certainly question the sources the way they have been put. Yeah.
So that brings us to the close of this particular session. And please, if there's any questions, you can approach the authors directly. And please buy the books.
May I request Shri Abhinav Agarwal and Shri Surya Sarathi Roy to honor our panelists. And it was a wonderful session. Now in our minds, we are traveling through the Mughals, sorry, not the Mughals, the Chalukyas, the Marathas, and in between the loans and the legal battle there. So we are got in a lot of inputs. Thank you so much, panelists. And maybe give them a good round of applause. Please come to the center of the stage. Can you come forward? Thank you so much. You've been a great audience here. So now let's take a break for lunch and assemble back by 2:10 and look forward to listen to Dushyant Sridhar.
Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. Check. Check 1, 2. Check. Check.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've all had your food, rested, and now looking forward for food for thought. And we have been filling our thoughts with rich information right from yesterday's morning until this time. And some of our thoughts, made us travel through the Akhand Bharat, travel through the scriptures, Puranas, Itikasas. And the last session also we saw the modern writing, historical writing, fictions. And we walked through various genres in terms of literature, scriptures, writing, speaking, thinking, all these aspects. We are always interested in listening to stories. Stories age no bar. We are ready to listen to stories. We are hooked up. And we always love and look forward to listening to stories. And if the stories are always backed with evidence, reference to the Puranas, reference to the Bhagavatas from where the story is drawn, it makes it even more interesting. It is almost like a lawyer presenting to you with the facts. And now you know whom I am referring to. The speaker of our upcoming session, Sri Dushyant Sridhar, who very succinctly puts forward his thoughts, always evidence-based. Today is an arena where we talk about evidence-based medicine, whereas Sri Dushyant Sridhar always talks about our scriptures as evidence-based data and presents it beautifully, be it a literary forum or amongst the bhaktas, or it is a TV debate. It is always an evidence-based presentation. A chemical engineer by graduation, Dushyant Sridhar is a Vedic scholar and an exponent in Tamil, Sanskrit and English. And the list of texts that he has read is very long. If you Google his name, it mentions him as a movie director. So I would also like to mention that here. And without much ado, the main theme of the day is Sri Rama. We will look forward to Sri Dushyant Sridhar to walk us through the path of Sri Rama in Tamil Nadu. May I request you to take the dais.
कूजन्तं रामरामेति मधुरं मधुराक्षरम् आरुह्य कविता शाखां वन्दे वाल्मीकिकोकिलम् वेदवेद्ये परे पुंसि जाते दशरथात्मजे वेदः प्राचेतसादासीत् साक्षात् रामायणात्मना. Namaskars to the Astikas who have gathered for this literary festival. I am humbled and honored to the organizers who have invited me on this solemn occasion. Of course, the topic has been dealt in terms of temple, architecture, music, dance by experts in those fields. I have been asked to speak from the literature side of how Tamil Nadu especially has been at the forefront in Sri Rama and Sri Rama Bhakti. Honestly, today, a discussion such as this, be it in a forum or a conclave, or even a casual discussion, will end up with a question, Ramayanam which? Because we believe that there are too many Ramayanams. In a way, yes, it is. But Rama's story is only one. And that has been told to us by Valmiki. So, Valmiki's Ramayanam is Mukhya Pramanam. There is no doubt about that. Of course, Kamban has dealt that with all figures of speech, and Tulsidasa's Ramcharitmanas is extremely beautiful, no doubt. But when it comes to Pramanam, it is Valmiki Ramayanam alone. So when I speak about Valmiki and I speak about Valmiki Ramayanam, how does Tamil Nadu feature? Because the grandest of the commentaries called Bhushanam by Govindaraja belongs to the state of Tamil Nadu for Valmiki Ramayanam. So we have close to 6 commentaries. People do, now we have temporary Twitter and Facebook experts on Shastram. And there is of course a sarvagna.kora.com. It knows everything. So we trust in Kora and more than what Valmiki has said. But in Sanatana Dharma, which is Hinduism, I know the locality in which I am speaking may attract attention, but it warrants that Sanatana Dharma, which is Hinduism, we believe that along with the Mukhya Pramanam, the Mula Pramanam, the commentaries are equally important. Without the commentaries, it is very tough for us to even decipher certain shlokas. So we have 6 commentaries to the Ramayana. We have Maheshwara Tirtha's commentary, we have Nagesha Bhatta, we have Trayambaka Makhin, we have Govindaraja, we have Shivasahaya. So these are all the large commentaries, 6 large commentaries that we have. One is based on Dharma, the remaining 5 are extremely grand, and of them, undoubtedly, amidst the group of scholars, Govindaraja's Bhushanam or Govindarajiyam is the best, and to that Valmiki Ramayanam and its grandest commentary, it belongs to the state of Tamil Nadu. I begin there. In Valmiki Ramayanam, in Kishkindha Kandam, there is a mention where Sugriva tells Rama, when Rama is all soaked in melancholy as to where Sita is, he says, I kind of noticed a woman crying for help and throwing away her jewelry. And then he showcases the jewelry to Rama, stating that this is what we could gather from what she threw. These were collected by our Vanara Sainyam, and here I showcase it to you. Rama, that he had been crying for days and months together, and that his eyes were swollen, he wanted to get the confirmation done with Lakshmana, who said, Naham janami keyure, Naham janami kundale, Nupuretva bhijanami, Nityam padabhi vandanat. I neither recognize the ornament that's worn on the arm, neither in the choker that's worn around the neck. I recognize only the anklet, because that is the only way that I could prostrate at the feet of my divine sister-in-law, who is like my mother. Ramam Dasharatham Vidhi, Mam Vidhi Janakatmajam, Ayodhya Matavim Vidhi, Gachata Tayata Sukam, says Sumitra. So, there is this occasion in Kishkindha Kandam which states that the Vanaras gathered these ornaments, brought them and collated them together and presented to Sugriva, who showcased them to Rama. This portion is taken by a poet in Purananuru, which is one of the earliest Tamil works that we have recorded so far, with a very acclaimed and celebrated historian who's also my friend Chitra Madhavan here. I should not be talking about dates. So, it's always safe to say between 5th century BCE to 2nd century CE. So, somewhere between that. It's one of the oldest works of Purananuru, which is said to have belonged to the last Sangam age. And there are various poets who contribute to making that compendium. In that, one poet says, he says that there was a poet in the locals who was not that celebrated. But one day it happened so that he had Shukra Yoga. In Jatakam, you have Shukra Yoga, right? Shukra Dasha, Shukra Yoga. Jyotishya Shastram is so important to Ramayanam, and Govindaraja explores that completely. He says a person who's born on Navami Tithi, Sesha Bhagaha. A person who's born on the Navami Tithi will always leave a balance. That is why Rama kills Subahu and leaves Maricha as balance. He fights 13,999 demons and leaves Akampana as the balance. So this is the dosham of being born on a Navami Tithi, says Govindaraja. Now coming to the point. So this poet sings beautiful poems in front of the king, and the king gives him some jewelry. And this poet goes and showcases this jewelry that he has received as a gift, now as a possession, to his family members. His family members who have been living in the heights of destitution and poverty are unaware which jewelry should be put where. So they start putting the vanki somewhere on the head, the choker on the leg. So they start asthana sneha karunyam, they start misplacing jewelry. That time the poet in Purananuru writes, like how the Vanaras were confused as to which jewelry to put where when Sita threw the jewelry, are these. See, even for a simile, you are so soaked in Ramayanam in the state of Tamil Nadu that you end up borrowing from Ramayanam. So that's where Purananuru begins. Silappadigaram, which is often attributed to the author, who is said to have belonged to the Jaina Matam, Jaina. We have a history of Jaina Matam even in Bhagavatam. We begin from Rishabhanatha. And we have Bhagavad Ramanuja, who extremely condemns it. Not that Shankara and Ramanuja spared Buddhism and Jainism, but they fought it philosophically, not through the sword. So, in Jaina Matam, we have Saptabhangi Vadam and so on. So, this poet is said to have belonged to Jaina Matam. He says in Aichiyar Kuravai, Vadavarayai Mattaki, those of them who do not understand Tamil, the medium of this lecture is in English. But to literally translate every word is going to be seriously impossible. So, it is a beautiful language. I say that with full responsibility. Please learn. So, Vadavarayai Mattaki Vasukiyai Nanaki Kadalvannan Pandurunal Kadalvairu Kalakinaye. Then he says, Muvulagum Yiradial Murainiramba Vagai Mudia Tavia Sevadi Seppat Tambiodum Kanpond. Look at the comparison. He says, you know why Rama had to walk in the forest that was infested with thorns and stones? Because he did injustice to Bali. Because he went to Bali's house, Yajnavatika, on the banks of river Narmada. Bali was performing a yagam. Brihaspati Savena, Vajapayam Yajeta is the vakyam. He was doing Vajapayam, Brihaspati Savam. So he, out of great magnanimity, sheer magnanimity, told Vamana, whatever you want, you ask. See, when somebody tells you this, you have to be extremely courteous. He should have just picked 3 measures of land. Instead, he took the entire world. He didn't do justice. The poet says, it's called Nindastuti. He says, in that element of sarcasm, you didn't do justice when you went to the Yajnavatika of Bali and you asked for 3 measures of land. You didn't do justice. Injustice was meted through land. So on the same land, you're doing the prize chittam where the stones prick you. Moovulagum ஈரடியால் முறை நிரம்பாவகை முடிய தாவிய சேவடி செப்ப தம்பியொடும் காண்போந்து, he says. So Silappadigaram talks about Ramayana. Coming to the Alvars, Tirumalizai Piran, he says, Kondai konda kodai meedu then ulavu kuni kun, undai konda ranga votti ul magilda nadanur. Who is the one who was impressed with letting the hunch go in and come out? Because it seems Rama, in his childhood days, used to take mud balls and attach them to the end of his arrows and shoot at the hunch of Manthara. தோன்றிய கூனியும் துடிக்கும் நெஞ்சினாள் ஊன்றிய வெகுளியாள் உழைக்கும் உள்ளத்தாள் கான்று எரிநயனத்தாள் கதிக்கும் சொல்லினாள் மூன்று உலகினிற்கும் ஓர் இடுக்கண் முட்டுவாள், says Kamban. Kamban describes Manthara. He says, what is her characteristic feature? Staying in one place, she can keep fights in many houses. மூ உலகினிற்கும் ஓர் இடுக்கண் முட்டுவாள். That Manthara, she had a hunch. And Tirumalizai Piran, the Alvar, says that the mud ball used to go and hit at her hunch, and the hunch used to go within her because of that little tingling feeling. And the Lord used to be quite impressed with that hunch going in and coming out. Kondai konda kodai meedu then ulavu kuni kun, undai konda ranga votti ulmagilda nadanur. Periyalvar, he states in Periyalvar Tirumozhi, சித்திரகூடத்திருப்ப சிறுக்காக்கை முலை தீண்ட எத்திசையும் திரிந்தோடி வித்தகனே ராமாவோ நின்னபயம் என்றழைப்ப அத்திரமே அதன் கண்ணை அறுத்ததும் ஓர் அடையாளம். See the conversation, what Periyalvar says. See, roughly historians don't exactly give the date for Alvars. They roughly put them between the 5th and the 8th or the 9th century CE. We don't have an exact date. He was born on this particular date. So I'm talking roughly 750 years before Cambridge was formed. That's our benchmark, right? So, these days when I'm called for lectures, we have speakers who speak before and after. With no offense meant to them, they're all wonderful srishtis. But still, if they're asked to talk about Rama, there's no word like bhakti, murti and all of that. Rama is a momentum. Rama is an energy. Rama is velocity. I doubt if I'm sitting in a physics class. Rama is bhakti personified. Why does it take so much of effort from our side to use our own words and bring in words like mass, momentum, velocity, energy? And I don't know how, and they have no connection with science that way. Okay, let's come back to the topic. Now, see, I'm a person who gives discourses, so I don't stick to the topic. That's the essence of person who does pravachanam. Periyalvar states, these are the identities that Hanuman told Sita. Hanuman, when he meets Sita for the first time in Lanka, she wants to be doubly sure if this is the original messenger, because she didn't ask for this verification from Ravana. So she's now asking, have you come from Rama? How do I believe you? That is when Periyalvar, the father, the foster father of Andal, says, Sittiragudattiruppa Shirukakkai Mulaithinda. Mother, do you remember while both you and Rama were housed in the forests of Chitrakuta, there was this kaka, the crow that came and pecked at your bosom, that blood oozed, and then Rama took a blade of grass, made that into an aishikam, which is a brahmastram, and at the end of it, as a sign of his punishment, took away one of the eyes of the crow. This is what Periyalvar says, what Hanuman told Sita. But those of you who have read the Ramayana will know in Sundarakandam, Hanuman does not tell this to Sita. Sita tells this to Hanuman. So the commentator asks, how could Periyalvar shift this story? Immediately we will have our own jnanis who will say, no sir, this happened in the previous Chaturyuga. वो पहले वाला रामायण था, वो 1.0 था, अभी 2.0 में जो बोल रहे हैं, वैसा नहीं हो सकता है ना? See, that's where my Pracharya, who was Mahamahopadhyay Uttamur Swami, he used to state, look at the verses of Valmiki Ramayanam. When Sita narrates to Hanuman about this Kakasura incident, there are 4 verses which is told in first person, 3 in second person. See, for example, Sita tells Hanuman, Hanuman, you know, when both of us were staying together, this happened. Suddenly she'll say, Rama, I told you, right? Suddenly she'll make the conversation between her and Rama. 3 verses will be between her and Hanuman. So those verses which are between her and Rama was not known to Hanuman. Those which were told to Hanuman directly was known to the world. So what is known to the world can be conveyed by Hanuman to Sita. So Periyalvar shifts that in Periyalvar Tirumozhi. So this is another message which my Acharya has resolved. Andal, such a devotee of Krishna, she explores Krishna everywhere. Shangodu Chakkaram Yendum Tadakkayan Mannu Vadamadurai Maindan Urutti Maganai Pirandu Orirevil Thuya Peruneer Yamunai Kadandu Urutti Maganai Volithu Valara Peimulai Nanjundu Kallachagadam Kalakkaliya Kalochi Kundru Kunila Verindane Kundru Kudaya Veduthonai. Every bit of Krishna Avataram is described by Andal, who is referred to Krishna Devaraya as Amukta Malyada. But she tells whom she loves the most. Shinattinal Tennilangai Komanai Chetra Manattu Kiniyan. You know who has impressed my mind and heart? It is the one who killed the king of Lanka. Sinattinal Tennilangai Komanai Chetra Manattu Kiniyan. So Andal speaks about Rama. Tondaradi Podiyalvar, who, you know, Tondaradi Podiyalvar, those of you who have known Tondaradi Podiyalvar, he gave 2 prabandhams. One is called Tirumalai, the other one is it is called Tirupalli Ezhuchi. Those of them who claim to support the Tamil language will find it tough to pronounce. It is Tirupalli Ezhuchi. Now, Tondaradi Podiyalvar was extremely famous to bring about the lesser known Upakhyanams. We have Vishnu Trayam, we have Vishnu Puranam, Vishnu Dharmam and Vishnu Dharmottara Puranam. So these are 3 books. In Vishnu Dharmam, we have one anecdote called Mudgalopakhyanam. It is found only in Vishnu Dharmam. Tondaradi Podiyalvar is the only poet, to my knowledge, whatever I've read in Shastram, who invokes this. Namanum Mudgalanum Pesa, Narage Ninnargal Ketka, Naragame Suvargamagum, Namangal Udaya Nambi. So he tells about the squirrels that performed Kainkaryam to the Ramasetu. Remember, Valmiki does not make a mention about the squirrels. In Setu Bandhanam, there is no mention of the squirrels. There is a Upakhyanam called Setu Bandhana Kavyam by Pravarasena, who belonged to Maharashtra. He gave the Setu Bandhana Kavyam, which has 2,500 verses in Prakritam, how the Setu was constructed. It has been invoked in Kavya Darsha as well. He does not talk about the squirrels either. The only person who makes mention of squirrel is Tondaradi Podiyalvar. He says, Malaigal Nukka Kulithittam Puranditodi Malaigal Utta Silamila Anilum Polen. Like the squirrels that, you know what squirrels did? It's an interesting conversation. The commentator Periyavachan Pillai tells 900 years back. It seems some monkeys were carrying large boulders and rocks and were throwing them into the sea. But between the rocks, you need something to fill the gap. Somebody has to do the masonry work. So the squirrels got together. They used to bathe. They said, monkeys, you don't even have acharam. You're not bathing. See, they used to jump into the oceanic waters with their wet bodies. They used to come and roll their wet bodies on the fine sand of the sea. So their body was filled with sand. They used to go between the rocks and used to shake their body. All the sand used to go between the crevices. So they used to tell the monkeys, the pace at which you're working, it will never get completed. Do fast. So that was the commentary to that particular shloka. So that is why, I don't know why, Anil in Sanskritam or Tamil, service is called Seva, Sevai. Tamil Nadu has this brand, Anil Sevai. I have not taken a single rupee from them. Okay. Tiruppanalvar. Tiruppanalvar, he says, Sadurama Madilshul Ilangai Kiraivan Talai Pattum Udiravoti Vor Venganai Kuitavan Vodavannan. Vedanta Deshika gives an exquisite commentary true to his name, Vedanta Acharya, called Munivahana Bhogam on Tiruppanalvar's Prabandham. He says, this particular Lanka had Mummadil. Whenever the Tamil poets describe Lanka, they will call it the 3-layered fort. Because it has water as a fortress on one side, then there are mountains, and then there is forest. So there are 3 layers that Hanuman and the Vanaras had to cross. So there is a clear mention of Tiruppanalvar in his Prabandham Amalanadipiran. I don't have to talk about Tirumangayalvar because he says, Yezhai Edalan Kilmagan Yennadirangi Mattavar Kinnarul Shurandu Malaiman Madanoki Umbi Embi Endrolindilai. See, when Rama meets Guha, Guha was a childhood friend of Rama. He belonged to the Nishada Jati. So he was a boatsman and a hunter man. So he meets Guha for the first time and he has to introduce Sita. So what should he do? Sita, this is my good friend Guha. From today onwards, make friends with him or accept his friend request or whatever. This should be the conversation. But Alvar says, Umbi Embi Endrolindilai. Rama did not make a conversation like that. He said, Sita, this is Guha, a very nice man, learned man, very benevolent. He's your friend. So he's my friend. Umbi Embi. Point is, till now I might have known him. You have seen us now. Only if you accept him as your friend, I will accept him as my friend. Umbi Embi Endrolindilai, says Tirumangayalvar. So, you have a list of Sri Vaishnava saints, the Alvars who have described Ramayanam head to toe. There is one work called Pasurappadi Ramayanam. Periyavachan Pillai has taken verses from the 4,000 esoteric verses of the mystic saints called the Alvars and strung the entire Ramayanam together. Thirumadandai, Manmadandai, Irubalum, Tigada, Nalavandamillador, Nattil, Perinbathu, Adiyarodu, Tanikol Sella, Vitturukkum, Ayarvarum, Amarargal, Adipadiana, Aniyar, Pulilshul, Aranganagarapan, Alainir, Kadalullalundum, Navaipol, Avarar, Tunayendru, Tulangum, Nallamarar, Tuyatira, Vallarakar, Valvai, Palpadukkavenni, Kallai, Pennaki, Valal, Chilayarth, Maidiriye, Manampunandi, Irubatturukar. It just goes on. It goes on. Now, the moment I have a Tripundram and I speak about the Alvars, some Paramagyani commentator will write, see, he is a fanatic. He doesn't talk about the Nayanmars. There are close to 700 verses from the Tirumurais where the Nayanmars make mention of Rama and the Ramayana. Ramayana does not belong to one sect. It belongs to Dharma. And even people who hated Rama finally had to live with that name for quite some time. Arunagirinatha, the celebrated devotee to Kartikeya, Muruga, because Muruga is celebrated in the Tamil land. But trust me, the mention of Kumara Sambhavam, the Shabdam occurs in Balakandam of Ramayanam. Rama listens to Kumara Sambhavam. 9 different anecdotes Rama listens. Vedanta Deshika says, Kushika Sutta Katitha Vidita Nava Vividha Kata. 9 anecdotes Rama listens. In Balakandam, he listens to Sharavana. Sharam is a reed. Wherever you have the reeds of Shara, it is called Sharavana. Because he slid from the amniotic sac of Ganga, that's Kannam Karoti, it is Kandaha. That Skanda becomes Kanda in Tamil. He's called Guha. So, the essence of Kartikeya Charitram comes in Valmiki Ramayanam. Arunagirinatha, when he celebrates Rama's greatness in Tiruppugal, the first Tiruppugal, Muttai Tarabatti Tirunagayattikira Shakti Charavana, Muttikkuruvittukkuruvarayana Vodum, Mukkat Paramarkuchurudin, Mutpattadu Karpittiruvaru, Muppattu Muvarkattamurarum Adipena, Pattittalavattakkanadoru, Vachaikiremattai Puruduru, Pattapadavattatigiri, Liravaga, he mentions of Rama, he calls him Pachaipuyal, the personification of flawless beauty who shines like the emerald that's cut from a mountain. So Arunagirinatha gives a very beautiful description. He goes very close to what Vedanta Deshika says, Namastasmai Kasmai Chana. He says, when Rama walked by Mithilopavanam is the outskirts of Mithila where the ashram of Shatananda and Gautama was. So there was this lady who was deemed to be a stone because there is no word of stone in Valmiki Ramayanam. She looked like a piece of stone called Ahalya. And Rama was going to Mithila to marry Sita. And what was the CV? Empty. What was the achievement of Rama? He listens to his parents. Who will give their daughter in marriage? Maapla yarna appa amma vecha keparna kudupalo. நீங்களே வெச்சுக்குங்கோம்பா. அதனால what was the achievement of Rama? Vishwamitra had this Herculean arduous task to fill his CV. So while he walked past the hermitage of Shatananda and Gautama, it seems Rama's feet touched Ahalya, and that was more than enough for Sita to marry. Why? Because she wanted to marry somebody who's pure gold. And Rama's feet, whenever they are described by the Acharyas, it is compared to lotus. Kararavindena padaravindam. But Arunagirinatha says the feet of Rama was akin to that of gold. Why? Because to test the purity of gold, you have to rub it against a stone. His feet touched the stone and she proved right. So, the one who proved Rama was gold was Ahalya, so she got married to Rama. This is what Arunagirinatha says. So there is a plethora, there is a melange of poets in the Tamil tradition who have added such color. I started with Valmiki Ramayanam celebrated commentary in Sanskritam called Bhushanam by Govindaraja. Then I arrived at Alvars. I went to Silappadigaram and Purananuru. The Vagayakaras, the musicians of this land, how much beauty they have added. I bring Kamban in that because I don't call him a poet. He's a musical poet. இவ்வண்ணம் நிகழ்ந்தவண்ணம் இனி இந்த உலகுக்கெல்லாம் உய்வண்ணம் அந்திமற்றோர் துயர்வண்ணம் உருவதுண்டோ மைவண்ணத் தரக்கி போரில் மழைவண்ணத்து அண்ணலே உன் கைவண்ணம் அங்கு கண்டேன் கால் வண்ணம் இங்கு கண்டேன். When people of this world are accustomed to punishing the other person with the foot and embracing through their hands, you have done the opposite, Rama. You have killed Tataka with your hands and embraced Ahalya with your foot. What great achievement you have done. கைவண்ணம் அங்கு கண்டேன் கால் வண்ணம் இங்கு கண்டேன். When Hanuman returns from Lanka and meets Rama, he says, Rama, you know, I saw the lady who gave back the intrinsic characteristic feature of my kulam back to me. I belong to Vanara kulam. A Vanara is supposed to be indecisive, whether to talk or not to talk, whether to come or not to come. Indecisiveness is the feature of a Vanara. Till I met Rama, I was indecisive. Till I met you, Rama, I was indecisive. I did not know who is the one who is to be venerated and paid obeisances to. The moment I saw you, Rama, I thought you are the one. Idam ekam sunishpannam. I was clear, undoubtedly, nissandeham, that I have to propitiate to you. But you know, after meeting Sita, I have changed my decision. I'll propitiate to her. So I have become indecisive again. So who has given me this indecisiveness back? It is Sita. என் குலம் என்னதாக்கி உயர்ப்புகழ்க்கு ஒருத்தியாய தன்குலம் தன்னதாக்கி தன்னை இத்தனிமை செய்தான் வன்குலம் கூற்றுக்கு ஈந்து வானவர் குலத்தை வாழ்வித்து என் குலம் எனக்கு தந்தாள் என்னினி செய்வது எம்மோய், says Kamban. 10,348 verses. The earliest known Ramayana version, a transcreation in a Bharatiya language besides Sanskritam, is Kamba Ramayana. Of course, there was something before that, Kakavin Ramayanam of the Javanese, but that's outside the land. So Kamban has presented Tyagaraja, the Telugu poet who lived by the banks of Panchanadi Kshetram, whom we think we can venerate by just adorning ourselves with lungi today, says, he brings the tradition. He is a Telugu person who settled for generations in the Tamil land. He does not want to give up his tradition of the Telugu marriage where there is a curtain drawn between the boy and the girl. Marugu, Telugu bhashalo, Marugu ante madhyallo unna yavanika. Between the boy and the girl, Marugu ante madhyallo unna yavanika. Curtainiki Marugu anta peru. So it is as if Sita asks Rama, see, I want to see you. Why is the screen between us? Marugu Yelara Raghava. Marugu Yelara. అది ఒక విచ్ఛేదం చేస్తున్నారంటే అది మరుగు ఏలరా, ఒకటి అంటే మరుగేలరా. మరుగేలరా. Of course, I keep asking sorry to all the people who speak Telugu that we are butchering their lyrics. But anyways, we at least sing. So, Marugu Yelara, after Tyagaraja, O Raghava, Marugela Chara Chara Rupa. Every kriti of Tyagaraja, he says, Oka Kirtanalu, Bantu ante, the royal guard, whoever is the chamberlain who protects the apartment is called Bantu. Telugu bhashalo Bantu. It's not Pantu, it's a Bantu. So Tyagaraja says, give me the position of being the chamberlain to your apartment. Bantu riti koluvu viyavaiya Rama. Then Rama will ask him in return, right? What are your qualifications to be my Bantu? Tyagaraja says, as the chamberlain, whenever I listen to your Ramayanam, Rama, I get goosebumps. Romanchamane ghana kanchukamu. Tarvata, next. I have a tattoo. What is that tattoo? Rama Bhakta, Rama Bhaktudanu Mudra villayu. What other qualification do you have? I have a weapon. Oh my goodness, somebody in Bombay had a weapon and had to go to the jail. What weapon are you having? Rama nama mane varakhagami virajillu naiya Tyagaraju nike banturite koluvu. How are the lyrics and the devotion of my Tyagaraja anyway less than any other poet? So Tyagaraja celebrates him. Every kriti. Even if he has to sing about Krishna, there will be Rama. Sadhinchane is about Krishna. That Pancharatna Madhyalo unna kriti, it is completely about Krishna, but there is one Rama there. Hare Rama Chandra Raghukulesha Mrudu Subhaja Sesha Shayana Paranari Sodar Raja. Rama will come there. Muttuswami Dikshitar. Rama Vibhakti Kirtana. Basic Sanskritam we know. Ram, of Ram, by Ram, for Ram. Ramaha, Ramasya, Ramayo, Ramena. For every Vibhakti he has written a Kirtana. Sri Rama Chandro Rakshatu Mam. Prathama Vibhakti. Ramachandram Bhavayami Raghukula Ramachandram. So it becomes the object. Dvitiya Vibhakti. Ramachandrasya dasoham Shri Sita Nayakasya Guru Guha Hitasya Ramachandrena Ramachandrasya Ramakali. 9 kritis. Then he writes independent ones. Kshitija Ramanam Chintaye. In Devagandhari there is one Kokilam. The amount that they have spent on Rama Bhakti is priceless. What do I speak of Sadashiva Brahmendra, one of the greatest scholars in Advaita? Pibare Ramarasam Rasane. Remember, everything I'm saying is coming from this land. This part of the country. Pibare Ramarasam Rasane. Pibare Ramarasam. One another composer who was pre-Tyagaraja, pre-Trimurtis, who lived in a hamlet. I don't even know the GPS even recognizes the proper route. It's called Uttukkadu. Venkatakavi says, Mallikadi Sugandhamaya Navamalikadi Shobita Galena Ullasa Parishilana Chamara Ubhaya Pashvena Kundala Kelana Kalyana Rama. Uttukadu Kavi says. Arunachala Kavi, one amongst the 3 Tamil Trinity, Muttutandavar, Marimutta Pillai and Arunachala Kavi. Arunachala Kavi has written an exclusive Gaya Natakam called Ramanatakam. He says how Sita was. When Hanuman met Sita and then came back to Rama stating that I've seen Sita, Rama goes into the details to understanding how she was in treatment, what treatment was meted to Ravana. Panikala vari jampola nirankusi pagalbor Yugamaga Karitale Prayasi Ninaitange Ravana non var Chi Nillada Yendre Yesi Tanitu Tan Uir Tanai Tan Vida Magarasi Sarum Pode Karnum Samayami Devasi Initamadam Sayal Agarendrider Pesi Rama 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 Yendredir Peshi Kanden Sita. How can you even end up explaining this lyrics? What bhavartham and bhakti that person had? Of course, it's a very sad part that we have one small set of musicians who get into the concept of saying that there is no need for bhakti. I have to leave it to their own, because in Sanatana Dharma we also believe karma is an integral part. And my acharyas have never told me to be abusive. I know how to give it back with elegance. So, bhakti was central to Shastriya Sangeetam. There is no question of whether it is a part or not. There was an acharya of the Kanchi Peetham called Bhagavan Nama Bodhindral. He gave Ramakarnamritam, Kalyananam, Nidhanam, Kalimathamathanam, Pavanam, Pavananam. It is said you go to Govindapuram, you can even listen to the Ramanamam while you're being on that Adhishtanam. I have to talk about my hero, the person whom I love, Vedanta Deshika. He's a polymath, a polyglot, a dietitian, a mathematician, a philosopher, a dramatist, what not he was. That one personality. His Raghuvira Gadyam, one is enough to celebrate the essence of Ramayanam. He uses the toughest of the words in Sanskritam, puts them into prose. Remember, any person who is an acharya will never attempt prose, because prose can never be remembered. It is only poetry which can be remembered. Betty Botta bought some butter. See, we remember so well. Isn't that an essential component of our Vedanta Shastram? And the twinkle? Complete, come on. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, and that person who sat on the wall and fell, what's his name? See, everything is poetry. Vedanta Deshika goes the other way. He thought Robert Frost said, two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler longer. I stood and looked down one as far as I could. He took the other way. He said, I'll take up to prose. Jaya Jaya Mahavira Mahadhira. When you recite Raghuvira Gadyam, you have to make sure the person who's sitting or standing opposite you is 10 feet away. Amrita Varshini. Jaya Jaya Mahavira Mahadhira Dhaureya Devasura Samara Samaya Samudita Nikhila Nirjara Nirdharita Niravadhika Mahatmya Dashavadana Damita Daivata Parishada Bhyathita Dasharati Bhava Dinakara Kulakamala Divakara Divisha Dadhipati Rana Sahacharana Chatura Dasharata Charamaruna Vimochana Kosala Suta Kumara Bhava Kanchukita Karanakara Kaumara Keli Gopayita Kaushikadhvara Ranadhvara Dhurya Bhavya Divyastra Brinda Vandita Pranata Jana Vimata Vimatana Dullalita Dollalita Tanutara Vishika Vitadana Vigatita Vishararu Shararu Tataka Tatake Yajadake Rana Shakala Dhara Jatilana Tapati Makutata Tanatana Patu Vibuda Saridati Atibakula Madugalana Lalita Pada Nalina Raja Upamridita Nijabrijina Jahadupala Tanuruchira Parama Munivara Yuvatinuta Kushikasuta Katita Vidita Navavividakata Maithila Nagara Sulochana Lochana Chakora Chandra Khanda Parashuko Danda Prakandana Khandana Shaunda Bujadanda Chandakara Kirana Mandala Bodhita Pundarika Vanaruchi Luntaka Lochana Mochita Janaka Hridaya Shanka Tanka Parihrita Nikhila Narapati Varana Janaka Duhitu Kuchatata Viharana Samuchita Karatala Shatakoti Shatakuna Katina Parashudara Munivara Karadhuta Duravanamatama Nijadanura Karshana Prakashita Paramishtia Kratuhara Shikhari Kantuka Vihrutyun Muka Jagadiruntuta Jitahari Danti Danta Danturonta Dashavadana Damana Kushala Dasha Shata Bhujamuka Nrupatikula Rudira Jara Bharita Prututara Tataka Tarpita Pitrika Bhrugupati Sugati Vihatikara Nata Parudishu Pariga. This is Balakandam. Whenever we are trained in our Sampradayam, the first challenge that our Acharyas will give to us is to learn Raghuvira Gadyam. If you learn Raghuvira Gadyam, this Mangalam Bhagavan Vishnu, Mangalam Garudadvaja, Jai Jagadisha Hare, all that is cakewalk. You can take Mysore Park walk or something. Let's impress Anand Ranganathan for some time. So, Raghuvira Gadyam is a testimony to the bhakti that this land gave. 1,000 years back, one of the greatest philosophers, Ramanujacharya, Shamitodaya Shankaradi Garvaha Swabalat Udhrita Yadava Prakashaha Avaropitavan Shruter Aparthan Nanurama Varajaha Sayesha Bhuyaha, the one who was born in the hamlet of Sri Perumbudur 1,000 years back in 1017 CE. He went to the foothills of Tirumala Tirupati. You know why? To learn the nuances of Ramayanam from the Moolam for 1 year. For 1 year he said, I need to learn the Rahasyams of Ramayanam. His maternal uncle, Matula, who was called Sri Shaila Purna, was performing Kainkaryam atop Tirupati. Imagine that scenario where Tirupati had no devotees. You can't even imagine. Tirupati had nobody coming in, going out. It was infested. It was amidst the forests. There was only one person who was doing Ghata Kainkaryam. They used to carry pots of water from Akasha Ganga and go. So that's how they became Ghatambi, which became Kidambi. Kidambi all belong to the Gotram of Atreya. Atri Maharshi. Atreyas are Kidambis. Not all Atreyas are Kidambis, but all Kidambis are Atreyas. It is like Carnot engine in physics. Now, he went to his maternal uncle, and the maternal uncle said, you come up the hill. I will teach you Ramayana Visesharthams. Ramanuja said, see, the Lord isn't in the hill. The hill is the Lord. I will not climb the hill. The students stayed at the foothills. The Acharya used to come every day, explain Ramayana and go for 1 full year. And learning from that 1 year, he coded 18 rahasyas of Ramayana. Bahyakshepaha, Kalartaha, Bhavabayam, Sadvrittam, Acharyavatta, Gayatriyartaha, Hitamuchitaparam, Tattva Arthamscha Pancha, Karpanyam, Seshabhavaha, Ghatakavidipalam, Paratantriyam Tatatat, Kashthakala Pratiksha, Vasati Padamiti, Prahuhu, Ashtadasharthan, 18 rahasyas. One rahasya is the first letter of the first verse of every set of 1,000 verses in Ramayanam. If you put them together, you get Gayatri Mantra. See, what is the first shlokam? First, verse 1. Tapasvadhyaya niratam. What is the letter? Ta. Then you will have Vishwamitra. Sa vitur. Sa will come. Vi. Tu. Va. Re. Ni. Yam. So from the 24,000 verses, if you take the first letter from the first verse, you will get the entire Gayatri Mantra. That is one rahasyam. That has been coded in the commentary. Ramanuja says this. So beginning from Purananuru, Silappadigaram, Alvars, Nayanmars, Ramanuja, Vedanta Deshika, Kambar, Vagayakaras like Sadashiva Brahmendra, Tyagaraja, Muthuswami Dikshitar. Of course, Shyama Shastri was a Sri Vidya Upasaka. He has not sung, but he has sung one kriti on Varadaraja, a Varnam on Varadaraja, but not on Rama exclusively. Uttukad Kavi, Papanasam Shivan, Ramanai bhajital noi vinai terume sanchala magandridume Sita. Those of you who have come from places which is beyond Chennai, you will know that during the December, January, it's called the season time here because during the month of Margadi, it is said spend time in propitiating gods exclusively. So there is music and dance. Trust me, in every concert you will have a kriti in Tamil, you will have an abhang in Marathi, you will have one Devarnama in Kannada, you will have 4 or 5 kritis in Telugu, you will have one bhajan in Hindi, you will have one in Marwari, you will have one in Malayalam. Don't trust the t-shirts here, people who wear saying that we don't want to learn the languages. There are people who celebrate languages better. So this is one city. I tell you with full confidence, in a year I give 250 discourses across the country, not sparing one city. I give in English, I give in Kannada, I give in Tamil. I can tell you the amount of literary contribution done from the times of Valmiki Ramayanam to the Bhakti literature, Tamil Nadu is number 1. I can say and I can prove it. This is the land of Bhakti. I am not saying it. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Narada asks the lady, who are you? She says, Utpanna Dravide Saham. My name is Bhakti. She says, my name is Bhakti. It comes in the first skandam of Srimad Bhagavatam. She says, I am Bhakti. You know where I was born, Narada? Dravide Saham. I was born in the Dravida Desha. I spent my young days in Karnataka. I went to high school in Maharashtra. Tatam Gurjare Gata. Then I settled in Gujarat. She talks about these 4 states which contribute the highest GST to the till date. Right? These 4 states, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat. Am I right or wrong? So this is from Bhagavatam. So the point that I would like to conclude is, all our acharyas, all our vagayakaras, I'm not trying to be very jingoistic about just this state, there's a plethora of acharyas across the country, but with full confidence and utmost humility, I'm telling you, Ramayanam is, people were soaked in Ramayanam in this region. Soaked. You take any family here, any family, random person, you ask them, is somebody named after Rama, Raghava, Ramaswamy? Somebody will be there. Vaidehi, Sita, Janaki, Anjaneya, Hanu, something, there'll be somebody. So this is a state, just not for name's sake, even in literature has contributed immensely to Bhakti literature. And I'm extremely happy that in this given time I could speak. I have another 15 minutes left. So I would like to open this session for more questions, if you have any questions, please. Thank you, Shefali. She's wearing such a beautiful Ramar blue with Rudraksham border.
Namaskaram.
Namaskaram.
You are referring to Periyavachan Pillai. So, அந்த லாஸ்ட்ல வந்து சூட்டு நன் மாலைகள் அணிந்துன்னு வந்து அந்த இது முடியும். அந்த சூட் வந்து நம்ம போடுற கோட் சூட்டா இல்ல அது
சூட்டுவதுன்னா அணிவது.
It's only just wearing.
அணிவதுதான். இல்ல பட் ஆனா see, a lot of the ideas for the dress that we wear are also derived from our past. See, it's not that suddenly Louis Vuitton only tells us what to wear and what not to wear. It's not that. A lot of it comes from architecture. See, rightfully, she's my very good friend. She's very learned. Chitra has dealt with this in many lectures where she explains the footwear of the sculptures that teach us style. See, I'll give you one example. When we talk, your basic point was suit. Whatever we are wearing today is the fashion of the day. Was it there then? அப்படி இல்லை. ஷூட்டுங்கிறது வந்து அணிவது தான். Maybe there would have been a relation. I don't know. I'm not in that sphere of research. So, but one thing is, we had fashionistas in those days. You know, when Vishwamitra calls Rama, the beautiful part is he says, Kaka Paksha Dharam. Send me that son of yours. You know, I see my wife doing it. So you pull that hair and then you roll it. You know, there's a pencil-like thing with which you roll. That's called Kaka Paksham in Sanskritam. So Rama used to have Kaka Paksham. And here the commentator says, Kaka Paksham was the fashion of those days. So when Vishwamitra asks for Rama, he doesn't say, give me your son Rama. He's a poet, right? He says, give me that son of yours who has Kaka Paksham. So of the four, only Rama had Kaka Paksham. Kaka Paksha Dharam Veeram, he says. So Ramayana has to be looked into Madhura Aksharam. Every letter has something to say. Next question.
Sir, Namaskaram. This is Pandit Sampath Raj Sharma, Sampath Iyengar. இதில் ராமருடைய இன்றைக்கி வந்து வேர்ல்டு பூரா என்ன சொல்கிறாங்க, ஒவ்வொரு கண்ட்ரிக்கு நடுவில் சண்டைகள் நடக்கிறது, பிரதர்லியாக இருக்கணும், ஒருத்தருக்கு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் இருக்கணும், விட்டு கொடுக்கக்கூடியது, மன்னிக்கக்கூடியது அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறோம். பாரதம் தான் அதில் நம்பர் 1. எதிரியாக இருந்தவங்களுக்கு கூட கஷ்ட காலத்தில் மருந்துகளை கொடுத்து நம்ம ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறோம் அப்படிங்கிறப்ப இந்த நல்ல ஒரு எண்ணம் எங்கே இருந்ததுன்னா ஸ்ரீ ராமச்சந்திரமூர்த்தி கிட்டே தான் வந்தது. அவர் தன்னுடைய பரதாழ்வார்கிட்ட வந்து சொல்கிறார், அட்வைஸ் பண்ணுறார். நான் இப்போ என்னோட பாதுகை எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் நீ ஆளுப்பா, தப்பு கிடையாது, நீ எப்படி நடந்துக்கணும்னா புகையுடை தென்னினன்றோ பொங்கடல் அங்கே மிகையுடை துலகம் ஒரு விடயமும் வேண்டார் பாற்றே பகையுடை சிந்தையா இருக்கும் பயனூறு பண்பின் தீரா நகையுடை முகத்தையாகி நல்குறை நல்வார். அவர் என்ன சொல்கிறார், பகையான சிந்தை உள்ளவங்களுக்கும் கூட நீ நல்லதே செய் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறார். இது உங்களுடைய வாசகத்தில் இதை பற்றி உங்களுடைய
கருத்தா? நீங்கள் சொல்கிறதெல்லாம் சரிதான். See, Shatroho Prakhyata Viryasya Ranjaniyasya Vikramaihi, says Valmiki. Rama's greatness was not to get great testimonials from his own mother wife. Even the people who were the direct affected parties like Shurpanakha, Tara, Mandodari, they will do a stuti when they see a Rama. See, the greatest achievement of a leader is to get testimonials from your opposition. Shatroho Prakhyata. Rama did that because of his magnanimity. So I second, sir. Concurrent tighter value. Next question. Shoot. Oh, Pavitra ji. Namaskaram.
Ram Dishinji, it's a pleasure to always listen to you. With your awe-inspiring discourses, you're imparting so much knowledge to the society. What do you expect of the society to do? What homework must the society do?
This topic of whatever Pavitra ji has asked, I have had the opportunity to have her work in our Sanskrita movie as Gautami. So she was playing the role of Shakuntala's foster mother in the Sanskrita movie. So I admire her work. I know how much of devotion she has to Puja Shri Dayananda Saraswati Swami and what work she does in Bhagavad Gita. Now her question is the topic for Ananda Shankar ji's festival on March 31st at 6 p.m. in Hyderabad. But assuming most of you won't come there, I'll tell you here. So, she's asking what next? Yeah, after this, what next? Yeah, I get it. See, we all concentrate to 4 words that I would just like to quickly tell. Prama. Prama means jnanam, knowledge. Prama means knowledge. That which records that knowledge and gives to us is called Pramanam. You know, Vedam, Vedanta, Itihasa, Puranas, they are called Pramanam because they give us that Prama, knowledge. So Prama, knowledge. Pramanam is that book. The one who is denoted by the Pramanam is called Prameyam. So you learn Ramayana to understand Paramatma as Rama. You learn Mahabharatam to understand Paramatma as Krishna. So there is a Prameyam, the object who is denoted by that Pramanam. Fourth is us. We need to read all of this. So we are called Pramata. So Prama, Pramanam, Prameyam, Pramata. Today we concentrate more on Prameyam. Today we say Rama Janmabhoomi has come. Good, very good. We all have to go visit. We have to have a darshan. Good. But we are concentrating so much on Prameyam. But we are not concentrating on Pramanam. See, today when I used to stay in Pilani, we used to have one person who used to give lectures. He used to this Anantarama Dikshitar lectures and, you know, the Upanyasams of the South, I used to go sit there. Sita Maiya ne Ramji se शादी किया. दोनों बन गए. रावण ने आकर उनको अपहरण कर दिया. In 4 lines he'll complete Ramayanam. For us, for that one shloka, we have to sit Madhuram, Madhuraksharam. Why he has used Madhuram? For that my Acharya will give 10 days of discourse on that particular Vyakhyanam. Why this in-depth understanding of Pramanam is important? If your understanding of Pramanam is weak or negligible, your foundation can easily be shaken. You know, if people ask you questions, simple questions they will ask you. When the payasam was given, first Kaushalya took, then it was given to Sumitra. As per Ramayanam, it was given to Sumitra, then to Kaikeyi and again to Sumitra. Anuchintya Sumitrayai Punareva Mahamatihi. But the order in which the children were born was different. It was Rama's son Bharata, Kaushalya's son Rama, Kaikeyi's son Bharata. Why did that order change? For that there is an explanation in the Vyakhyanam. Uttara Phalguni Nakshatre. Uttara Phalgunam is Uttaram Nakshatram. When the marriage took place of Rama with Sita, it was on Uttaram. But there is a Dharmashastrik rule that you cannot hold multiple marriages on the same stage. Nashyo bhavati. Then some of the marriages will not succeed. There is a rule in Jyotisha Shastra. But how did Dasharatha do? Is it for cost cutting? 4 marriages. Ore pattapa vichu mudichutla. Why? What is the resolution to it? When Rama left Ayodhya, what was his age? You know, it has been clearly established. When Rama was married, he had not touched 12. He was running the 10th year, and upon the marriage he completed 11th. Sita was 6. When Rama left Ayodhya, he completed 24 and it was his 25th year. He left on Chaitra Masam. He left on the Paurnami because that later night he had, there was an eclipse. When he returned, he was 39. Clearly said. How do we derive? See, somebody can ask, how are you telling so clearly? There are 5 statements in Ramayanam. 5 simultaneous equations. If you keep Sita's age as X and Rama's age as Y, you will get 5 equations and you will get this age. All this is there. But my point is, not every person in the society is expected to do research. You know, people have their own life, they have their own problems. But at least take the efforts to read and listen. Today the art of listening is gone. We are always on temple is built. But you have to know the Pramanam to understand Prameyam. You have to know Ramayanam, else your foundation will be shaken. Somebody will just say, pregnant Sita was sent to the forest. What do you think of this man? He did Agni Pariksha for his wife. Do you call him a Maryada Purushottam? He killed Vali when he was in the hiding. How dare he interfere in somebody else's kingdom? If they go through 3 questions, we'll be startled. Sami ennovo solraru. Periya Sami yarukaru avaru. That's all. We'll be rattled. Our foundation is gone. What will you do with a temple when you don't have knowledge of Ramayana? So, answer to Pavitraji's question is, the society, whichever age you are, learn your Pramanam first. Various sources are there. Today we are living in a different world. You sit in one place, how many people you can listen to? You don't have to go physically. You do something, walking, gymming, driving, sleeping, do something and listen. So that's my thing. What is the time? We have 3:15 I have to complete. We have got 9 more minutes.
Yeah. Dushant.
Namaskaram.
Namaskaram. நீங்க பார்த்ததுலயே ரொம்ப அழகான திருமேனி ராமர்து எந்த கோயில்
வடுவூர்.
அத பத்தி ஒரு
வடுவூர்.
வேர்ட்ஸ் உங்க வாயால
வடுவூர்.
அத வந்துச்சு.
Actually, we have a celebrated author who does so much of Kainkaryam for the Dharma through bringing the Prameyam back. You know?
She showed us Vaduvur Raman.
He's a great contributor to Dharma. See, I have no such verse, but I can tell you one thing. Those of them who are outside Chennai, there are various kshetrams to Rama which I'm sure Chitraji would have brought into the discussion today. There is this place called Vaduvur. It's a small village, very close to Mannargudi, which was famous for different reasons a few years back. So in Vaduvur, you have this Utsava Murti. See, in Agama Shastram, Utsava Murti is more important than the Mula Murti. But you know, every temple we concentrate only on the Mula Murti because Utsava Murti is what has the right word in English is powers. Not in Sanskritam word, Sarvashaktinam Yetam, it goes into that. Vaduvur Rama is beautiful. See, initially when Ram Lalla was installed, I was called to speak. Initially, it took little time for me to absorb Rama of Ayodhya because you know why? There is one statement in the Ramayanam when Dasharatha asks his ministers, I'm planning to coronate Rama as the heir apparent. What qualities does he have? So there are 30 shlokas in the first few sargas of Ayodhya Kandam where each one says, he's very good, you cannot, you know, whatever decision he takes, he will never tell it outside. From his face, you can never guess what he's thinking. He will guess what you are thinking. All these beautiful shlokas. That time when Vamadeva says, Rama is adept in dance. There is one line, Vaiharikaha, he's very adept in dance. But we are used to only Krishna dancing, right? However hefty he was, he danced in the Rasa Krida. He's not bothered about what shaming, body shaming anybody does. Bindas, he'll dance. So he danced on the snake and everything. You know, in the Sangeet nights before the marriage. And whereas Rama is very careful, but Rama had a physique that suited dance. He had broad shoulders, thin hip, everything. But he was adept in dance. In dance, see, you go to any dancer. We have Pavitra ji here, we had Ananda ji for some time back. So you go to any dancer, they will give the best poses for photos. Have you seen? They are used to. See, the moment you say Shringaram, they will come up with a face. You say Karuna, they'll give a face. You know, normal people, if you tell, we'll be wondering, Karuna na enna, the actor irukare, Karuna savakare. Yeah. இந்த மாதிரி தான் நமக்கு தோணும். But you know that expression, that anger you have to get. The moment they say lotus, their hands will go like this. The basic attribute of a dancer is to stand in Tribhangam. They'll never stand straight. One foot this side, leg bent, hip tilted. This is the Rama we are used to in Tamil Nadu. You take any Rama, Tillai Valaham, anywhere. Whereas Ram Lalla was different. He is a nationalist. He stood in national anthem position. Straight. So it took little time for me to absorb that Murti in my mind. Now the question is, which Murti, see, Matriyoni Araichiyum, Murti Araichiyum, Matriyoniyai Vukkum. There is one statement 900 years back by an Acharya called Pillalokacharya. Once the deity is established as Murti, if we compare, this is better, that is good, it is said Matriyoniyai Vukkum. It is like telling, am I born to this mother? So you should never compare once the pratishtha is done. But since you've asked, I can always say that I love Vaduvur Ramar the best. His lips, his smile, his, you know, it's beyond Vachama Gocharam. But my Pracharya, the one who taught me Sri Bhashyam, was Karunakaracharya Swami. His father was Srinidhi Swami. He was a great poet, Ashu Kavi. He'll write immediately in Sanskritam. He was even blessed. He stayed in Vaduvur for about 2 months. He was afflicted with some disease and he stayed. Every day he would go to the temple, he would see Rama smile. And he used to relate why Rama smiled to a shloka. So he wrote one Ramayanam called Mandasmita Ramayanam, smiling Ramayanam. Mandasmita Ramayanam. Every verse will describe Why Rama smiles in Vaduvur like this? So I can only think of his Ramayanam. I have no ability to construct sentences. Thank you. Do we conclude? We are done? 3 more minutes.
ஒரே கொஸ்டின்.
நமஸ்கார், கேட்டுருங்க.
அந்த புறநானூரில் பாட்டுன்னு சொன்னீங்க, அதை எழுதினது யாருங்கிறத மென்ஷன் பண்ண.
வெரி குட். அது ஐ டோன்ட் ரிமெம்பர் இமீடியட்லி. நான் கூகுள் பண்ணி சொல்லிவிடலாம்.
சரி, அது
எனக்கு சட்டு ஞாபகம் இல்லை. 168 237 இந்த 2 பாடல்களுக்குள்ள ஒன்று இருக்கு சார். அது
இன்னொன்று வந்து நீங்கள் சைவ திருமுறையில் 700 ரெஃபரன்சஸ் வருதுன்னு சொன்னீங்க.
ராமாயணம் நிறைய வருது.
அது ஏதாவது லிஸ்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோமா? எப்படி
லிஸ்ட் பண்ணல. நான் சும்மா ஒரு ஏதோ ஒரு ரிசர்ச்சுக்காக சும்மா உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் பெரியவர் கேட்டிருக்கேள் இருங்கோ. சும்மா ஒரு பாடல் உங்களுக்கு நான் திருமுறையிலேருந்து எடுக்கிறேன் சார். என்ன சொல்றார்? செங்கண்மால் சிலை பிடித்து சேனையோர் சேதுபந்தனம் செய்து சென்று புக்கு பொங்கு போர் பல செய்து புக்கால் வென்ற போர்கள் நெடுமுடிகள் பொடியாய் விழ அங்கொருத்தன் திருவிரலால் இறையை ஊன்றி உடைத்தான் அருள் புரிந்த அடி அளந்தான் வணங்கமலி கடல் புடைசூழ் மாடவீதி வலம்புறமே புங்கே மண்ணினாரே அப்படின்னு. இது வந்து 6ஆம் திருமுறையில் வரக்கூடிய பாட்டு. அதாவது ஞானசம்பந்த திருக்கடைக்காப்புக்கு அப்புறம் அப்பர் பெருமானுடைய பாடல் அப்படின்னு எனக்கு 6ஆம் திருமுறைன்னு வருது. அப்போது கடலோரம் இது முதல்ல வேதாரண்யமாக இதுவாக இருக்கும். அங்கே என்ன சொல்கிறார்? ராமர் வந்து அன்றைக்கி சேது கட்டினாரே வானர சைன்யர்களோடு. கட்டினத்துக்கு முன்னாடி விபீஷணனுக்கு அடைக்கலம் கொடுத்தாரே, அவரும் இங்கே வந்து கைலாய மலையை தூக்கி பிடிக்க நினைத்த சிவபெருமானை ராவணனை தன் விரலால் அழுத்திய சிவனும் ஒன்று சேர நான் பார்க்கிறேனே அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி அப்பர் பெருமான் பாடல். Should I leave it here because we have other speakers? Yes sir. Namaste.
Namaste. Dushant, I am Praful Ketkar, I am editor of Organizer. It was a real pleasure to listen to you in person. Of course, I keep listening to your discourses online, but Shabda perhaps makes the difference. I have been involved in developing this curriculum and the structures related to, I find it very problematic, the so-called Indian knowledge system. And most of the people who are involved coming from your kind of background, AICT and some technological institute, and they are more interested in proving that all kinds of science and technology we had in our knowledge system. But as you rightly said, it's the essence of bhakti that actually formed our. If we really have to integrate this tradition of gaining knowledge and rooted in the context of Ramayana, what principles that we should follow while thinking about the so-called Indian knowledge system? If you can throw some light on this.
Sure. Thank you, Prafulji. This is the last question. There will be a next session after this. Even I am disturbed by certain narratives, sir. For example, some people say that we have to give up the current education system entirely, abandon it again. Like how we abandoned our system before and came to this Western. They want to do this and then go back to. That is not correct, is my opinion. You can continue learning the same syllabus what you have of maths, science and everything. Independently, you can also learn what contributions were made to science and maths by our acharyas. I wouldn't say every part of maths that we study today has been explored completely. For example, there is a Madhava series which Ramasubramaniam sir is working on and all of that. But I don't know if every part of integral calculus is brought in our system. So the overall essence is, there are certain places where the current education system, which we have largely bequeathed from the West, Europe and different parts of the US, whatever we have bequeathed, that knowledge system has. There is another knowledge system that we have gathered from our sources of Ramayana, Mahabharata, Aryabhatta and so on and so forth. In many places, there is some intersection. In most other places, there is no intersection. They are different. we should not forcefully join them. Stating that this embryology in this particular IVF, IUI technique only that was done. No, not necessary to do that. You can say there was something like this, there is something like this now. It may seem like this, it could have been like this. So my humble submission is, when we integrate the ancient Indian knowledge systems, we should not do that with any preconceived notion that we are the best and everybody else is bad. That, you see, generally people who work in this, I've met a few, Namba kitta illadade, in Tamil they'll say, Namba kitta illadade, we had everything. That's a wrong way of approaching things. We had a lot of things. Whatever we had, we'll bring that to light. That should be the only thing. There are certain things from the Western knowledge systems. See, we may have a problem with the Western mind of overall thinking. But we don't have problems with the scientists and the people from Europe, and if they have found something good, let's take that in. Same is the case when people ask, let's say architecture. I love Dravidian architecture. I love Hoysala architecture. Each has its own style. But I can't stop appreciating the Gothic style just because I like this. So my humble submission is, you will know it better, sir. So whoever is trying to learn the knowledge of the past, don't do it with the notion that we were the only best people. We were very good. And the truth is, all our contributions have not been brought to light for various political reasons. That is agreeable. Let us bring it to light. But let's not rank them, that this is number one. What Aryabhatta said is number one. That ranking should not happen, but ultimately the person who's a scientist from Europe and US is also blessed by the same Paramatma. He is not blessed by a different God. He is also blessed by the same Paramatma. The same Jivatma is in him. Karma has put him to that bhumi. Karma has made him being born into a Catholic family or some family. That's okay. But ultimately, that knowledge is what we should see and not go. When we have a slightly open thinking, we'll be so free and we can integrate. The moment we have a preconceived notion, the moment I see Morrison and Boyd of organic chemistry, I feel like killing him. How this Morrison and Boyd can say something what my Bhargava Rishi cannot tell? No. Bhargava said, even Morrison and Boyd said. That's all. Thank you so much.
Sridharji, please stay on this. Thank you, Dishin Sridharji. This is the testimony to what you presented here in the last 1 hour. Answering the gentleman, I also Googled. It is Oon Podi Pasankudayar, a poet in the Chola kingdom who has written in Purananuru, Kadantheral Ramanudan Punar Sitayai, that is written by Oon Podi Pasankudayar. I have to again refer to that. That was a very nice presentation, and we were immersed in the Bhakti. Audience, please remain seated. We were immersed in the Bhakti. I was only thing is expecting Mama Pattabhirama to listen to you sing that. You singing is actually a new stage, and that was really beautiful. And maybe you should include Mama Pattabhirama to your repertoire. May I now request Shefali Vaidya, the curator of this program, and Sri Bharat Gopu to honor Dushyant Sridhar. So going forward, I think we should refer to BST, the Bhakti service that we have to present. Filled in Bhakti. Now, let's move on to the current contemporary way of reading. Maybe it is an answer to the question of Ms. Pavitra Srinivasan. What do we do? How do we read? We don't have time to read the 10,348 verses of Kamban. May I request the members of the audience to please remain seated? We have the next session to go on. So what is the contemporary way of reading the literature? How do we maximize the time that we have and still update the pramanams that he said? How can we update ourselves? To present to us this topic, the podcast, the literature of the Sorry, we had a confusion. So, Kushal Mehraji, you missed my introduction, so I'm going to repeat it. I walked into your profile to gather information about you, and I ended up reading Nirvana Shatkam. It was written, na punyam, na papam, na saukyam, na dukam, na me dvesharago, na me labhamoho, na me vaimadho, naimave matsyaha. So it was like all the way that I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not this. So presenting to you, Shri Kushal Mehra and Anuradha Goyal.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it was a power-packed speech by Dushyant. Hope we'll keep you engaged. So the topic of the session is podcast, literature of present. So I have two people, one Anuradha ji, another one we have Kushal Mehra ji. I have a set of questions which I would like to go by that particular flow for the day. So we'll start with Anuradha ji and then we'll go to Kushal ji. Podcast is a term what is very popular now, and a lot of folks would like to become podcasters. And if you see apps like Spotify enable people to become podcast. Post 2019, if you see, there's a huge growth in the social media and the revenue through social media. People are making a lot of money through social media by putting out content. In short, it's called content creators, social media content creators. And one of the sexy format in the current context that appeals to a lot of youth as well as a lot of folks who are above 50. That is a large section that's totally on the internet, is podcast. Let's hear out from Anuradha ji. What does podcast mean Has it been there, or is it new, or what does she think about it? Then we'll go to Kushalji.
Namaste, Jai Sri Ram. Today morning when Governor Arif Mohammed Khanji was speaking, he said something in English which in Hindi says Nitya Nutan Chir Puratan, which essentially means it is always aging and still eternally youthful. So podcasting is also one such platform. The medium is new for sure, digital medium is new, but if you read any of our scriptures, they are a conversation. And a podcast is also a conversation, either between two people, a host and a guest, or between the listener and the host. Second, it is the return of oral tradition. Somehow, if you think that the Shakti in the universe or on the earth is moving back from west to east, then the oral tradition is also making a comeback with platforms like podcasting. So we are going back to oral tradition. We are going back to conversations. And what do conversations do? They take your questions. So we start imparting you knowledge from where you ask question, from where your curiosity is, your jigyasa is. So these two things, I think they come directly from our scriptures, or they've come back in the same format as our scriptures were. Another thing, in Ramayana and in many, many other places, when you define the forms of bhakti, there are Navadha bhakti, 9 types of bhaktis that you can do, and the 2 of them are Shravan and Manan. And podcast enables you to do Shravana at your convenience, on your fingertips, using your mobile phone at any point in time. So if you want to engage in the Shravana bhakti using a new age platform, I think podcast is the easiest way to do that. You can also do Manan post your Shravana and then hopefully move on to other forms of bhakti. So yes, it has roots in our ancient traditions of communication, which is oral tradition, conversations. I have been thinking why conversations work better. So if you look at a lot of popular podcasts today, including his, you will see these are conversations. So there's a question, there's an answer. If you go back to scriptures, all our scriptures, Puranas, Itihasas, Ramayana, Mahabharata, everything has been told in conversation. So somebody asks a question, it leads to an answer. At the end of the answer, there is a gap left, which is then converted into the next question. And that is how a good conversation art moves. It invokes a curiosity in you for the next question. And that, if the host is good, if he has researched the subject well, they can do it. Are they doing or not is a question, but they can do it if they follow the arch that is typically followed in our scriptures. Does that answer?
So thanks, Anuragji. So Anuragji says that podcast is nothing but a way of telling a story or a conversation between 2 or more people. And she says it is there in our blood, it's there in our country for quite some time. Now, coming to the modern parlance, I think a lot of us know Kushalji with his friends, who does there are some, high TRP, high viewership podcasts. So, Kushalji, what do you think about, putting out an opinion which you feel is right at that particular point of time? And it gets a lot of attention from people. And it might be liked by a lot of folks, or it might not be liked by a lot of folks. There is an outrage when a particular opinion is expressed by people. In olden days, I don't think, the outrage would be expressed openly. But coming to the current parlance where the social media is viewed and the internet is across, people instantly, express their opinion. They get personal to an extent. So, podcast as a medium in a modern parlance, how do you see it?
Am I audible? Well, a very warm welcome to everyone, and thank you very much for organizing this. It's been a wonderful experience. Podcasting in its modern avatar starts in the United States of America through talk radio. The biggest one would be Howard Stern. Howard Stern had his own radio show where you would go. It was a different format, but Howard would have guests coming in. He would have multiple guests coming in. And the first big podcast that comes out of the United States of America is Opie and Anthony. I don't know how many people know this, but podcasts was not made famous by serious people. Podcasts, even today, 90% of the most popular podcasts in the world are run by stand-up comics. Stand-up comics run podcasting in the world. India is the only exception where stand-up comics either are not good. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not being judgmental here, but in India, you don't have the most popular podcasts. So let me give you the run-through of popular podcasts across the world. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a stand-up comic. Then you have Bad Friends. That's Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee, stand-up comics. And you can go on, Two Bears in a Pod. There are many other podcasts. You can go across the world and you'll see podcasting is in fact, the serious podcasting genre was tapped into by Sam Harris or Lex Friedman and a few others, but they're actually the minority. They're not the norm. Podcasting is basically, in Hindi, we call it baketi. And sometimes you can be serious also. So it depends on what you make of it. To answer your question, and actually it has a very high failure rate. Only 5% of podcasts globally make money. Only 5% globally make money. Yeah, so basically, there was a famous line by a journalist in Mumbai, Maharashtra. His name is Sachin Kalbag. And Sachin had once famously said, everybody is podcasting, nobody is pod listening. So that's pretty much the reality. And in that, some of us, with deep appreciation for my listener base, who have managed to survive, the monetary aspect is not there. A lot of people have misconceptions as if podcasts are interviews. They're not. I am not obliged to do anything of that sort when somebody comes to my platform. I'm not obliged to ask a 1-minute question and then say, sir, now your turn. No, it's not like that. I will speak for 10 minutes if I want to. And you have to bear it, even though you're my guest. And that's the rule, that there are no rules. Podcasting shatters all norms. There is this classical trope in the mind of a person where if I'm on your podcast, you have to have a hierarchy. I am the Gyani, you're the Bhakt. I am the Guru, you're the Shishya. No. Sometimes I'm the Guru, sometimes you're the Guru. So you should, if you're coming on a podcast, you should be prepared to be a Guru and a Shishya simultaneously. If you can't, then you're not cut out for it. It's a very different format. It's a format where, you should not take yourself so seriously while you're being serious. And if you're able to do that, then you're going to do it. That would be my answer.
Yeah. Okay. So he had put out he's put it out very boldly saying कि जो मैं बोलूँगा, आपको सुनना पड़ेगा. Now, in the modern parlance, he's right. Now, again to the olden days, where the Guru Sishya or the questioner listener, the format is fixed. Wherein there be opportunities for person to question back, wherein there arguments, wherein there debates between people. How do you see the conversation? I'm taking the podcast as a just a format between two people, a guru or a shishya or a teacher or a learner and a student, things like that. So what do you think about the way Kushal ji said about कि मैं बोलूँगा, मेरा point रखूँगा, I will make my point. It's not that you are at the hierarchy at the top. So what do you think about it?
Right. Before I answer that, I want to add to what Kushal has said about making money. So he said 5%, he's being generous. I think maybe 1% or maybe 0.1% of people make money, okay? But I would not say it is specific to podcasting, any creative field. Writers, 0.01% make money, filmmakers, artists, dancers, any creative field has a very small space where the winner takes all. So it is the same with podcasting. So a very small percentage of podcasters take that. Now, coming to your question of how the conversations were in the olden days. So the conversations depend on the two people and relationship between them. If it is between a guru and a shishya, then guru will probably be higher up in the hierarchy and giving gyan. But our traditions always encourage questioning. So if you've not understood, you will keep questioning till you understand what you're trying to understand, right? Or if it's between two friends, two equals, then you will have a freewheeling conversation where something, you may start somewhere, A leads to B, B leads to C, leads to, and you may reach any letter. So it all depends on the type of conversation. Those conversations in society have always existed everywhere in the world. And today we are making it a formal, sometimes personal, not personal as in personal, but conversations between two people. We are making it available on a public platform for public consumption and for public feedback. Right? So these conversations have always existed, and it depends on the format. Now in his format, he probably takes a conversational route where he has the same level of knowledge on the subject. But I have seen hosts who do not even do research. They will start by saying, can you tell me something about yourself? It reminds me of my first job interview. Okay? Or I've had one podcaster ask me, मैं तो आपको क्या ही introduce करूँगी, please introduce yourself. So there are all kinds of people. Over a period of time, the best ones will survive, thrive. So the conversations always exist, and the quality. And one of the things about digital platforms is that the entry barriers are not there. All you need is a mobile phone, and you can start. So, which means there are a lot of people who'll start, and I've been blogging for 20 years. I started my blog in 2004, and it's 2024. And believe me, in these 20 years, I have seen so many bloggers come and go, and so many bloggers who have openly challenged, saying that we are going to beat you at your own game. Yes, please beat me if you can sustain yourself for 2 years. Okay? And here I'm standing, and most of them have fizzled out at some point in time. So it's about perseverance. It's about being passionate about what you do. It's about genuinely enjoying the conversations that you do. It's about having a knowledge, investing time, energy, effort into learning a subject and then sharing that knowledge with people. I know it's not easy, because I have a Chotu Motu podcast in English, which has only 40 episodes. And it takes a lot of time to research people, know about their work, talk to them about it, get them to speak. It's not easy to find people who are subject matter experts. When you find them, it's not easy to find people who are good at speaking, who can speak the language in which your podcast is. So all those things bring down your list. Right? So did I answer your question?
Yes, you did answer my question. So one of the things, to add to what Kushalji was saying is, a conversation between two people. And I would always take this example, which my father keeps saying, is the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna. Arjuna knows that Krishna is the God, but still he keeps questioning, he keeps doubting, he asks a lot of questions, and Krishna patiently keeps answering all the questions. Okay, so I would consider that would be one of the earliest forms of, conversation. It can be made into a good podcast if somebody is trying to make it. I wrote a small, proposal that how can that format of conversation between two people, especially Krishna and Arjuna, can be made into a podcast without.
It's actually the best performing podcast out of India.
So again, Anuradaji comes from a very traditional, very specific outlook in terms of, things go smooth. Now, to Kushalji. So, in the modern parlance, podcasts are used to set out narratives. It is used to, convey specific messages. And it is easily dominated by, like Anuradaji said, there's no entry barriers to get into podcasting. There are a lot of softwares, free softwares, which enables people to quickly get into, start podcasting. They can say, I can afford podcaster. Spotify gives you, you subscribe to it, you can become a podcaster in no time. Now, how is this, medium used in, in distorting, literature or distorting specific, image or a narrative, and how it is, used as a medium of propagation? How do you see it?
There's nothing unique to this tool. Every tool is open to that. I mean, books are open to it. Mainstream platforms are open to it. There is no single platform that can't be used or abused for as far as, at the end of the day, it's a battle of ideas. The problem is very different. In terms of the internet, because of the low entry barrier, it's like a double-edged sword. So I'm not calling for censorship. I'm actually infamously known for being an absolutist when it comes to free speech, to the chagrin of many people, till the extent that anything goes outside of a call for violence for me. But at the end of the day, the problem when you create no entry barriers is, unlike the old model, right, where let's say if you are writing for a mainstream newspaper, there is an editorial. Whether you like it or not, you have to work with the editor. If you're an author in a decent publication, there is a process of going through the editorial. Even when you're writing a book, the editor is going to ask you questions, justify your points with citations. The problem that the internet landscape is facing right now is that we are all self-editing ourselves. And what sells on the internet the most, whether people like it or not, is, I'm not saying podcasters are doing this uniquely, but at the end of the day, everybody has to run the house. Not everyone was blessed like me who had a family business. So I could, literally do whatever I want to in a very purist way because my factory was running. I am not here to say that I am some Mahatma. I did what I did, but I don't expect that standard from the rest of the world. So everybody is going to do what India Today did in 2012, that are aliens stealing your cows. Because that's what content demands. So today on the podcasting landscape, you will have, it's a 4 to 5 point sure shot success strategy. Either we are all going to die. Next day, our ancestors knew everything. So if they knew everything, why are we going to die in the previous day? Nobody knows about that. One has nothing to do with the other. The third is that outgroup that I hate sucks completely, and all of them have to be eliminated completely. So there are 5 or 6 genres that work on the internet. Whether you do it in an audio-only format or a video or audio format. See, think about it. Why is the internet refresh button? Have you checked it? The refresh button is like this. Every time you refresh, you go like this. Does anybody know why it was made like that? Any of you know about it? Okay, so when you go to Vegas, you know the slot machine, the good old slot machine? You know why? Because every time you do this, you get a dopamine rush. And the people who created the refresh button, they literally did it so that you become addicted. So they are your drug peddlers and you are the druggies. All of you, including us. We are all drug addicts. This is our cocaine. It's just we are not snorting it, we're looking at it. That's the reality, whether we like it or not. And in that, whatever catches you, so you are in this unique phase of shock and awe on the internet landscape. We are either shocked or we are in awe. Everything you can boil down to shock and awe. And in that, the biggest fear that I have, which something that I have started talking about openly now, because you reach a stage in your life as a content creator where you don't care if you get 0 subscribers. I have reached that stage where I know, they can't cancel me. Basically, even if they wanted to, they can't cancel me. So now I start questioning my fellow podcasters. I was like, tell me your self-editorial policy. I have put it out. I have very openly said what I will not entertain on my podcast. If somebody says the earth is flat, you don't have a platform on my podcast. Flat earthers are not welcome. Yeah, I will insult them, but I will not call them as my equals. All ideas are not equal. All religions are not equal. I say this with no shame. So I have my editorial policy in the open. Does every creator have it? No. I'll tell you what their editorial policy is. Clicks. Whatever gets clicks. Then they should say that. I do it for clicks. I pretend to do it for otherwise.
Okay. So I'll come back. So the question what I want to ask, since he said this, is what inspired, what made you to start or pull you into this journey of, having the conversation in the social media or in the open domain? What is the inspiration, or is there a person, behind this? You look up to that person in terms of podcasting. We'll start with you.
So for me, the first time I came across podcasting is, again, you guys will judge me. I'm a fan of mixed martial arts. Everybody like violent man watches people fight, but I do. I mean, I grew up watching Mike Tyson, so then I started watching mixed martial arts. The first time I came across podcasting as a genre is when I started following sports podcasting. Because, by the way, in podcasts, one of the biggest genres after comedy is sport. Sport is the biggest genre because people love sports podcasting. And, sports, I'm sure all of you are cricket fans, or most of you are cricket fans. We are all cricket experts in this country, right? So I used to watch sports podcasting. And I was like, this is interesting. So you can just go on yapping, maybe not even know, and then it's a beautiful process. Eventually people figure out कि, in Hindi we say, isko kuch pata nahi, aise hi bolta hai, kind of a thing. And it's a beautiful process. That's how I came across podcasting. And I mean, she'll vouch for it. It was my wife who forced me to do it. She's like, tu mere ko bolta rehta, tu bahar jaake duniya ko bol. So my reasons were multiple. My wife basically kicked me into it. She was like, you bore me too much, you bore the world. So it worked.
Okay. So the same question to Anuradha. So the format of podcasting, speaking. So what inspired you? What made you to, jump the edge, or, including the blogging, the push, and why? I'll come to the question why next, but what made you to do it?
So for me, blogging was a journey that started, like I said, in 2004. And I was traveling and writing about destinations. I was writing a deep dive, Sthala Puranas it became over a period of time. And at some point in time, and probably, ignited by COVID as well, that I can't go everywhere in this lifetime. So the best way is to invite people to talk about the places that they know, or the cultural aspects that I want to cover, but I can't go and cover. Let me invite the experts and talk to them. So for me, it was more of a personal knowledge quest to be documented online. So that's why I have not gone on a route where, you go full blast. Whenever I find a good SME, subject matter expert, I interview them. So for me, it's absolutely filling the gaps in my knowledge.
Next question is about the challenges in terms of the content. So when people start exploring literature, when they start exploring things to do in social media, whether it's podcasting or interview or writing something, people, they begin with a particular josh. I can do this. And maybe after a month, or after 4-5 months or 6 months, they'll have a challenge, or they'll have a break even ki abhi kya karo? What should I do next? I'll not say, I don't know what the right term, जैसे बोलते हैं वो mid-age crisis जैसे बोलते हैं. So do you, people especially who are in literature, who are in social media, do you guys feel the content crisis?
I will be very honest, I don't. Because my strength has always been reading. I don't have any research assistant. I am my research assistant. My strength as a podcaster has been read daily for 4 hours. I read without fail. Even today, after all of this is done, I'm going to go back to the room. I'm going to read for 4 hours. For me, data is never in shortage. The reason most people fail is they want that instant success in a very short span of time. I started very early. I kept on doing it even when nobody watched it, because I didn't care if anybody watched it. I was financially secure. In the case of most people, the reason they go to our alien stealing your cows mode is because they have to run their house. Try and understand. So when you keep on following the clickbait model, eventually you run out of aliens or you run out of cows. That's the problem, which is why you see a lot of turnover in content creation. I'll give you the best example. I'm from Mumbai. So if you look at our food, I'm sure it must be there in Chennai too. You notice, right, when we were young, there were some restaurants that we would go to. You know, it's a Udupi or it's a proper like Punjabi food restaurant or something. They still do as well today. Right. They are our baseline. Everything fails, we can go to a Udupi. We can go to a Punjabi restaurant or a Gujarati thali restaurant. Then comes fusion. Now, I have nothing against fusion food. I enjoy it myself too. But look at the turnover rate in the fusion food. Every time, and Bandra West is known for all these, you know, ul jalul kisam ka restaurants. Bandra West, you go, you'll find all kinds of absurdities over there. You know, the same shop, the same owner, every 6 months the menu changes. Why? Because they are experimenting. They are the dopamine hits. And the other restaurants are the baseline. In content creation, what happens is you barely have, look at podcasters and their content. I don't want to take names because it's not nice. But they might be giving you tips on how to talk to a girl, and then suddenly they are podcasting today. Why? Because eventually when you're again in the alien cow mode, you run out. So then you have to see like, acha, isse clicks nahi aa rahe. Okay, let me try that. Acha, isse nahi aa rahe. Notice in the last 2 years how everybody is discussing astrology on YouTube. It's no magic, it gets clicks. Nobody is an expert in that. I think the original Jyotish must be banging his head on the wall when like, what have I unleashed? So he was like, even I don't believe this. But that's what happens. So you see, it's just simple market rules. You will have a lot of people turning over, and the ones who are actually serious about the craft, I refuse to believe that they can run out of subjects. Because there are so many things to discuss. I cover at least 3 books every month. How can I run out of subjects? So simple. There are thousands of books that are published yearly. I just have to pick 50. How can that be hard? Am I stopping others from doing it? I'll tell you why the podcasters don't cover books. They can't read. They don't read. I'm telling you why they don't do it. I have had podcasters calling me, Bhaiya, question de do na. And these are big podcasters. So this is the problem. There's no other reason.
Yeah, can I add to that?
Yeah.
So, you know, from the outside, my travel blogging looks very glamorous, you know. So everybody wants to be in my shoes. You know, every day you are in a new place, you are traveling, this, that. So a lot of people say, we want to intern with you. So I'll say, okay, chalo, ye research karo. So why should I read for traveling? You know, or why should I, within 2 to 3 days, they fizzle out and say, this is not what we expected. Because all they see is few photographs and few videos in a write-up, which they think is like how difficult it can be, especially in the days of AI and ChatGPT and all that. But when you show them the things that are not there anywhere, because ChatGPT is essentially recycling what is already there on the internet, that's when they fizzle out. So I completely agree with Kushal that a lot of people jump in because it seems easy. The entry barrier is very, very low, or it's almost not there. But they fizzle out. And they're not investing into their own research.
Okay. This will be a complementary question on the content itself. So there are a lot of people who write blogs, who put in a lot of effort, months, years together to write a book. And do you think the current generation don't want to read those books, and they're ready to consume it in terms of a podcast or voice notes that's readily available, or they want even a shorter form of whatever book is there available, the famous books or the old ones? For example, let me give my own example. I think there's this Tamil series called Ponniyin Selvan. It's a crown jewel work that was made into a movie by the director Mani Ratnam. It has multiple parts. I have read 2 parts of it. I couldn't read after that for whatever reasons Kushalji said. Later, much before the movie was about to release, I was traveling between Chhattisgarh, Bangalore and Chennai. So I found out listening to voice notes. The entire book would be read as voice note. It will be uploaded in a drive. You read it you hear it whenever you're traveling. I found out, it more easier for me than reading. So do you think people especially the current lot, if you look at the demographics, do they like, listening to things more, especially the interpreted versions? What do you think about it?
So I was reading a statistic on podcasting, and I was pleasantly surprised to know that the average age of people who listen to podcasts in India, and this is a report as of 2024, is 21 years. So 21-year-olds are listening to, they are the prime key audience of podcasts. And I would include audiobooks in podcasts. So most of the books today are available in audio format. And I know that band of Gen Z, as they call them, they prefer listening than reading.
Listen, book sales are increasing on a year-on-year basis. So let's assume there is I'm not saying this is the number. I don't remember the exact year-on-year growth rate. Both fiction and non-fiction sales are increasing. Obviously, there will be disproportionately more readers in the fiction genre compared to the non-fiction genre. But even non-fiction readership is increasing. Let's say in 100 people, only 10 read. That's still an increase in the absolute numbers of people who are reading books. It's very interesting in the content consumption landscape also. So if once you become a creator on YouTube, once you reach a certain level, has a thing called the partnership program where they talk to you. YouTube talks to you as a creator and they tell you what to do. Basically, they're like, bhai, I want to make money from you, so do what I want you to do. That's the YouTube way of going about it. But it's fascinating to me that the two things that sell the most on YouTube are the two most polar opposite things you can think of. 60-second short videos and an hour plus long videos. 30 minutes doesn't sell on YouTube anymore. YouTube says either go the whole hog and just don't stop yapping, or stop yapping at exactly 59 seconds. So listen, there's a market for everything. If eventually you're good at something, you're going to find your niche, you're going to find your audience. Now, everybody can't be a Rajnikant or a Amitabh Bachchan. I don't aspire to be one, right? I don't want to be the #1 podcaster of India. I want to be happy with what I am doing. There is enough market space for serious podcasting, for non-serious podcasting, for semi-serious podcasting. You can create 60-minute reels on Instagram and go viral. You can do what you want. At the end of the day, tell me a time in history where human beings were consuming so much knowledge. When was that? Like, we like to think कि अरे हमारे ancestors है ना वो बहुत पढ़ते थे. क्या पढ़ते थे? क्या evidence है आपके पास? क्या evidence है? आप किस base पे? On what basis are you making that claim? Boss, today, after the printing press in the 15th century, things changed magnanimously because information was democratized, and today social media is printing press on steroids. Everybody consumes content. And how can people become dumb when there is so much good content out there? Because if YouTube knows you watch X, it so smartly in the recommendations keeps on giving you X. But yeah, I mean, there are only so many Tahir Shah songs that I can listen to, right? I mean, beyond a point, I'll run out of cringe. I refuse to believe that people are not interested. Listen, the average listening time, I don't know how I cracked the code, but the average listening time on YouTube is not more than 8 minutes. 8 minutes से ज़्यादा लोग सुनते नहीं हैं एक average YouTube को. My podcast average time is 20 plus. That means every time a person comes, at least for 20 minutes, they're hooked on to my... Nobody listens to... अगर कोई podcaster आपको बोल रहा है ना, मेरी तो हर podcast हर आदमी 1 घंटा सुनता है, वो झूठ बोल रहा है. मैं basically सच बोल रहा हूँ. I'm just telling you. But to achieve that 20 minutes, that means the people who are interested in long form, who were patiently waiting and doing it, were coming, automatically come to me. Like, why do I love talking about books? I love reading books. It's very simple. I read them, and then if I like the book, I talk to the author and I call them. I was like, do you want to talk about your book? And it's as simple as that. This is the best time if you are an author, a video content creator, an audio-only content creator. It can't get better than this. It just can't, in my opinion.
So, Kushalji says he reads the book and he would like to talk about it. He'll invite the authors to talk about it. So now, literature, the Indian literature, it's very huge, multilingual. Do you think there is a lacuna in terms of people reading the original text and who want to put it out in public, unbiased or unadulterated content? इसका कमी है क्या लोग बात करने में, मतलब ओरिजिनल कंटेंट, फॉर एग्जांपल वाल्मीकि रामायण, प्रॉपर्ली रीडिंग इट, ओके वाल्मीकि रामायण शायद कुछ लोग का एक्सप्रेशन देख के मेरे को लग रहा है बहुत टू मच है. There are shorter forms of content in multiple languages. Reading the original text and talking about it, talking the beauty. For example, Dushyant was talking about one particular poem written by Deshika. It's called Raghuvira Gadya. It's a very complex tongue twister in Sanskrit that has all kandas of Ramayana. Are there people who have read it properly, who have understood the real meaning through a proper literature, and are there people ready to talk? Are there multiple people ready to talk about it?
So, according to the same report that I referred earlier, some of the best performing podcasts in India are based on Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita. Okay, so spirituality, self-help is one of the genres that's doing very well. So which means there is appetite for that content, right? We don't have exact data, but there is appetite. Now, can we give people the content? Yes, and I see that happening in regional languages a lot. So I listen to Hindi podcasts sometimes, and in Hindi, I know there are channels which will pick up these absolutely classical Hindi poems and give you a commentary or a word-by-word translation and meaning to you. I know there are people who are reviving. I interviewed one person right here from Tamil Nadu who's reviving Dikshitar music. So he explained Dikshitar music to me as the music captures temples and how temples are captured in a lot of things through that. So there are people who are doing it, and he's doing it in Tamil. So I see that happening a lot in Indian languages, which is also a great sign, because I think oral content will always be consumed more in your mother tongue. And we end up talking of English content. So there, nobody has attempted it. So which also means maybe it's not the right language to talk about it. So if I have to, so for example, I couldn't understand a lot of what Dushyantji was reciting because I don't understand Tamil. And I could see how the Tamil speaking people simply were ecstatic listening to that. So if we look at the regional language statistics as and when they are available, I'm sure there is a lot of content which is already being created.
I think there's an appetite for all kinds of things. Again, it depends on, what is your measuring metric would be my counter to that. Like, there are people who recite the Vedas as they are. And those videos are available on YouTube, not now, 12 years ago, 10 years ago, 7 years ago. Multiple people have done it. Now, is your measuring metric, it has to be viewed by 10 million people, nahi to tu pass nahi hua. I don't know. You search the thing, you'll find it on the internet. And I'm not talking about non-authentic, authentic. Very well researched, the Ucharan is perfect, and everything is there. So I'll give you an example. I'm Punjabi. Now I read a lot of Punjabi poetry. I can't read Gurmukhi as a script. I read it in Devanagari. So I read Bulle Shah. Now you find all the poetry of Bulle Shah on the internet. If you wanted to read it, you can. Some of the videos that I came across are written by poetry connoisseurs. They had 10 views, 15 views, and I was the 16th one watching it. But I found the entire poetry of Bulle Shah or the Heer of Damodar Das. Like most people think Heer was written by Waris. Waris didn't write Heer. Damodar Das Agarwal wrote Heer. I wanted to get the Damodar, Heer Damodar. And it was, lo and behold, it was on Pakistani YouTube. I did not find Heer Damodar on Indian YouTube. I had to go to Pakistan to find Damodar Das Agarwal's Heer. They cared more apparently than the Indians did about it. So like I said, it's the best time to be alive. It's the best time to be alive if you are a content creator and you're a content consumer. You can find cringe like Dhinchak Puja and you can find great singers. It's your choice. You're in the best time. Pick and choose. Okay.
It reminds me of a doha by Rahim, which says, "Lohe ki na lohar ki, kahe Rahim vichar, jo hani mare sees pe tahi ki talwar." It says the sword doesn't belong to the the ironsmith. It doesn't belong to the one who sells it. It belongs to the one who uses it to cut the head of the enemy. So your digital platforms are exactly like that. They are available to you. It's up to you how you use them, both as a consumer as well as a creator.
Okay. We'll take one question to both of the speakers. Question to Kushalji and Anuragji.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Deepal. My question is, you told that audibles are part of podcasts, right? So the audibles that you get, do they have the same effect as reading a book in terms of knowledge perspective, growth perspective? So is that the same effect? Because I personally believe that reading a book is much better than the audibles, hearing an audibles. Anybody?
I mean, it depends. Sometimes there are certain books that if you listen to them on Audible, I find it better. This is a very subjective process and a choice. Some books I have to read. Like let's say if books have a lot of graphs, then you can't use Audible. Now, Audible does have a PDF, view PDF option where you can download the PDF on Audible and watch it. But there are some books that I prefer listening to on audio. I'll give you an example. I use my Audible for this thing called Great Courses. These are 30-minute audios of courses. These are actually university professors teaching you lessons of 29 to 31 minutes each. So it depends on what you want to consume. I don't believe there is you will learn better through reading or you will learn better through listening. You will learn better if you're paying attention.
I'll add to that. As a listener or as a consumer, I find it difficult to consume with every accent. So that's where we face a little bit of a challenge, but I guess it's a matter of time. AI is going to sort that out for us. So if the accent is very different from what I'm used to, I find it little difficult to consume it, with respect to the accent I understand. But like I said, it will get sorted with AI soon.
Thank you so much, panelists. There is a saint poet called Vallalar. In Tamil, he said, "Kadai viriten kolvarillai kattik kolhiren." So the problem that you mention is not the current day's problem. What he says is, I have spread my soul, no one has taken it, so I am rolling back. And he was a great philosopher, right? So the problem is perennial problem. And as you said, there is plenty available here. It is up to us to pick as a consumer and as a content creator. Thank you so much for the wisdom that's being shared. And dopamine is good, technically, to an extent. Yes. May I now request Sri Nandakumar Smart, the sponsors of the event, to honor our panelists. Awesome. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We can go grab a quick cup of tea or coffee and come back for the next session with Sri T.R. Ramesh. We will start the session sharp at 4:30, so please join us.
there. So I asked with the local villagers, they said there is one priest who basically is appointed by HRNCE for some 6 temples in the 10-mile radius. And every morning he goes on his scooter and he does the basic puja there, and that's about it. And so they gave me the number of that guy. I called him up and he came after some time. And then I said, what can I do for you? When I offered him some money, he said, don't do anything for me. If you want to do something, buy 5 liters of gingerly oil and give it to me, because there is no oil to light the lamp in front of God. I have never been more saddened in my life. I asked him, okay, the HRNC doesn't give you money to light the oil. There is a village nearby surrounding the temple. Why are the people not giving oil? Why are the people not coming to the temple? Why is the temple not open? Why is it locked like a jail? So they said the people have lost that connection. They'll come now only on festival days. So how do we convince, whether the government will do something or whether HRNC will seize control is a different thing. How do we put temples at the center of our community like they once were? What can we do?
Yes, this is something that has to be done because otherwise next generation, even this one Archaka will not be there. I have had faced similar situations and all that. One of my friends, an IT company owner, has now taken up this task of reviving the most impoverished village temples, and he's revived 200 temples. He's ensuring basic pujas there. He is even willing to construct a house and give it to the Archaka, the Pujari there. But he told me he will not give the house to him because he is in abject poverty. Tomorrow, if he wants to marry off his daughter, he might even sell it, and I can't blame him. So as long as he's doing puja, I'm willing to give a comfortable house there. I'm willing to get him a 2-wheeler, a TVS 50 or something, because he has to go to 2-3 temples. So this has begun. But I have a far simpler solution. You want to revive a village temple, whether it's a Agama Archaka or a non-Brahmin Archaka, because in 44,000 temples, the Agama temples are only about 6,000. The government talks again and again about appointing priests of all castes. That's all bogus. The priests of all castes are already there. From the so-called scheduled caste communities to the Brahmins, Archakas of all castes are there. In fact, some of the Kuladevatas of Brahmin communities are managed by, or done pujas done by the so-called lower caste community persons. Now, I give you a solution. The salary of an Archaka in a village temple should be at least 15,000 rupees. The logic is 500 rupees a day. And some of these Rajendra Chola type of temples, one Archaka cannot manage. He has to ensure that proper pujas, he has to have an assistant. So another 15,000 rupees, 30,000 rupees. One person who cleans the temple and one watchman, 5,000 each. So 30,000 plus 10,000, 40,000 rupees. Then you have electricity and other expenses, another 5,000 rupees. And then you have the puja materials, 500 rupees a day. So like that, I have calculated little liberally than what they are getting now. I have reached a figure of 75,000 rupees a month for a reasonable pujas to happen. Then 75,000 into 12, it comes to 9 lakh rupees. One annual festival at 1 lakh rupees, 10 lakhs per temple. Take 100 temples, it is 10 crore rupees. 100 Shiva temples, 100 Vishnu temples, 20 crore rupees. This 20 crores is nothing for Payani temple, which gets 500 crores per annum. Taking Payani temple money, today the HRNC is building swimming pools for elephant, memorials for elephant. They are doing death anniversary celebrations for an atheist chief minister. They are wasting money in all directions. Instead of that, these Grama temples should be all given 75,000 rupees a month and ensure puja is done. And the Act, HRNC Act, provides for it. It says the surplus funds can be given to temples that are needy. Pioneer Temple can not just take care of 100 temples, it can take care of 1,000 temples. So I am going to move a bill before Madras High Court on this very subject, with this very suggestion. Because on 7/6/21, the division bench of Justice Mahadevan and Justice Adikeshwalu has given a detailed 225-page order on temple management. And they have given 75 directions. In the 75 direction, one direction is the surplus funds of temples shall be used only for the benefit of poor and needy temples and for the propagation of Hindu religion. Till date, that has not been followed by the Tamil Nadu government, so either a bill or a contempt petition, I'll be filing soon on this. At the same time, Shefali ji, we have, in my opinion, 4 reasons. Apart from the indifference of Hindus. When it comes to temples, Hindus are mandus. Really. Okay. Now, there are 4 reasons. One is the bureaucrats. Even if one party goes and another party comes, the bureaucrats would not like to give up the hold on temples. S.R. Bommai announced that he will make temples free in Karnataka. The second reason is politicians. The combo of politicians and bureaucrats is deadly for Hindus. S.R. Bommai could not carry out his promise. And today Karnataka says, I will impose a 10% compulsory contribution. Luckily it got defeated in the upper house, but we have to be watchful. So politicians, bureaucrats. The third, believe me, are the courts. The courts, when you take a Hindu fundamental right, it views differently. What Shefali asked now is the same question asked by courts. If you take off the government, who will run the temples? I got the Pioneer Temple Executive Officer declared illegal in 2020 September. That fellow is still there shamelessly, thanks to the politicians, thanks to the HRNC department bureaucrats, and thanks to the court which has not acted on my contempt petition. The position of the executive officer is illegal. So declared the court. They went on appeal. In the appeal also they lost the case. Why is the executive officer still there? And not only that, he's got a deputy commissioner ranked fellow to assist him, two assistant commissioners to assist him. You know, one elderly gentleman asked a young fellow, young man, I see you here often. You seem to be loitering around here. Are you employed or are you doing business or something? No, sir, I'm neither going to an office or I'm doing business. I'm assisting my father. Okay, what does your father do? He does nothing. That's the thing. This fellow executive officer is a fraud. To assist him, there are 3 more frauds. Drawing salary from the temple. So that case is again, it came on Friday, but it did not reach. I have mentioned it again, it will come again on Monday. The temple money is used to build colleges, secular colleges, in the constituencies of DMK fellows. I have obtained stay order for 6 colleges. 4 colleges are the case is coming for final hearing on Wednesday.
In fact, I think you were instrumental in removing, in Tirunelveli, there was temple land being given for Christian burial ground or something, right? And
no, I was not directly involved in that. Okay. I should not take undue credit.
Okay.
But I was consulted.
Okay.
But what I did now recently is they wanted to build senior citizen residences with temple money. They announced 5 crores. When the tender came, it became 45 crores. I moved a petition and I got a stay order. And the final order, we were able to show the Honorable Division Bench that the HRNC Act does not allow this at all.
Ramesh, I have a question for you. I am from Goa, okay?
Okay.
It's a state, it's the only state that does not have government-controlled temples. The temples there are community controlled. That is because Goa was under Portuguese rule. There's an act called Mahazania Act which controls the temples. The temples are community controlled. Some temples have only a particular community, what you call denominational temples. Some temples have a mix of communities managing the temple, but government plays no role. After every 4 years, there are elections. There is a body of people. They're chosen from that. And then the whole thing repeats. The government's job is only to appoint an auditor to check the accounts. And because of that, Goan temples, if you've been to Goa, everybody will agree that they are one of the most cleanest, well-managed, big, rich temples where nobody runs after you to do this puja or that puja. And even a 10 rupee donation, they tell you to put it in the hundi or they give you a receipt. That is only possible because the temples are community controlled. Now my question to you is, since there is a working model here, there is a law in place, why can't that be used as a precedent and ask the courts to take cognition of it? This is a working model. This does work. So why cannot it be applied to temples across India?
Okay. I said there are 4 reasons. I mentioned 3. Nobody asked me what the 4th reason is. No. See, basically, the religious endowment subject in the Constitution is a concurrent subject. That means the state can legislate, the center can also legislate. Now, there is also one more state where there is no HRNC department. You will be surprised. All of you will be surprised, I think. Or most of you would be surprised. There is no takeover of temples by government. That is West Bengal.
Really?
Yeah. Everyone's
I did not
surprised.
know that.
But the temples there are not, as you say, clean. The administration is prim and proper, but they are free. They are free of government control. I think you have to be almost a minority or treated like a minority to have temple freedom. The same situation is there in Sri Lanka. Logically saying, the Sri Lankan temples are free of government control. I've been there. I've been to Colombo. I've been to Jaffna. I was in Jaffna for 4 or 5 days. I had the honor to address the Jaffna University. The temples are so clean, and there are no unnecessary shops there. The shops are kept away from the temple, and every temple has a chariot. Every temple has beautiful, clean access. You have to be a minority or think like a minority, I think, to have these temples. But Goa model should be replicated. We are not seeking freedom to administer our own temples. Shivraj Chauhanji, Mamaji said he will release all temples from government control, Madhya Pradesh. BJP got one of the biggest successes, in recent successes in assembly election in Madhya Pradesh. Then we suddenly see Mamaji disappear from the scene. Bommai said he will release. So now this is the 4th reason. A party which says, I am for Hindutva, a party that's justice thump, keep on thumping his chest. We are for Hindustan, we are for Ram Rajya, has done nothing to free temples. This may be not palatable here. See, I'm not going to vote for Congress. The Congress is the most insidious party because in 1965, when the Supreme Court declared get out of 45 temples, they amended the act. DMK and ADMK took advantage of it later on. The Congress is the one party, including Kamaraj, including Rajaji, which kept our temples under shackles. But BJP, it could have brought a Central Act. They took a copy of Central Act. They asked me to draft one in 2019. After that, nothing happened. I want to show you a presentation for 10 minutes where the NDA government, the BJP government, is losing a very big opportunity. How Kerala is going to become another Kashmir. We say Kashmir is now returning back, but Kerala is fast becoming a Kashmir. We can stop it. I want to show this presentation with your permission.
Yeah, please.
Can you see this screen clearly? You want to dim the lights? Oh, excellent. Slide. Thank you. You want to dim the lights if you. So, we all know about Sri Padmanabha Swami temple in Thiru Ananthapuram. The Travancore kings, the Thiru Ananthapuram kings, called themselves Padmanabha Dasa. They were ruling the kingdom as servants of Sri Padmanabha. Fabulous temple. And it had immense wealth in its treasure chest. The treasure chest is not a recent 3 or 4 century treasure chest, it's a 20th century treasure chest. One Sundarajan Swami exposed it. The world came to know about it. Now the chest, the treasure is at a risk. At the same time, there is something very positive there. Indic Collective Trust, of which I am the president, and People for Dharma, and a wonderful find in recent years, the superb Supreme Court lawyer J. Sai Tibat. He argued the Padmanabha Swami case beautifully and got the temple out of the communist government control. Along with that case, another case was presented. Now, a little history on the Padmanabha Swami temple. When the Travancore kingdom was forcibly annexed with Union of India, certain promises were made to the kingdom. This and the Cochin Raja agreed on certain conditions. The Cochin Raja had a temple, Sri Purnatareshwara temple of Tirupunitura, and Padmanabha Swami temple, and other temples of Kerala, including some of the temples we now have in Kanyakumari, which is now part of Tamil Nadu. So, in 1949, 6 lakhs was offered as annuity, 12,630 acres, and they offered some annuity for it. And overall, about 2,50,000 acres of temple lands were taken over by the Kerala government. The slide is self-explanatory. I move to the quick suggestion here. We have filed a case in Kerala. I have filed a case in Sabarimala matter also in Kerala and succeeded to a great extent in safeguarding the rights of the devotees by the grace of Bhagavan. And the annuity case we filed there. The Kerala High Court dismissed it. We went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court, just the bench of Kurian Joseph said, yes, you have a valid claim, but we don't want to deal with it, go back to Kerala High Court. We went back to Kerala High Court, and Kerala High Court has just kept it under wraps. It is not hearing the matter. Justice delayed is justice denied. Some 25,000 crore rupees need to come for Kerala temples, according to our calculations, fair calculations. Now, this is about the Padmanabha Swami temple wealth. The secret is out. Now we have to safeguard it. We have to put sonars, we have to put so many, we have to use technology to the hilt to protect this wealth. Anybody here have an idea of what's the estimated value of that wealth there? No, not that much. Not. The estimate, modest estimate, is about 5 lakh crores. You're correct. Now there is a gentleman by name Jacob Maplaseri. His family had once protected the Murti of a Hindu temple near Thiruvananthapuram and kept it hidden during a raid in their house, and it was safely taken back to the temple. This is about 100 years ago. And even today, that Perumal during the annual festival comes to the family house of Jacob Maplaseri, spends some time there, blesses them, and goes back. So this Jacob Maplaseri is a devotee of Padmanabha Swami, and he came with a proposal. He said, let this wealth remain in the safe vault of Padmanabha Swami temple. Let it be further strengthened by RBI and government, and let it be declared as a RBI vault. Now Padmanabha Swami temple has made a gold deposit of 5 lakh crores with RBI, without the wealth moving there. It is there as before, status quo. Because they have made a gold deposit, RBI uses that money and issues quasi-currency bonds for 3 lakh crore rupees. 3 lakh crore rupees, the RBI can distribute to other nationalized banks, spread the wealth, and those nationalized banks can use them for doing their funding, their giving loans, projects, etc., etc. And RBI can do that at 5% or 5.5% to the other banks, and it can give Padmanabha Swami temple 4% tax-free income. 4% of 300,000 crores works out to 12,000 crores per annum, which is 3 times the income of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam. Clear? 12,000 crores per annum is 3 times the income of Tirumala Tirupati without the expenses of Tirumala Tirupati, which is like spending 40% of its income on salaries. A huge fraud by the TDB fellows and the Rajshekhar Reddys and others who have appointed hundreds of unnecessary people after taking bribes. And the employees in TTD are paid government salaries for sitting on the chair or on the bench. So, solid 12,000 crore rupees. All the temples in Kerala, especially in Malabar region, Kasargod region, Wayanad, all these places, temples can be revived, pujas can be carried on, and more importantly, the Kerala Hindus can be given free education, free health care, and beyond Kerala, this can be done to the southern states and beyond southern states also. 12,000 crores is no ordinary money. Veda Padashalas, Sundara Padashala, Goshalas. But above all, see the last line. The wealth is meant for institution building. You either support a Hindu school that is running now, or you build new schools. Kerala Hindus, what is the Hindu family's main expense? When they are young, it's education. When they are old, it's health. And you keep on building institutions. That's what the missionaries do. That's what the conversion mafia does. They keep on building institutions. They keep on employing people. They keep on employing converts. With this, we can do Garvapsi. And in a big way. See, this is the question there. The Hindu population, percentage-wise, is coming down. And in many districts, the Hindus have become minorities. They are insecure. They are not able to freely buy property or sell property. They cannot start an institution because they don't have the money power or manpower. First of all, if you are afraid, you won't venture into anything. You won't start anything. Take 12,000 crores. Start Kerala Hindu Aikyavedi, Padmanabha Dasa Aikyavedi. Start that. Make Hindus members of it. If you are a member of this Aikyavedi, we will give you loans 2% less than the cooperative banks. Cooperative banks is the biggest opportunity for the communists in Kerala, by which they make the voters vote as one group. BJP tried to thwart that cooperative network, they failed. You start a Hindu network. Free education, free health care, subsidized loans. The tide will completely turn. Everybody will move into this network. And they will vote as one. I don't know why BJP is not taking the suggestion which you have been repeatedly telling them. You know, central government can completely make this cooperative societies meaningless by forming new Hindu cooperatives, new Hindu organizations that takes care of all these things. That 45% Hindus, you will see, if this runs for 3-4 years, will suddenly become 55. You will see a lot of people coming back. You cannot do dharma without artha. You need money. And the money has been given by the Lord himself. The wealth is not going to go anywhere. It is going to be with the Lord only, in the temple only. RBI is going to treat it as a deposit. Union of India is going to guarantee that loan. It is a win-win situation for everybody. Economy will get a boost. The temple will get income. Hindus will get enormous benefits. Unless we are blind, unless we are total duffers, we should not be hesitating to take this up. But we are hesitating. The government is keeping quiet. We filed a petition in Supreme Court, and Supreme Court said the new administrators of the temple can take a decision. It gave us freedom. The court simply cannot say, okay, implement this. They said you have the freedom to implement this. And nobody is doing it. You need, I repeat, you need artha to sustain dharma. You know, the grahastha, he takes care of the children. He takes care of the elderly. He takes care of the sannyasis. So similarly, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. The artha takes care of the dharma. And this is artha earned in the most dharmic way. Why can't the BJP do it? Why can't the BJP not only give freedom to temples, why should it not also empower them? You know what BJP can do? It has the power to do it. People say they are going to come back with 400 plus. I wish they come with 400 plus, but I wish they look at temple freedom. They look at empowering Hindus. Ram Mandir is a great thing. Something that not happened in 400 years has happened. Fantastic. Right, but there are hundreds of thousands of temples that served as the local dharmic network, that served as the place in which we learned our values, we learned our art, we learned the way Hindus think, worship, live. Thank you very much.
Hello. We have about 8 minutes, so I would open the floor up to questions. Yes, sir. But please ask questions.
You can pass it on.
Thank you, Ramesh ji, for all the great work you're doing for getting back our temples and protecting our Hindu rights. One thing that I would want to ask is, what are all the forums that you are part of, and how do you think people who have spare time, maybe 5 to 10 hours a week, can help you in this endeavor? That's my first question. Second question is, you spoke about the income and categorization of temples and what we are losing. Does the government, or do we have knowledge of what is all the wealth that the temple holds in the form of land or in the form of rental incomes? Is there any track record? I'm sure government will not have it. What is the way to track that and at least list down what we get, what we are due?
Oh, okay, you got it, sir. See, as for the first question, I have an organization which we started in 2011. It's called the Temple Worshippers Society. Our operation from Temple Worshippers Society is mainly centered in Tamil Nadu. We have filed some successful case, and what cases I have lost here, I have gone to the Supreme Court. I have currently 3 cases pending in Supreme Court. Beyond that, my colleagues from Temple Worshippers Society are here. Mr. K. Nagarajan, he is coordinating the case filed by Pujya Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Nagarajanji, may I ask you to, thank you. He is coordinating the case filed by Pujya Swami Dayanand Saraswati and 2 more Acharyas from the Hindu Dharma Acharya Sabha. That case is prolonging for a long time, filed in 2012. And till now, there has not been an effective hearing. So one more grievance of me about the central government is the central government was made a party in 2022 in this important case. The Supreme Court judges said the fundamental rights are in varying degrees in various states. Like Goa, as Shefaliji said, and we are all very happy to listen to that particular statement. The temples are free, the temples are run beautifully, the temples are kept clean, the receipt for even 10 rupees, wonderful. The different degrees of Hindu fundamental rights in different states. So the center should answer. That's what the Supreme Court said. You know, when did the center answer the 22 application? Any idea when they answered? Not yet is the answer. As Hindutva-oriented government, which we believe to be Hindutva-oriented, has not come to the court and said, yes, there are different standards applied in different states when it comes to Hindu rights. Why can't they say that? It is baffling. Shri Narendra Modi ji is a prime Shishya of Pujya Swami Dayanand Saraswati. He himself has said so. This is baffling. The second organization I have is the Indic Collective Trust. We go beyond Tamil Nadu there. We have filed cases against the immigration of Rohingyas. We have filed cases for the Uttarakhand, the most atrocious act brought by BJP, the Uttarakhand Devasthan Act. Then Vaishnava Devi cases, Shabarimala cases. So these are the organizations I'm mainly involved with. I am consulted by many organizations or many individuals who want to fight temple cases. That way also my time is spent. Yes, people can come and help me, but I have put myself into a quandary where I don't even have time to ask for help. This is the biggest break I have taken in recent times. 2 days I have spent my time here. I'm not saying this in a boasting manner, but sometimes I feel I'm the president of Temple Worshippers Society. Sometimes I feel I'm also the peon there, scanning documents and taking photocopies. Of course, my friends support me. I'm just exaggerating. But that's how the work is. Then, regarding the properties of temples, every year the Tamil Nadu government issues a policy note of the HRNC department. We can form a group here, but of course I can't be present in any WhatsApp group because that distracts me and takes my time away. But we can find a blog or something where we can put this material. They come with a policy note. And in the policy note, they say we have 4,78,000 acres of agricultural lands, 29 crore square feet of sites, and 22,600 buildings belonging to temples, mutts, and endowments. And this was very convenient for me because I got hold of a 1986 policy note which said there is 5.25 lakh acres. So where did the 47,000 acres go? Naduvil sila pakkangalai kaanum. 47,000 acres cannot disappear. And when I wrote an article on this on Dinamalar, it caught the attention of the honorable judges of the Madras High Court. And in a case regarding temple property filed by somebody else, the judges said, we want to know where the 47,000 acres went. We have some wonderful judges who are really concerned about temples. But in India, the process of, hearing cases and arriving at a decision. And arriving, in my humble opinion, I'm no lawyer. A lot of people think I'm a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I argue certain cases in person. For certain cases, I take the help of advocates, senior advocates and all. In my opinion, the court has only two jobs to do. Look at the question of fact, look at the question of law. In any case, if the court does only that, then our cases will fly like this. There won't be an accumulation of huge cases. The second reason for accumulation is the government. In a writ court, in a constitutional court, the number of cases filed are because, one, the government did something they are not supposed to do. Two, the government did not do something they were supposed to do. These are the cases, day in, day out, because when I go to court, I see only these things coming. So, I also feel the court should punish the erring official. It should send 3 or 4 IAS officers to jail for not obeying the court or transgression of law and all that. For that, you people can help. You can raise a hue and cry. Instead of just putting a like in Twitter or in Facebook, you can form forums and then raise these questions. Earlier, I used to make requests to the forum like this, asking for RTA information, RTA applications to be filed and all that. Today, I have 70-80 boxes of RTA applications replied, which is only 5% success rate. So imagine how many RTAs I would have filed. But with that 70-80 boxes, I can file 150 cases. I have filed only 25-26 cases. So how to take help from you, I really do not know. A lot of people ask in Twitter, can we fund you? Can we help you? Can we give you money? I am very, very hesitant to ask for funds because it's easy to ask for funds. Then there is accountability. Then there is people will say, hey, you lost the case after taking money from me. That kind of accountability I don't want to have. There is no real ROI. I do take money because, as I said, you can't do dharma without artha. And I'm a retired person. My friends help me. But I believe in crowdfunding. People giving 2,500 rupees or 1,000 rupees or 500 rupees or 5,000 rupees. But a lot of them doing that. After believing that this fellow might do a good job, and this is an essential job that he is doing. That waiting. But only 3 times I have asked for money, and that was during COVID. I asked money for the temple employees, the people who sell flowers, etc., the musicians, archakas, twice during COVID, and each time I raised 30 lakhs. Just a simple request over Twitter. Each time I raised 30 lakhs. The third time I asked specifically for Tiruchendur temple because there is a community there. There's a very old community there, Trisundaras. And they have nothing to gain except from people coming to the temples. And the temples were completely shut down during COVID. They were in real trouble. So I raised another 35 lakhs for them. And instead of giving them money, we bought them groceries required for 2 months and gave each family a bundle of these groceries. So I have not asked money for my cases publicly. I have taken help from people. I leave it to you how you can help me.
I'll just take one more question.
The plan that you presented was very well conceptualized, and it's something that we can hope to see. The Kerala plan. Yes, but
it's a win-win, doable, but government has to put its mind into it.
But my only doubt over here is, and I think this is something that others may raise when you actually take the plan to them, is the 12,000 crores projection. The money that would come in every year. Who will be actually responsible for the disbursement of these funds? Is there a committee that would be placed that would be transparent so that nobody can question that this 12,000 crores, which is a huge sum of money, has the potential to be misused?
I got your question. See, basically, the temple is now administered by a group or a group of trustees called Yettarai Yogam. That means 8 trustees are there. From the chief Tantri, to the temple employee, all sections represented. Now, to arrive at a decision, there has to be a majority. So how will there be a majority if out of the 8, 4% say one thing and the other 4% reject it? That's why it's called Yattara Yoga, 8.5. The half vote is of the king, the Travancore king. So when there is a situation when 4 agree on one thing and 4 do not agree, the king can come in the picture and he can take one side. This is the general administration of the temple. But we need a special administration when the 12,000 crore is going to be a reality. We need experts, we need retired judges, we need chartered accountants to assist the Yattara Yoga. Not take over the Yattara Yoga. To help the Yattara Yoga to see that the money is utilized in the best possible dharmic way. One question from the last question.
This is not a question, but just my suggestion on how we could actually help you is that, number one, many of the dharnas that happen in Tamil Nadu are not dharnas where hundreds or thousands of people come on road. It is covered in such a way that it looks so big on TV, but it's actually just 10 people or 15 people on the roads. So what we can first do is stand up for what we believe in. And if a bunch of us, 50, 60 of us are willing to come on the roads and stand for our cause, and whenever there's a fall of Hindutva, if we are actually coming and voicing out our opinion on road, and if we are able to capture a media which would actually put that on the social network, it will become viral in no time. So that is one way I think any dharmic Hindu can actually help the society and the system. Number two, sir, just like advocate commissioners aid the court, if we handful of us gather together, and I remember in our previous meeting you had specifically said these are the few questions that you would go and ask any temple regarding their documents or regarding and not in a very questioning way, but just try and analyze and understand their documents and the information that they have, the orders, etc. You can train a few of us, or rather give us a checklist where whenever we go to any of these remote temples, these thousands of temples across the state, we can ask that and we can get you details. That way, on a continuous series of us can go month on month to say 10 temples in remote villages and get you data which will help you fight much better in the courts.
Yeah, thank you. See, we've been thinking about that also. But the first one regarding agitation, there is 3 ways we can approach the temple issue. One is awareness, which opportunities in the Lit Festival or the videos I speak, or they create the awareness. Second is the legal intervention, which is I'm headlong into. I believe more in that. To do agitation, you need to have a proper organization and you need to have proper participation. See, at least 1,000 people comes, the agitation fizzles out, in my opinion. The one agitation that was successful for a dharmic cause in recent times, of course, not everyone will agree it's a dharmic cause, it's the Jallikattu. Jallikattu is a Hindu ritual. Let's not forget that. And the man who won the Jallikattu case for all of us is Subramanian Swamy. Not many are aware of that. He won when he took the point of Article 29.1 as a culture of certain sections of Tamil Nadu. The court did not have an answer for his question he raised. Anyway, agitation, I do not know. Because you are saying a lot of ifs in your own statement. If this happens, if this happens. Not many people will be ready to come to the road. But success breeds success. Maybe we have to make a beginning. We are in the process of sprucing up our website, templeworshippers.org. And we will conduct some RTI modules there. We will put some questionnaires there to ask the temple administrators. So watch that space in a month or 2. Thank you. Yes, I agree with you there. That's a wonderful thing. And also in Westmabalam, Ayodhya Mandapam. In 2014, 200 of us stopped HRNC from entering Ayodhya Mandapam.
Thank you so much.
It's
Rameshji, as always, it's a pleasure to talk to you.
I have been to some temples with Shefali ji. Wonderful experience, and she had told us some of the stories, wonderful stories. I'm very, very glad to be on the same dais with her. It's an honor, it's a pleasure. And what she is doing for Dharma, and what she is recording as history, particularly of Goa, we should all learn and remember.
Thank He did mention mom, yes.
I crossed the age of begetting children.
Thank you so much, sir, for this great... Ma'am, the point is, many of the audience here, around 60, will not be even able to bring their own children to this forum. That is where we are.
3.0, we are going to do Garvapsi.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that suggestion. Sir, we pray Bhagavan Sriman Narayana to bless the gentleman, the IT company person whom you mentioned, is now taking care of many temples with your plan. So may God bless him with wealth, health, and prosperity. And I would like to quote Andal here. ஈரிரண்டு மால் வரையும் தோள் செங்கண் திருமுகத்து செல்வத் திருமாலால் எங்கும் திருவருள் பெற்று இன்புறுவர் என்று உங்களை தாயார் ஆண்டாளை சொல்லி வாழ்த்தணும்னு நான் கேட்டுக்கிறேன். பெருமாள் இன்னைக்கும் உங்களுக்கு துணையாக இருக்கணும்னு. May I now request Sri Bharat Gopu to honor Sri T.R. Ramesh.
Seeing this Rama as Krishna. That's how he appears to me. But then Rama is Krishna, Krishna is Rama. Jai Sri Ram.
Jai Sri Ram. May I request Sri Praful Ketkar to deliver the vote of thanks. Few more minutes, audience, so may I request you for your kind cooperation until we wrap up the Chennai Lit Fest.
In the concluding session, it's a difficult job. Every year when Bharat Gopu and Shyam Sundarji literally nag me to, put the things or, somewhere play my squirrel's role in putting the things together. Doing this in Chennai every year is a big challenge. This year, to a large extent, we have been successful in putting together the things. One of the important reasons, perhaps, is Shefali was the curator. So let us start first thanking a person who conceptualized the idea around the concept of Ramarajya. The beautiful sessions and the concept we had, whether the dance form, whether the temples, whether the literature, whether the governance, or whether the idea of, all over idea of Bharat. See, Rameshji just now explained about the diversity that we have. Diversity not just of languages or the issues related to temples or endowment acts, but even the way diversity of perpetration of colonization of our societies and minds. So the way Punjabi society is colonized with the terrible mix of Islamic invasion and the British colonization, there the influence of Islamic invasion is at one point was more. Now it is taken over by the British colonization. While in case of Dravidian politics in Chennai, it is the British colonization that has always defined the way we think. The way I see the events like Chennai Lit Fest or many such activities is basically a long-term active, an intellectual movement. It is not just about activism around temples. Remember, even for the government which had abrogation of 370 on its agenda, we had to work for more than 10 to 15 years to build a narrative around removal of 370 and 35A. So it is the mind space that first you occupy. Policies, irrespective of government, will follow. We need to create such a dharmic society, and such forums, I believe, give us some kind of inspiration, direction, urge to work in that direction. I believe two honorable governors who I literally had to pursue, especially Kerala governor. I really wanted to speak when he was here. It was really difficult because remember, he arrived yesterday night around 11:30 midnight, and immediately after today's event, he went back to Kochi, and again in the night he is flying to Chitrakoot. At this age, after doing his responsibility as governor of Kerala, just for the cause of, I said, the theme is Ramarajya and honoring Parasaran ji, and he said, I've given you the word and I'll make it. Tamil Nadu governor also, yesterday and today it was too busy for him, but still, if not inaugural, he said, I'll make some time in the evening, and so we had to accommodate that session in the, yesterday evening. Besides that, the fabulous panels that Chef Ali put together, all the authors, artists, activists, thinkers, on behalf of Chef Ali and entire organizing team, I really express my gratitude towards them. The local team, whether Soren or Tinku or Kritika, who the architect couple, Pony and Oscar, who actually put all the arrangements in place in this hotel. This time the biggest challenge was to getting the venue, because it seems that Tamil Nadu government has put a special condition that without police permission you cannot have venue. So even this, entire staff, irrespective of, there may be some difficulties, there may be some issues, but still we had this venue. And of course, the kind of response that we got. We had, opened up registration and the beautiful and the engaging audience like you who actually made this event successful. And of course, the intent and the persistence of name is Bharat and Shyam, but you can call them Ram and Bharat. So their persistence has, after at the 4th edition and almost after 5 years, has at least allowed us to think about around the theme of Ramarajya. The battle for dharma is not about issues, and Major Jolly was absolutely right. The character of state, the character of modern state, is essentially Protestant in nature. It is not meant to protect dharma, it is meant to protect only individual rights. And when dharma is equated with Catholic Church, it will be always anti-dharma. So it is an ideological battle which we have to fight at the, plank of various narratives. But first, for doing that, we need to debunk and discredit the existing narratives. So narratives of Aryan-Dravid divide, the narrative of Rama has nothing to do with Tamil Nadu. As I said yesterday, after 5 minutes of conversation, even a true dharmic person in Tamil Nadu starts convincing me how Tamil Nadu is different from all states. So we are also intellectually colonized in such a way that despite firm belief in dharma, we start believing that this diversity are actually differences and is the root cause of all problems. The day we start realizing the original idea of Bharat as a land of knowledge and wisdom is not diversity of cultures, but a unique culture that celebrates diversity. And to celebrate that diversity while realizing inherent unity is the purpose. I hope this year's edition has brought in this theme in some or the other way, whether in the form of intellectual discourse or religious discourse or dance form or temple-related argument. I hope it would inspire every one of us to take up the cause, to fight for these narratives in our own way in coming days. And with that resolve, we assure you that next year we will come back again with the new theme, with the new panelists, and with the same resolve that this original land that dedicated for dharma and bhakti will again spread the same light with the same rigor, with the same pride in coming years and generation. Thank you all for your precious support for this cause. And I shouldn't miss the fabulous anchoring that Jayanti ji, her knowledge, her understanding of the issues, and the way she complimented each and every session or the speaker. It is really commendable. It is a sense of gratitude, ma'am, that I can express. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
There
There is a small little felicitation that is pending. It is to felicitate the people who have been helping to put this event up. I request Sri Bharat Gopu to felicitate the people. Who has been, Praful Ketkatji has been a pillar of strength, putting up this event and running the 2 days program here. Jai Sri Ram. There are 2 more. May I request Srinath Iyengar to please come on to the dais. Srinath Iyengar, part of the organizing team, has helped us put up this event. The wonderful dancer and singer who doesn't hesitate to do anything for the Chennai Lit Fest, Ms. Pavitra Srinivasan. Not many Carnatic musicians would come forward to just sing the national anthem. She has been very helpful. Whenever we looked out, she said, "Yes, I'm here, I'm there, I'll be there." Thank you, Ms. Pavitra Srinivasan. And it's my turn now. This is Jayanti Iyengar. On behalf of all of you, I'm Lucy. Here we have Ponni and Oscar, the architects who helped us put this beautiful backdrop, the design, the podium design, are all done. And here is a big thank you to all of you for making the last 2 days very rich, wonderful, and memorable. Looking forward to seeing you in the next edition of Indoor Analytics Chennai Lit Fest. Thank you. See you. Jai Sri Ram.